Good morning, everyone. You hear me well? Finally, our big day has arrived. After all the preparations, today is the date. Welcome to the Global IP Conference. Thanks to all our GLIPA event sponsors that have made it possible. We are so gratefully, wholeheartedly appreciative of your contributions. I am Maria Fernanda Hurtado, the Executive Director of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance. It's a pleasure to be here with you today as we gather to explore the dynamic and evolving field of working together to bring IP to the hands of everyone around the world. Today's agenda is filled with insightful discussions and presentations from distinguished leaders who are shaping the future of IP. Welcome once again, and a few administrative and logistical things about this wonderful venue. We are here in this courtroom of the Georgia State University. Each of you has, below your desk, plug-in space for you devices to be connected. We have also Wi-Fi available for no payment and no code for you to be connected to the GSU network. Please be mindful that food and drinks are not allowed in this courtroom, and whenever and the premises and bathrooms are located to the sides of this building. Also, we are you have in your bags there just some little small gifts from the organization for you to take back home, and you will also have there the brochure that contains the information about the Alliance, the agenda today, and who is going to speak today. So I will highly encourage you to pay a look at it. It's a super cute design that we were working together for you to have a good information about our event today. The agenda also is included there for your better convenience. What else I'm missing? During the day, we have, as I was telling you, an interesting agenda with speakers from around the world and key institutions that are helping us out to spread the word of IP. And we are also having a bunch of volunteers from the Georgia State University who are helping us out to move and make things easier for you. So if you have any questions or comments, you're going to see them young and lively running there. So it's kind of easy to recognize them if you need something. We are here for you today. So if you have any kind of questions or comments during the day, please let us know. And with further ado, let me introduce Mo and the team from the Georgia State University that are going to give us some welcoming remarks. So please, Mo and Courtney. Mo is the head of the Center for Entertainment, Sport and IP Law and Professor of Practice at the College of Law of the Georgia State University. Together with Courtney Anderson, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and Professor of Law of the Georgia State University. So, ladies, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Is it on? Yeah, okay. So my name is Mo Ivory. They have my very formal name up there. My mother would be happy, but everybody calls me Professor Mo. And I am welcome to Georgia State Law. Yes, we're very happy to have you here. And I'm especially comfortable in this courtroom. This is where I teach my classes. I am the director of the Center for Entertainment, Sports, and IP Law. And that is a recent merging of two of our programs, the Entertainment and Sports program, along with the IP program.
I knew that.
I knew that, because when I teach, I always hear a different sound. So thank you, Bobby, who takes care of all our technology around here. The programs merged this year. We had a separate IP program that was a certificate track that offered the students a certificate in IP law, and then we had a separate track for sports and entertainment, and we decided this school year to merge them together because it just made so much sense in the things that students were interested in, many of them interested in sports and entertainment, and of course we know how IP plays a major role in that, so we offer programs that both students can take the entertainment and sports track along with the IP track and end up with both certificates at the end of their 3L year, or they can just take one of them if they would like. But it is beautiful to be here. This is where the IP program began. Scott Frank was instrumental in starting that IP certificate program in the Center for IP Law here at Georgia State. So to have you all here some 20 years later after all of this, however many, is that 20 years? Started, we're just so happy to have you here. So a little bit about the program. One thing that we have that's very exciting when I teach my entertainment and sports classes, there's always an IP component in it. I couldn't teach anything about entertainment and sports and not have IP related to it. So this past semester, just to give you a little bit about what some of the offerings are in our center, I taught a class, I teach a very specialty class that I created called The Legal Life Of, where I take a celebrity or a big event and I study it through the semester with all of the legal contracts they signed along the way. This semester, we did the legal life of the Olympic Games. We studied the Olympics from bid process to use of the marks, the Olympic marks, to arbitration, to all of the issues. And I surprised the students at the end by announcing that I was taking the class to the Olympics. So exactly 2 months from tomorrow, we're leaving to go to the Olympic Games where, yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. So one very exciting thing that we'll be doing when we get there is I've put together a scavenger hunt for them to hunt for all of the international and American marks, and whoever can come back with, well, I'm not going to say what they have to do, but they're going to be excited to find out what the surprise is when the winners come back, because we've been so fortunate to have so many sponsors to jump in and help out with this trip. So that's some of the very exciting offerings we have. We are looking forward to expanding in the center. We've discussed opening up an IP clinic here at the law school where we would be able to merge the entertainment. I mean, we get so many requests from the larger Georgia State creative community to help out with entertainment contracts, NIL deals. We have a very big athletics department here at Georgia State. So if we can figure out a way to offer a clinic, and some days we'll be able to offer IP assistance, and then other days we offer transactional help in the sports and entertainment arenas. That is a dream that I have for the clinic. So we are very excited about the entertainment, sports, and IP law program here at Georgia State. We continue to expand. We have some very exciting things coming up in the fall. I never really announce who the celebrity or the class is going to be until class starts, and this one is going to be really big. So we're very excited. I could not do it without the support of our administration, and so it is my pleasure to introduce, and we'll take any questions if anybody has any, but this is Courtney Anderson. She is Associate Dean, but she is also about to be our Interim Dean of the law school in a couple of weeks. So it is very exciting, the things that we have going on at the law school. So everybody, Dean Courtney Anderson.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. We're so excited to have you here. Mo is definitely the leader of our IP initiatives here at the law school, and our students have just wanted more and more. So we really need to thank Scott Frank for integrating our students, our faculty and staff with a broader legal community. Those type of connections and mentorship are really beneficial to our students who are always looking for experiential learning. They had some surprise experiential learning with respect to IP when they ran afoul of using the Georgia State trademark and name on some of their merch. So we were looking for some more, direction with IP, but we worked through it. We're now in compliance. I have our student orgs, kind of reviewing those types of things and really trying to understand the implications for IP in both transactional law and litigation. We're starting an entrepreneurship clinic in the fall, and so the students will work with small businesses with respect to their organization administration and their organizational efforts and the work in intellectual property with that respect. We also have a health law and tax law clinic where intellectual property issues have come up as well. So it's been really great to see how it affects all areas of practice, and that's something we want to continue. And we're looking to expand our international IP offerings. We have an international law expert joining us in the fall, and she'll focus on IP and international climate change issues. So we're really excited about these types of opportunities. And of course, being in Atlanta, which is an entertainment mecca, the students are really, really looking forward to expanding what they can do to help the creative community and to offer legal support to students who are interested in creative developments here at Georgia State University and also in the city of Atlanta and other places. Georgia State University started as a part-time evening program, and so we have a lot of non-traditional students. And so these types of opportunities to have you all here at our school and to have this type of engagement is very, very instrumental to our academic life and really helps to enrich the academic and learning environment that the students experience. So we're so pleased to have this opportunity to host you all. Please let us know if you have any questions or if you need anything while you're here. And just really want to thank Scott Frank again for everything that he's done for our IP community here at the school. Thank you all for coming. I think Scott's taking a selfie. He'll be with us momentarily.
Let's see. Well, I met Scott Frank almost 2 years ago. I was visiting Atlanta at that point in time, and I was visiting the States. I was visiting DC, and I had a organized trip in July 2022 to DC, but during the prior days, I was invited by Gonzalo Rovira, my LATAM partner in crime and partner on GLIPA affairs. He was kind enough to tell me, "Hi, Maria, I would like you to meet Scott Frank virtually." So we had before a conversation with Scott in which he presented briefly an interesting initiative called the Global Intellectual Property Alliance. So when I arrived to the States, I said, I'm going to pay a visit to this guy because it seems to be like an interesting project. So the date was Tuesday, July 22, 2022. And then Scott told me that he lives in the surroundings of Dunwoody, so why don't we meet having a nice pizza in the vintage pizzeria of Dunwoody? So I say yes. It's a deal. So we met and we start a very nice conversation that took us over his life achievement, my life achievement, the details of a wonderful initiative called the Global Intellectual Property Alliance. And it was a dream at that point in time, but the passion of Scott into that project was super contagious, and I simply adore it. So this is a photo of that moment in which we met back in 2022. Then, a few months later, the dream came true. Come on, 3 months later, we were here once again in Atlanta at the Fox Theater, October 2022, 7 p.m., and I was there officially as the Latin American lead with Gonzalo, with Scott, and some other folks, and many of you at that point in time, launching officially the Global Intellectual Property Alliance, a movement to bring the world together, working on IP through IP ecosystem collaboration, IP education programs, and also looking forward to collaborating broadly with key public and private stakeholders to build a more sustainable future for everyone with IP. It was a moment filled with hope, filled with energy and excitement for what lay ahead. But then, after the launch of the Alliance, and in view of the fact that GLIPA was getting an important momentum, they said, hey, we need somebody that can help us or give us a hand in order to run this thing, because now the dream is coming true, but then who's going to take care of this little baby. So I was there, and then Nikhil Marathe and then Scott Frank at that point in time, asked for a Zoom call, and they all of a sudden said, Maria, are you willing to be the first executive director of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance? I said, wow, you? Are you kidding me? Me? Yes, you. Well, I didn't have to think about it. 1 second later, I just said yes, simply yes. I was thrilled, and it was an honor, and I said, of course, count me in. And now, today, almost 1.5 years after our creation, we couldn't be more happy of having our first IP Global Conference, bringing the whole world together in order to bring alive our mission and our vision. This is a dream that has the support of many, especially from the World Intellectual Property Organization, with whom we signed at the day one Memorandum of Understanding, and who believed, like us, in the power of collaboration and working together. Today, our team is growing. We have amazing leaders working with us and helping us to move our gospel in the world regions. And we are advancing, widening the array of public and private stakeholders with whom we interact, and already engaging in fruitful projects, collaborating at a regional and local level. So, as the executive director, I'm thrilled to see how talented individuals, recognized international institutions, and government authorities are teaming up to use IP to change our world for the better. Dreaming big with IP is possible. You are all true a testament of it. Thanks for being with us today. There is no limit to what we can achieve together. I'm so grateful to life and God and my dear fellow GLIPA partners and all the institutions that have believed in us for allowing me to be part of this thrilling journey and movement. Enjoy your IP Global Conference. Scott, the floor is yours.
All right. It's happening, folks. First ever Global Intellectual Property Conference. And so excited to see each and every one of you with us today. First off, this room is filling up. You should know it is, my understanding is every seat's been sold. I'm blaming INTA for some of the empty seats. Some of you were probably partying last night at Mercedes-Benz. Appreciate you getting in here. Some of your colleagues hopefully will join us shortly. But seriously, INTA is a big partner of ours, and Etienne, President and CEO of INTA, will be with us this afternoon for a little fireside chat. Also want to remind everybody this thing is being Zoomed or some other technology-wise being streamed globally. So it'll be recorded if you want to share it with your friends. But this is a big moment, and it's hard to believe that we were just launched 1.5 years ago. In the Fox Theater, WIPO, flies a bunch of people to Atlanta. We signed an MOU on day one, and today you saw the the presentation, the slides, we're in over 70 countries. We have hundreds of people trying to help with bringing IP to people all over the world. And what we're doing is so important, and really appreciate each and every one of you being with us and being a part of this, this important IP journey. I want to thank Georgia State. I want to thank Courtney and Mo for hosting us. This kind of, just brings back such great memories. It was literally over 20 years ago that we started this journey. And, people like Courtney and Mo continue to have Georgia State University be a top intellectual property university and continue to be a great role model. And it's just great to be home, where this whole organization was birthed. So Mo and Courtney, thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? All right, I also want to thank our sponsors and founders, and there's a lot of you. And I really want to just tell you how important it is what you're doing. Your financial contributions make what we want to do, our dreams, our visions possible. And I also want to make sure each and every one it's not too late to participate. Anybody that makes a cash contribution, whether it's a sponsorship or a donation, will be a founder. And 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years from now, people are going to wonder, who were the crazy people that started this thing up? Your name will forever be on that list. For $100, you can go on our website and be a founder. Strongly encourage you to participate, not just with your time and your energy, but with a little bit of money, because this does take some financial assistance, and appreciate everybody that's contributed, and strongly encourage you to, once you're a founder, always be a founder. Actually, can we give our sponsors and founders a round of applause, please? All right, today you're going to have a really special treat. We have a phenomenal group of panelists. They're going to tell you about how the global intellectual property works, how we deliver our product, and how we do it in a way that's very unique. And I just really appreciate all of them flying in, being here today. Got lots of busy people from around the world. Can we please give them an advance round of applause? All right. And there's a lot of folks that work hard to make this a reality. And so I just want to really appreciate there's a bunch of students in the audience with us today that have come, again, out of their schedules to help volunteer and be a part of this. They're interested in intellectual property, so you can play an impact on their life. We also have the one and only Anna Grau and her team, who has been doing these types of events with us for, I think I learned today, 16 years. Can we please give them a round of applause? All right. And then last but not least, there's three very, very special people that without them this would not be happening today. And their leadership, their teamwork, their hard work is making this a reality. Mary Fernanda Hurtada and Nikhil Marate, Wade Walker, can we please give them a round of applause? All right, I want to just give a few comments on GLIPA. First off, number one question I get, why another intellectual property organization? Everybody in here pretty much believe you're an IP professional, and you're probably a member of one or many IP organizations, so why another one? And I'll simply start by saying, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but intellectual property is so fundamental to our existence as human beings on this planet. And it scares me. I mean, I literally lose sleep over this. How few people on this planet know what it is, know the role it plays in their life, know what to do if they have a good idea. I venture to say it's probably on the numbers of maybe 97, 98% of this planet doesn't appreciate the important work we do and the important role intellectual property plays in their life. That's scary. And so that's why Global IP Alliance exists. Now, we're not the only organization in the world, obviously, trying to help change that. And there is the World Intellectual Property Organization, who, again, we're in partnership, working hard to make a difference. But they're a government organization. And when we formed, we looked around, we could not find any NGO, any nonprofit in the world that is trying to help every single person on this planet. Yeah, we're trying to help all 7 billion people on this planet. We want everybody to be a part of our alliance. That may sound grandiose, may sound ridiculous, but that's our mission, and it's important. When people ask me who don't have a clue about IP, like, what do you do? Why is it important? One of the examples I give is COVID. And I say, you do know that intellectual property is the number one reason that you got the vaccine as fast as you did. And they look at me with a strange look, and I say, yeah, it's the reason that companies spend so much money, time, and energy to get you what you needed so that you and your family would be safe. It is the reason why, again, billions were invested, and yeah, they were going for their rights and they wanted to get their profits. But if you want anything physically on this planet, I truly believe intellectual property is the reason you're going to get it. And it doesn't just have to be technology. It could be entertainment. It can be arts. It can be anything that you want in a physical form. But intellectual property is what incents people to do it. And again, most of this planet doesn't have a clue, and that's scary. So we believe we're the only organization in the world that is trying to change that from an NGO nonprofit perspective. And that's the journey that you're on with us. So how do we do it? First, we have 3 pillars. First pillar might not surprise you. First pillar is around IP awareness and education. If 98% of this planet doesn't know about intellectual property, we got some work to do, don't we, folks? So we're trying to raise awareness. And I want to give you an example of something that we've done in the United States, and we are now taking global. It's called the Intellectual Property Proclamation for IP Month being October. And it started in the state of Georgia 6 years ago, and our governor proclaimed October IP Month, and he talked about jobs, he talked about innovation, he talked about saving people's lives. It's a simple proclamation, but it's pretty powerful. It really helps raise awareness. State of Washington followed. Last year we had 6 state governors proclaim October IP Month. This year, I guarantee you we're going to have double digits, and it may be closer to 20, and we're going to have throughout the country an IP month here shortly. I believe there'll be a day when our president will proclaim October Intellectual Property Month. Everybody's going to appreciate the importance of what we do in the United States. Now we got to take that globally. That's just an example. But it's amazing when you have government officials proclaim something like intellectual property a month, how it helps to raise awareness and bring credibility to what we're doing. But awareness is just the beginning. Sure, it's nice to be aware, but we need to educate the people on this planet. And so we're starting young. And in this, for example, the state of Georgia, we're working K through 12 IP education. We're trying to take that nationally and trying to take that globally. But you've got to get them when they're young, and you've got to be creative in the way you do it. You can't put a bunch of PowerPoint slides up and I expect them to listen and understand. You've got to create experiences. You've got to create opportunities for them to innovate and invent and do something around entrepreneurship and integrate intellectual property into it. We're doing university IP alliances, and we're working on the 3 C's. We're working on sharing IP curriculums around the country and now around the world. We're working on careers. Students, so many students don't know that this is a great career that we have, and just showing them what it's like, bringing real live adults like us into the classrooms and showing them what it's like to have a career. That's how you can change people's lives and get more great people doing what we're doing. And commercialization. Lots of universities have a lot of great innovations in IP, and we're trying to help bring that to the world. So that's our first pillar, IP awareness and education. Our second pillar is around the collaborative IP ecosystem. And there's so much IP being created around the world. My experience is it's so hard for most people, most organizations to get an idea from their head into people's hands. There's so many challenges. There's so much friction in the whole system, getting people to talk to each other. So we're creating roundtables. We're creating inventor IP roundtables and entrepreneur IP roundtables and venture capital IP roundtables and corporate IP roundtables, even IP law firm leadership councils. We call it creators, protectors, enablers. And we're trying to get the CPEs to learn and understand IP better, and we're trying to get them to come together and work more efficiently and effectively. It's amazing when you work with venture capitalists, you work with entrepreneurs. Some of the smartest people on this planet know so little about intellectual property. when you can educate them and you can build relationships and trust, which is what we're about. We're not just about putting out PowerPoints and putting out programs, but we're really trying to get to know these people and get them to work with us. You can get venture capitalists and entrepreneurs then to work together and truly cut a lot of the friction and make it so much simpler to bring ideas, again, from people's heads into people's hands. So that's the collaborative IP ecosystem. That's our pillar number 2. Our pillar number 3 is around diversity and inclusion. Doesn't matter what you look like, what you believe in, where you're from. If you have a great idea, we want to help you get it from your head into people's hands. Also, if you want to have an IP career, same thing. We want to help you be successful there. So those are the 3 pillars that we have and how we're structured. How are we doing those things globally? Well, you should know in the United States, under pillar number 1, the IP awareness and education pillar, one of our big initiatives that we're taking global now, we started out with a program last year called 1 million IP educated students. That may sound big, may sound small to you, but I can tell you it's a big deal in the United States. That's a lot of folks. We're now taking it global. And today I announced that we're going 1 billion IP educated students around the planet. 1/7 of the planet. That's a start, huh? And you're going to hear more about that program today from our panelists. For our pillar number 2, IP collaborative ecosystem, we're doing a big focus on entrepreneurs. There are so many people that have great ideas and do not know how to protect them in a cost-effective manner, in a time-efficient manner, and don't know how to get things to the marketplace. So we're putting a real emphasis on that in partnership with WIPO. We think we can make a big difference to get things into people's hands. And the other pillar, the IP diversity and inclusion pillar, there's a thing you're going to hear about today called the Diversity Pledge. And we truly believe if you want the best innovation, you need to have diverse thought. People with different perspectives, different experiences from different places. That's going to get us what we need in the future. So you're going to hear more about that on the diversity inclusion panel. So that's what we do. Now, how do we do it? So this is, I think, one of the things, the things I've just talked about, you probably know other organizations that are doing parts of them, maybe not on the grandest scale that we're thinking, but there's nobody that's trying to build what we're building to do what we want to do. And what we're building is a thing we call the intellectual property network of networks. And there's a top layer and there's a bottom layer. And the top layer is around organizations. And when you think about organizations, I want you to think of organizations like WIPO. I want you to think of organizations like the United States Patent and Trademark Office. I also want you to think of organizations like your local bar association. But any organization that exists to do intellectual property, we need to bring them together. Amazing organizations like WIPO and the USPTO, and there's so many, the UKIPO, there's so many organizations around the world, RIPI in Africa, there's so many organizations doing amazing things, programs and events, but they're doing most of them on their own. There's some partnerships, but a lot of it is on their own, and most of it is they're challenged to get things locally to the human beings on this planet. And so we are trying to bring them together. We're trying to do 3 things, and here's the letters I want you to remember. First is we're trying to amplify, A for amplify. We're trying to get their voice louder. We're trying to help them market, help them get their messages out to more people. Second letter is U. We're trying to unify them. We think we can do more things together. And the third letter is S. And we're trying to make it easier for all human beings on this planet to find them so they can get access to the services and programs that they provide. So that's the top layer. We're trying to bring every international, national, and local IP organization together under our umbrella. The lower part of the IP networks is the regional, country, and state IP alliances. All right, so these big organizations, they're having a hard time driving things local. Well, our bottom part of our network is the local piece. And so you should know that the Global IP Alliance is divided up into 5 regions of the world. Every single country is in one of those regions. We also have 2 countries that have launched IP alliances so far, the U.S. and on World IP Day, India launched. So we have 2 India and U.S. IP alliances, yep. And you're going to hear more about that today. And but even at the country level, I mean, that's still so high level. We also have our goal is to have state IP alliances and even more local IP alliances throughout the world. You should know in Georgia, when we first started, we were the Georgia IP Alliance. Today, there are about 20 states, the United States, that are covered with IP alliances. And what happens is you see great partnerships with these states and the national organizations in the United States partnering and driving a lot of value to the citizens of the United States. We want to take that across the world, and you're going to hear more about that today. As I wrap, I want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. First, why do we do this? Why do I do this? It's the people. I mentioned earlier, the last pandemic, there's going to be something else in the future. There's going to be another pandemic. Intellectual property is going to save the day again. We also love our movies and our TV shows and our art and all the other things. I mean, there's so many things we want. Healthy food, our cell phones. Intellectual property is going to give us everything we want. So it's the people that we're going to help get those things. But it's also the people like you that I get to work with. And I can just tell you this much. Many of you I didn't know a year and a half ago. Some of you I didn't even know a week ago. It's the people in this room, people watching us streaming around the world that I get to work with, that I get to be part of your team, that drive me. And I can promise you it is an amazing experience. So I encourage you to join the people of this movement to make it happen. And the last thought I want to share with you is this. A lot of people still ask me, why is intellectual property so important? You tell me about the COVID vaccine, you say it's going to give me everything I want in the future. I use an analogy, and I encourage you to take this analogy home. I compare intellectual property to oxygen. Oxygen. We don't taste it, we don't smell it, really don't think about it. But without it, we cease to exist. I truly believe intellectual property plays a very similar role in our life. And I encourage you to do everything you can to take intellectual property to the people around this world so that they get what they need and they can exist and have the wonderful lives they deserve. Thank you again for joining us today, and we're going to have an exciting rest of our day for you.
Thank you, Scott, for your inspiring words today, this morning. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the first panel in this morning. It will be moderated by Nikhil Marathe, who is the Executive Director of the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance, and also the Strategic and Operations Head of the Global Intellectual Property Alliance, who will lead this kickoff panel with respect to how to educate 1 billion students around the world with the help of intellectual property and collaborations with actors around the world. So, Nikhil, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sure. Yes, thank you. Okay, we can hear. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. We're going to start with the audacious goal, 1 billion people educated with IP, and what a panel we have here today. So, Scott talked about the 3 pillars of Global IP Alliance. Education awareness is clearly the first one, but one of the things that we all have to do on a regular basis. In whatever role you have, whether it's your customers, whether it's your corporates, whether it's students, many of you belong to universities. And awareness of IP is especially critical now because we are in a fast-changing world. We have climate change, we have poverty. There are 1 billion people that earn less than $2 a day, 4 billion people that earn less than $10 a day, and they are not going to do that. As they go up, become more prosperous, what is going to happen is they're going to need a lot more services. They're going to start a lot more businesses, and that's where intellectual property awareness is absolutely critical because it creates jobs in communities. And one of the things that I really like about this panel is that it covers the entire spectrum of IP awareness and education. So first, I should introduce myself. My name is Nikhil Marathe. I'm the Executive Director of the US IP Alliance, and I'm going to introduce our panelists. To my left is Chinwei. So Chinwei is the senior program manager for Michelson IP. Michelson IP has been involved deeply in IP education in the US. She herself is an accomplished attorney, a serial entrepreneur, so she brings a lot of personal experience to this game, and we're going to hear a lot about how they do IP awareness in the US. Next, I have Sherry. So Sherry, she's the principal of Knowles IP Strategies, which is a law firm focusing on pharmaceutical, biotech, patent law, and related matters. She's also the former chief patent counsel for GSK, and then right now she's the founder and executive director of the Malmer Knowles Family Foundation, which runs the global Kectil program. And what you're going to hear today is a little bit about the Kectil program. So thank you, Sherry. Next we have Oliver. So Oliver is the divisional director of the UK IP office. The UK's national IP office oversees all of its trademarks and designs operational delivery, law, and practice. Thank you, Oliver, for being here. Next we have Elizabeth. All right, so Elizabeth is the co-chair of the awareness committee of the US IP Alliance. That's how she starts, but she is also the Eastern Regional Director, Outreach Director of the U.S. Patent Office, responsible for leading USPTO's East Coast stakeholder outreach. So thank you, Elizabeth, for everything you do. And then we have Maria. So Maria is from Argentina. She's the Dean of the Universidad de San Andreas. Did I say that right? Close. But she's the dean of the law school there, but she's also the director of the WIPO Joint Master's Program in Latin America. So she's got a lot of experience in that field, and she's going to talk about that today. So let's start. Okay, I'm going to start with Chinwei. So Chinwei, Michelson IP has been involved with HBCUs. For the global audience, HBCUs is historical black colleges and universities in the US. You're doing a lot of outreach there. What initiatives or programs have been successful in raising IP awareness among students? From Chinwei, this is a question for you, for Michelson IP, but also Maria, you're involved with a lot of work in the Argentinian ecosystem and Latin America, really. So if you could talk a little bit about that.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Thank you. I want to take a step back really quickly because I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of names of foundations and organizations, but our organization has been around for about 9 years. And this is a special area of focus for our founder because he himself is an inventor. With over 900 patents to his name, he learned firsthand the value of patenting his ideas and then licensing them. And he realized the gap that exists, because how could he, a surgeon, be able to amass wealth with his patents and other people could not? And so over the last 9 years or so, we have developed a variety of IP education tools. So this is the only thing that we do, IP education. And we've partnered with community colleges over the last 10 years. We're partnering with, I believe, over 200 plus institutions. And our Udemy course, which is actually where our global footprint exists, touches, I think at last count, almost 29,000 students, and most of them in China, India. So we find that a lot of people, without any marketing, right, because most of our work has been focused on the US, there's a lot of hunger for this information. But the reason why we focus on the HBCU ecosystem in the US and largely underserved or underrepresented populations is that we realize that we need people, all people, to be participating in this in this innovation economy. We can't afford to leave people on the bench. I don't know if you've heard of the idea of the lost Einsteins, individuals in populations without access to resources who are just as brilliant and just as motivated to contribute, just don't have the information. And so society is the one that loses out. So with our work with the HBCUs, what we found is we really have to partner with educators. We can't go in there thinking we understand how to educate students. It's educators who are in the classroom who understand their students best. And so most of our resources are tailored to educators. And then we partner with different educators to refine those resources. And so we have basic templates, and then through our Educator in Residence program or our HBCU Futures Collaborative, we work with specific educators to sort of refine it for the population that we're trying to serve. This is only one of the populations that we are working to sort of reach. But again, like I said, we are hoping to bring everyone along on this journey because society deserves all of that potential to be realized.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Nikhil, and thank you, Chinwe. I'm very glad to join in here in this conversation, and thank you for having me on this wonderful and very distinguished panel. So yes, I have the honor of directing one of the WIPO joint master programs in the world. WIPO has several of these, one in each region at least. And we have the honor of hosting one of these programs, the one that corresponds to Latin America in Argentina, in Buenos Aires. And I have to say that today we've been speaking a lot about the outreach and the IP awareness in all fields and getting into schools and high schools. Well, I have to say that what we're doing today in our master's program is a bit recruiting agents of change, you know. Perhaps you say, well, we're preaching to the choir in a sense because the people who come to our university are already IP professionals. They work in IP or they have the desire to work in IP. Yet, we give them much more than just a theoretical training in IP. So perhaps we'll have students who come in from all over the region, all over Latin America, and they say, yes, I'm very interested in copyright because I'm interested in the arts and I would like to be a lawyer for the arts. And of course, I can relate perfectly to that. I started my career as an in-house attorney at Virgin Records, working in London under the helm of Richard Branson and signing on many recording artists, even the Rolling Stones. Although I'm a bit younger than the Rolling Stones, I try to point that out to my students. But in any case, yes, and at EMI Records in New York, so I can relate to that. But there is more than IP to that. There is more than that to being really an IP advocate, an IP agent of change in the world. And we have many lawyers also from private firms who represent multinational companies, and I say I can very much relate to that. I was a partner for many years at a law firm in Argentina, one of the largest, and I represented many powerful clients. But there is more than IP to that. There is more to IP than just that. And this is the thing, is to try to inspire in these young people, saying, do you realize what IP can do for your country and for your region? Do you realize how a strong IP system can really change the state of innovation in your country, the economic growth in your country, the development in your country? And so I believe that there is more than just this aspect of representing companies and whatnot. There is much more, and I'm often surprised because my students, when they leave Argentina and they go back to their countries all over the region, as I say, they say, I want to go back and sort of and you know, explain what IP is and what we have in our hands, you know, all over our region, and not only, of course, in Latin America, all over the world. But I speak specifically about our region. We have just amazing and very accomplished scientists and inventors. And often they do not find an easy way to patent. Often it is easier for them to publish than to patent. And we have to go there. We have to be there for them. And this is part of the work we do. So as I say, we recruit agents of change, and they go back to their country and they try to find the change that is necessary in their place of work, and they have many initiatives. I thought if you give me just one more minute, I'm going to show you, for example, some of our graduates in Costa Rica having initiatives in school. I'm not taking the credit for this at all, but many initiatives that happen with people all over Latin America, going to schools, going also to their national research centers where their scientists are. There's much work to be done, and I think each one of us from where we are try to reach, that outreach, try to advocate for IP, for a strong IP. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So a couple of great points that I heard. First is, 1 billion IP educated people is a big task, but if you break it up into parts and take bite-sized chunks of it, whether it's a geographical jurisdiction or a specific K-12 or a university, that's how we're going to do it. We're not going to be able to take the full, it's going to be hard, but all of us coming together, I think is going to be important. The other thing is we got 25 countries represented here today. Okay, so this is a chance for you to take notes. We have a break and the whole day today. Listen to what they're saying and see what you can, make the connections that we can take similar ideas, learn from each other, and take them across the globe. Talk about lost Einsteins, Chinwe. That's it's something that really needs to be done proactively. Thank you, both of you. I'm going to now talk about government. Both of you are with Oliver and Elizabeth. You're with the UK office in the USPTO. How do you see the role of government in maybe promoting IP education in schools, K-12, universities? How do you see that coming along? Maybe you can start with Oliver.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me onto the panel. It's great to be sitting here today with so many people interested in sort of education and awareness in the IP framework. So just before I answer the question, just very brief introduction. So I've worked in the UK IPO for 33 years, 1 month and 4 days. Not that I'm counting, of course. And it was something I've sort of reflected on that as we were hearing some of the opening remarks. So UK IPO was always really taking a lead on education and awareness raising within sort of communities, within schools, within universities, and it's something that we've always taken really seriously. And going back to that point about 33 years ago when I started, the internet didn't really exist, and I think in those opening remarks, we heard about how we need to have sort of innovative ways of getting these messages across. And I've always been proud of what we've done in the UK IPO, but I think in the modern sort of era that they're now living, those innovative ways, we really need to think about when we're creating educational packages for students and children, and really important. And I guess from my position in the UK IPO, we have some challenges because clearly government is really broad in terms of whatever country you're in, whether that's the US, UK, or any other jurisdiction. And of course, we can't directly influence the curriculum. We're not there to create it. But what we always try to do is to sort of work across government to try and sort of build sort of IP education and awareness in the curriculum. Essentially by helping to provide sort of resources and initiatives that we can then use as multipliers for educators to actually then sort of use within the school setting. So, we start young, and in fact, we start really young. So, I think one of our sort of initiatives, targets children from the very early age of the age of 4. So that's some of our initiatives actually start right then. So, just to give you a flavour for what that is, so this is our Cracking Ideas package. Now, I've always questioned this in terms of whether or not this has meaning across the world. So Cracking Ideas is an initiative that we launched with Aardman Animation. So they're the people that created Wallace and Gromit. So have you all heard of them?
Yes.
Yeah, great. So, as we know, Wallace from Wallace and Gromit is the world's greatest inventor. And, it's a series of films, a series of programs that really talks about innovation because of the fairly crazy ideas that he comes up with, the wrong trousers and all of that. So for us in the UK IPO, it was a clear mechanism that we could sort of try to partner up with Ardman to create activities, initiatives, packages that we could then get educators to use within schools. It's not IP heavy, it's not PowerPoint slides. These are people or children in the ages of 4 to 7, but it's really just starting to get them to think about innovation, IP creation, and sort of using that as a framework to sort of move forward as we go through the rest of the curriculum. So we definitely start young, trying to build that awareness from a very young age. We try to help educators incorporate in their teaching. So we've got an IP education framework that sets out the knowledge that's needed across all levels of education, right from primary school to higher education and universities. And essentially it's designed to help teachers and educators integrate that IP lessons into age-appropriate learning. We've got a website, so on our website we've got something sort of specifically dedicated. It's called IP Support Platform. Happy if you catch me later I can sort of give you the link to actually access that, and that's where a lot of these materials are sort of centralized. And we're pretty proud of the reach. Obviously the UK is a smaller country to the US, but our global reach, we've got 23,000 registered users of that particular platform. And we've done a bit of number crunching with all of this, and we've discovered that our online materials, workshops and exhibitions have reached over 250,000 young people and educators in the last calendar year. So again, something we're really proud on, and just trying to sort of build on that. So I think it's through this sort of holistic approach, really, sort of thinking about it from that very early age and building on the frameworks. Thanks.
Absolutely. One step at a time, and again, different chunks of different groups. Elizabeth.
Well, thank you, Nikhil, and I'm also extremely pleased to be on this panel. My only regret is that my colleague Joyce Ward, who is a vice chair for the USIPA, is unable to be here with us today. I speak not only on behalf of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, but on behalf of Joyce, because this is Joyce Ward's work. This is her life's work. This is her passion. She, in fact, serves as the director of the Office of Education and Outreach Success, which is really directed at K through 12 audiences, K through 20, K to gray indeed. And I'm sharing much of the information, relaying what her team has done, but the entirety of the USPTO. And Oliver, I appreciate your additional background because I've finally been able to put a finger on why we were put together. Because not only have we walked the same path, I think we must have started in our government agencies on about the exact same day. Not only did we not have the internet when I started at the USPTO, we were still searching prior art hard copy in the shoes and sending our office actions to the typing pool. So a very different day and age, and an exciting trajectory we've seen over our respective 33-year careers.
You're going to explain what typing pool is? Most people may not know what that is.
Well, as a patent examiner, you would either handwrite your office actions or dictate them into a dictaphone to then have them sent to a typist who would type them for you, because no one had a computer. But again, a very different day and age, and we're very thankful for the internet and its ability to reach across the globe, because like the UK IPO, we have a wealth of online resources. And if you haven't visited us at uspto.gov, I would strongly encourage you to do so, because we have so many downloadable materials, regularly positioned events and programs that are both virtual or hybrid or in-person, ad hoc and repetitive programs reaching a wide variety of audiences. Like the UK IPO, we take a very holistic approach. Our goal is to broaden access, opportunity, and participation in invention, innovation, and entrepreneurship for all ages. So we do that not only in providing resources to our students of all ages, but to their parents, their teachers, their coaches, their mentors, all of those who interact with them. And we do so with in-school materials as well as out-of-school materials, intergenerational materials. We want inventing, innovation, entrepreneurship to be a family activity, to be a team sport, to be something that everyone sees themselves as able to participate in. I would like to call out some of our very specific programs, just highlighting and hitting the highlights of some of the extraordinary and exemplary work we're doing in this area. One of which is our National Summer Teachers Institute, otherwise known as NSTI. NSTI this year is celebrating its 10th anniversary, and this unique opportunity brings teachers from K through 12 grade levels in for a week's training session free of charge. Free of charge, but there is a quid pro quo. In exchange for being brought in and provided with resources, education, connection, and networks, we then empower and require them to go back to their communities and serve as grassroots educators, not only investing in providing invention in IP education to their respective schools, but to their respective school districts. We recognize as the federal government that what is taught in schools is directed by the states. We cannot direct states as to what must be in the curriculum. However, just as our colleagues in the UK, we can provide them with resources, materials, individuals to help provide the necessary information, education to excite and ignite the opportunity for us to grow new inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs. This National Summer Teacher Institute, as I said, has been going for 10 years. This year we will be hosting it back at the USPTO headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. But over 10 years, we have reached nearly 500 participants, 500 teachers from all of the 50 states, Puerto Rico, Guam, and Japan. These teachers have been provided with over 22,000 hours of education to take back to their communities to serve as IP agents of change. I think that's such a beautiful way, Maria, to refer to these people that you have empowered to take the light, to take the baton, and to take it to their community. And that's what we're doing with our National Summer Teachers Institute. A newer program, but one which is having that same type of impact, is in 2023, we stood up our Master Teachers of Invention and IP Education program. This program, now transitioning into its second year, has empowered 22 teachers to again serve as these guiding lights, these IP agents for change in their communities. They serve as flashpoints, as points of connection, as network builders, people who are recognized as agents of change and able to help those who are new to the process of teaching invention, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We also have a program that we're extremely proud of, which is hosted both at the USPTO headquarters and at our Detroit regional office, and that's a work-based learning program. We have, through a community organization, been able to bring in students from underrepresented areas of our communities and hire them as GS1 employees, introducing them to the federal workforce and providing them with IP education and the opportunity to get their foot in the door as a member of the workforce. By combining STEM and IP learning with employment, we are finding that it creates a really sticky nature. And I don't say sticky because we're talking about kids, but because it becomes a part of their mindset. It's something that really adheres to their way of thinking. And it's something that we've done for several years, and it's through a program called the Urban Alliance. So maybe some of you might be able to grow something similar in your communities. I'd be remiss if I didn't call out our Camp Invention, which is conducted in part with the National Inventors Hall of Fame. And of course, the work we do with the Smithsonian Institution. Last but not least, and I know we have a lot of conversations still to be had, I do want to call out the National Innovation, Inclusive Innovation Strategy that was released by our director, Kathy Vidal, on our celebration of World IP Day, which was held on May 1st of this year on Capitol Hill. If you haven't had the opportunity to read this multi-page document, I would encourage you to do so, because it sets a roadmap not only for our nation but our world as to how to empower and encourage and develop new means, new templates, new resources for students and learners of all ages. So again, that's the National Inclusive Innovation Strategy. You can find it on our website. I highly encourage you to download it before you get on your plane to head home. It'd be some good reading for that downtime. Nikhil, back to you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. There's also a USPTO website for education. I forget the link. Embark IQ? No.
Or Equip HQ.
Equip HQ. Sorry.
Has lots of great hands-on resources for engaging activities, materials, storytelling, and it's broken down by age groups. So very parent and teacher friendly.
Very, yeah. And that's the best part. It's very user-friendly, really great website. Thank you for sharing that. A common theme that we keep hearing is empowering IP advocates, empowering train the trainer. Chinwe talked about that. Maria talked about that. Oliver and Elizabeth talked about that. I'm going to now ask Sherry to talk a little bit about what she does. But before I do that, we were putting this panel together and we were talking about K-12 education. This is how we broadly think about K-12 and university. And then we have Sherry, who works with kids who have never gone to school. So which category do they fall in? And that was just so, a stark reminder of the world we live in, that we have to make sure that we are reaching every part of that society. So Sherry, she has a few slides she wants to share. Sherry, please share. Sherry, by the way, works with the KECTO program in Africa, Latin America, Asia, some of the poorest countries, and I'll stop here and go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for that introduction. And I'm so thrilled to be here today. I see some good friends out in the audience. Congratulations to Scott, to Maria, to everyone who's putting together this GLIPA fantastic program. I'm really glad to be here to be part of this and talk a little bit about the KECTO program and what we do. And so this is our KECTO map. We're currently in 80 countries around the world. We only focus on developing countries. If the youth is in a developed country, they're not in this program. It's only developing countries. We started this out in 2016. It was created as a nonprofit in the United States, Malmar Knowles Family Foundation. And then we kicked off in 2017, and we are all over the place. We have now youth who are members of of this program in these countries. I won't read them all. When I go to certain conferences, I read out each one and I get claps, but I won't do that today. Here's the second list. It goes all the way we start from Afghanistan and we go all the way to Zimbabwe. So we have a very long list of countries that we're active in. So we started out in 2016, and the people in this room are intellectual property lawyers or attorneys. When you think about the practice of law, we have the practice that has the most international reach. So if you're filing a patent application, you're working on a patent, you're working on a trademark, you typically want global protection. So that naturally causes us to reach out to colleagues all over the world. I don't know of any other practice of law which is more international than IP. So we started out in 2016 saying we have, really smart colleagues all over the world. We also have inventors all over the world that we've worked with, that we filed patent applications for. Why don't we put all these people together as a mentoring group and to help the youth in developing countries? Our age group is 17 to 27. And the reason why we picked that group is because we think that's a very vulnerable time in someone's life. 17 to 27, that's when you decide what you're going to be for the rest of your life. That's when you decide what kind of job you're going to get, and are you going to go to school? How are you going to be educated? What are you going to do? And unfortunately, a lot of youth in developing countries can take a left turn. They can get frustrated. The unemployment rate is incredibly high in certain countries. The cost of money is incredibly high. So the challenges of entrepreneurship, of education, of employment, very difficult. So that sometimes causes youth in developing countries to take a left turn instead of a right turn. And so we wanted to get these youth at that very vulnerable time, and I call them youth. They think they're adults, and they are adults, but in my mind, they're young adults, or they're youth. And so we started out, and we just put it on opportunity boards. We offered a free mentorship course for youth in developing countries. We didn't know if anybody was going to come, and it was a challenging initiative because we didn't even know how really to set up a global program on the internet. How would we beam that in? Would the youth come in trying to do the program on their cell phones? Would they do it on their computers? How could they get connected? For the youth who are in developing countries who don't have the internet in their homes, would they have to, walk somewhere to get the internet? We didn't know. So we started out, we actually got 280 colleagues from 32 countries. We call them colleagues. They're KECTO colleagues. By 2018, we had 700. And then 2019, we went up to 63 countries. During the COVID years, it was, of course, it was a very difficult time in developing countries. The unemployment was soaring. The health problems were bad. Mental health problems were bad because people were isolated. They didn't have jobs. They were worried about where the money was coming from. How were they going to support themselves? How were they going to help their families? That was a very tough time. But then as we start to emerge out of that, we found a big boom of youth who wanted to be part of this program. And we had over 1,200 colleagues from 105 countries in 2023. And now this year we have 2,000 colleagues from 80 countries. And we're very proud of that. Our organization includes innovation and entrepreneurship, but it's not just innovation and entrepreneurship. That's part of a bigger program. So we have the KECTO 10 points of leadership, mission, passion, vision, ethics, compassion, equality, and respect. Good government, that's a tough one. That's a tough one in some of these countries. Personal presentation, team building, and measurable accomplishments. Those are our 10 points that we talk about all year long. We have an online module system. Our teaching program this year has 7 modules. This is what the assignment schedule is. This is what our portals are. We start out with authentic leadership. What does it mean to be a leader? And a number of these youth in developing countries are in countries that may not have freedom of the press. They may not have freedom of speech. They may be in a very patriarchal society where youth are taught to listen, not to speak. How are you going to learn to be a leader if you can't speak? If you can't have any ideas, if you're supposed to be taught what your ideas are? So we help them practice coming up with big ideas and then learning how to communicate them. That's how you learn how to be a leader. So when the youth come into the program, they're migrated from our public website to our passcode protected website, and we tell them, we give them a safe space. We monitor that safe space very carefully so that they can come in and speak the kinds of ideas that they want to talk about. So Within the KECTL program, we have a module on entrepreneurship and innovation. That's very important because the unemployment rate is so high in some of these countries. So if you can't get a job, you kind of have to create a job. And how do you create a job? Many times with innovation, okay? We have technology for leaders. But we also have good governance, mental health, finance, environment, achieving gender balance, and then reflecting on the program at the end of the year. We have social media with a major engagement. We have a lot of talking on the passcode protected website, and we love that talking. And by the way, we give honors for the youth who are the most active in the program and the ones who post their assignments and get the most comments. So guess what country and representative had the first assignment on authentic leadership that engendered the most comments around the world in developing countries? A female from Afghanistan. Okay, we have a big program in Afghanistan, and we have like 200 to 300 youth from Afghanistan who are in our program, and about half of those are females. Now, we know there's gender apartheid going on in Afghanistan right now. The females can't even leave their house without permission. They can't get a job. They can't go to school. But what they can do is they can join the KECTL program, and they can do that in their house on the internet, and they can meet youth all around the world, and they can talk about things like innovation and entrepreneurship and ideas, and just that helps with mental health. We have a lot of youth in Pakistan. We've got youth all over Africa. We've just got youth everywhere. So we've got a book series. Our first book that we published was on females in society. We're working on one on mental health having to do with youth. We have a podcast, YouTube, blogs, expert interviews. Okay, we'll tell you, we've run conferences all over the world. Here's this is just a subgroup of the youth who came into our Vietnamese conference. We've had one in Taiwan. This was associated with the World IP Forum. We had in KECTL, India, as also part of the World IP Forum. We had a group of people of which these were representatives. We had another KECTL India conference in January of this year. The person that I'm standing next to, I guess to my right as you're looking at it, he's one of the first 5 Indian astronauts. He was just selected to go to the space program. India has now picked a number of people who are going to be trained in the United States, go back to India and be part of the space program. And he was there for both days of our KECTL conference in India, which was super exciting. We've had KECTL Uganda conference. Here we are in Nigeria. Here we are in Kenya. And I've just returned from Zambia. And in Zambia, we had a very engaged group of over 350 youth in Lusaka. We had a full program on patent law. We had a panel with McLean Zabanda, who is an expert in patent law in South Africa and talks about African continent IP generally, and encouraging these youth. And we had so many questions about entrepreneurship and education in Zambia. And then the next one that we're going to, we pride ourselves in going to outreach in remote places. Well, this is a KECTL Atlanta conference. We've had several KECTL Atlanta conferences, but here's our next one, Papua New Guinea. Who would ever think that we have an engaged group who want to hear about innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership all the way in the middle of Oceania. We have probably 200 youth there, and we're going to have a conference for them. We're super excited. That's going to be in August. I can tell you, it is not easy to get to Papua New Guinea. I have been on the phone trying to find air flights and everything else to get out there. I think they are isolated, but the more isolated you are, the more we need to get out there. We need to be talking about IP. It's part of the GLIPA initiative of 1 billion people. You won't make it until you get to the isolated parts also. Okay, thank you. So this is it. If you're interested in helping us with youth around the world in developing countries, please do that. They've got very special needs, very high unemployment, not a dearth of role models, and they've got, the cost of money is incredibly high. It can, in Zambia, where I just came from, it's 35% is the cost of money right now. You can't borrow money. So then they're saying, how can we be an entrepreneur? How can we innovate when the cost of money is 35%? So they have all kinds of problems, and the problems that they have in developing countries are unique from the problems that you see youth having in developed countries. And so we have to specialize in that too. We have to go all over the world. If we're going to meet this goal of 1 billion people, we have to understand, what are the youth facing in developing countries? What are their challenges? They're high and they're big, and we need all of your help. So thank you.
What a wonderful presentation. I mean,
Thank you.
a picture speaks 1,000 words, but those are a million words right there. I mean, just the impact. What I really liked about this is, we talk about abstract IP in terms of law and legal sense, but this is really making, taking IP to the grassroots and training people to be responsible for their own lives. That's creating jobs in their communities. That's what that IP means, and you're connecting the dots. This is so phenomenal. Thank you so much. Maria, you're involved with something like this in Latin America. Can you share a few thoughts?
Well, much more modestly, I have to say this is such a wonderful program, Sherry. I'd love to
And we were in South America, by the way. I forgot, I didn't have a picture of that.
Oh, we need the
picture. We were in Peru and Ecuador.
Okay, excellent.
Just a few months ago.
Well, please do count on us to help with this project. I really find it very inspiring. But yes, our idea is we go to schools, often with many of our students, we go to schools and we speak about entrepreneurship and IP. In fact, in our college now, since I've been the dean of the law school, we have put IP as a mandatory subject for those students who major in digital business, and also for the AI engineering students. So we definitely think that there is a field there where they have to work. Now, one of the initiatives, though, that I think is so important is in this, and we are a university, we have a center for research in IP and innovation, and we tend to, do a lot of research in this area so as to publish investigations that will be helpful for positive policy making in our region. And I think it's very interesting to bring to the table something that there is a very interesting research. It is with a public university. Many people in Argentina know this article that was written by Darío Codner. He's in the National University of Quilmes. But I think that this is also an important point. He has pointed out how in his publicly funded university, how many of the projects and research projects initiated there and funded by our state, our taxpayers, how it has not been patented, and many of these articles that they have published have ended up in patents over China and other countries. So, and I think it's very interesting that we have the data to back this up, so that also our policymakers can realize that if we do not reach scientists and innovators and entrepreneurs in time, things are published before they are patented. And I think that this is a very essential. So what we try to do in our university habitat is to try to bring out these articles and these publications so as to show the data that this is actually happening today, and that we need to arrive in time with our IP policies for our entrepreneurs and our innovators in time, so that they do publish so that they do patent before they actually disclose. And so this is a very, let's say, from our university standpoint, it is a big a jump that we have to make in order to get this information out.
Absolutely, very critical. Very critical. Thank you for that additional insight. I'm going to ask a question for Elizabeth and Oliver. from a government perspective, one of the things we need to educate people is about anti-counterfeiting. How do you do that? How do you reach the audience that you need to? I mean, things cheap. Counterfeit things are cheap. I mean, what's your message? How do you do that?
Thank you, Nikhil, and I'll jump in first on this one. In Scott's opening remarks, he talked about the lack of IP awareness. And in people's lack of understanding and appreciation of the role and importance of intellectual property, it also results in a lack of respect because they don't respect what they don't understand. So with this lack of respect for the creation and protection of intellectual property comes this acceptance of it's okay to buy counterfeits. Counterfeits and knockoffs, it's a faceless, nameless crime. Who am I hurting? I'm just getting something for a cheaper, better price. Who doesn't like to save money these days? So you're right, Nikhil. We have a huge job ahead of us. And the USPTO is trying to hit it in a number of different ways. One of which is through something we do on a regular basis, and that's collaborate across government. We continue to support the program Stop Fakes, which is hosted by our colleagues in the Department of Commerce in the International Trade Administration. The Stop Fakes platform is not only a platform, an online platform with guides and toolkits really designed primarily for small business. It also hosts a series of roadshows across the nation. These connect small business owners with the resources of the federal government from not only the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, but the Department of Justice, the FBI, Homeland Security, educating and informing small businesses how to protect and enforce their IP and what to do if they find that there are counterfeits coming into the country. How can they work with respective government agencies to stop this activity? We also participate with the U.S. Trade Administration, with the USTR, in providing information to the annual 301 report. In addition, we have our IP attaches. Some of you had the opportunity last evening to meet two of our IP attaches who were able to attend our networking and evening session. These 13 individuals are located across the globe, particularly in hotspots, areas where there is the need for assistance, education, information on the ground. We have 3 positioned in China alone. These IP attaches serve as a connection to resources in country, connecting people with not only manufacturing opportunities, but also connecting them with what they need to protect and enforce their IP when working in a certain region of the country. You can find the list of IP attaches on our website. We were fortunate to just have 4 of them here in Atlanta, participating in a series of stakeholder events. They were recently also on the ground in Orlando and come into town every December to host a series of roundtables and educational offerings. Last but not least, again, just hitting some of the highlights, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out our collaboration with NCPC, the National Crime Prevention Council. Anyone here old enough to remember McGruff the crime dog? Well, McGruff is still out there barking loudly about stopping counterfeiting, stopping fakes. We have partnered with the NCPC since June of 2020 with online, social, and hard copy resources, as well as radio announcements. And I don't know if there's any NASCAR fans in the audience. We were actually featured on car number 53, Joey Gacy, in the Daytona 500, alongside the NCPC and McGruff the crime dog. We were featured on his car, bringing awareness and information, again, to diverse audiences, to individuals who probably don't see themselves as connected to intellectual property, when yet we know they are. So those are some of our efforts, again, to try and reach across the ecosystem and alert people to the dangers, first and foremost, of buying counterfeits, but also what it does to the rights holders.
Great points, right? What's in it for me? I mean, you tell them how it's important for the ecosystem and for themselves. Thank you. Oliver.
Yeah, and yeah, very similar to Elizabeth. And yeah, just to confirm, Elizabeth, I also remember the typing pool. But yeah, very similar initiatives. UKIPO has got a counter-infringement strategy. Yeah, and part of that is to educate consumers about the dangers of buying fake goods, but also the benefits of buying genuine ones as well. So, similarly, working across government, things like our trading standards, consumer affairs bodies, working with businesses. So, we've tied up with Amazon and Meta to support some of their counterfeit goods awareness campaigns. And again, as I touched on earlier, I think it's trying to work out ways that is going to have real resonance with the consumer. It's great. We can all say must respect IP, and that's going to sort of resonate with some people. But as Elizabeth said, that's not going to resonate with everybody. So I think is really thinking about how you can innovate around some of that. I think one of the most powerful bits of sort of consumer activity that IPO has been involved in recent years, and this is where I really wish I had a picture I could show you, so I'll try and describe it. So we ran a campaign about sort of fake goods, and particularly focusing on the dangers that come particularly in the field of sort of electrical goods, and it featured 2 sets of hair straighteners. Now, I don't need them myself, so I'm not too worried. But in relation to these 2 sets of hair straighteners, we had the real genuine product on the left-hand side and the fake product on the right-hand side. And what we did was we took an X-ray of these 2 products. And what you could see, comparing and contrasting the 2, was on with the genuine goods, you could see all the electrical conductors, all the elements that featured things that made people that were using those particular devices safe, to prevent overheating, to prevent electrical shocks. And you compared that then to the counterfeit product that had virtually nothing. And to me, that was a really powerful thing that gets that message across. And I think in turn that really does help with our ambition, which is to essentially make infringement socially unacceptable in the UK, so and around the world. So yeah, it's that sort of thing: education, awareness, working through partners, and really thinking about things about how we can resonate those messages.
Thank you so much. I think one theme we also get here on this panel is about how governments need to and do regularly work with private entities, NGOs, right? It's a public-private partnership. The governments can't do everything. They don't have unlimited budgets, as we all know. We're almost wrapping up. Just one question I have for Chinwe. So Chinwe, with your Michelson IP efforts across IP education, what are some things that you could share with us that, some insights that you have that would drive this IP education message across?
Thank you, Nikhil. And I realize after listening to our distinguished panelists and all of your incredible experience that I did a very unlawyerly-like thing by not introducing myself or telling you anything about why you should be listening to me. And I bring this up because the other piece about this space is that IP is so niche. Right? I don't know about you, but the many practitioners that I've spoken to who end up in this space end up here in a roundabout way. Not everyone sort of goes to law school and says, hey, I want to be an IP attorney. And those of you who knew, fantastic, and I'm very happy for you. You've probably been doing such great work for such a long time. But for me, I didn't go to law school to be an IP attorney. I went to law school because I was doing events at the university level and interacted with a bunch of musicians who were signing contracts they didn't know anything about. And when I asked them, do you read these things? They're like, no, as long as we get paid, we don't care. And that kind of scared me. And because of that, I went to law school. And it was actually after law school when I volunteered to put on a comic book convention in Nigeria that I saw really this gap. And similar to kind of what's been discussed earlier about practitioners, change makers, not knowing that IP is at the core of their superpower, that's exactly what I saw, right? Kekjol, the amazing work that's being done at the master's level to teach, change makers, right? You see this, but really the gap is filled when you have IP education. So for us, one of the key things that we think will move the needle is resources that are accessible. We talk in jargon all the time, right? And for those in the patent space particularly, right? You talk to a client about their application and their eyes glaze over, especially if they're small business owners. So our selling point at Michelson is not only that our resources are free, but they're also communicated in a layman's language so that anyone can sort of get closer to IP because you're not using legal jargon. I think that that's especially critical when you're talking about an international community, right? We have so many different languages represented here. So think about the resources that we have available and trying to communicate it to maybe a non-English speaking population. How important it is to make sure that language is also a barrier that we reduce. So I think at the end of the day, with all of the great work that we're doing in the education space, one, we have to keep in mind who is the end user. It's not always a company. Maybe it's a small community where innovation is happening and maybe they don't know that it's IP based because the resources aren't in their language or the resources aren't easily accessible because it's, jargon written. And I think that that's why it's important for us to make sure that we keep those audiences in mind. When we talk about, outside of the corporate space, that's how we bridge that gap. And I think the last thing I would say, especially for those students that are in the room from, the law school, we want more representation within the profession. You need people in the communities that you are serving to step up as these change makers because they'll be able to also help bridge that gap. So that's why for us at Michelson, it's not just about educating the students to remain students. It's also expanding that information so that we can encourage more practitioners to enter the field. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Thank you, Chinwe. What a wonderful panel. A round of applause, please. Thank you. We're out of time, but I'll just summarize a few big themes that I got today. First is public-private partnerships. Lots of governments want to do this. The WIPO wants to do this, but we have to work with NGOs and private partnerships on this, on getting the message out. Train the trainer. That's how you reach 1 billion. You can't reach them directly. Make it about the people. Talk in their language, right? Make it accessible. Again, great points. Reach out to these folks in the break. We got, I think, 20 minutes, Mafi? No? All right. Okay. All right.
No, we have, sorry, but we have a bit of delay in the agenda, and we are panelists that have to travel in the afternoon. So we're going to make a 15-minute break sharp. So please go and enjoy your coffee, your tea, and there's sort of nice things there for you awaiting. Thanks for joining our panel, and thanks our panelists.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we could.
Good morning, already? Could you have a seat, please? Okay. Thanks for being here, the ones that returned from the break. I hope you enjoyed your break. Well, today I have the honor to moderate this amazing panel. Few panelists representing the whole world here with me, so it's for me a really pleasure to lead this panel on artificial intelligence, entrepreneurship, and intellectual property. As you know, small and medium-sized enterprises make up 90% of business globally, creating 2 out of every 3 jobs worldwide, supporting the livelihoods of over 2 billion people, according to the World Economic Forum latest figures. Owners and managers in such firms have a lot on their plate, as you know. but not too many resources. Lots of them simply do not know where to start, especially with respect to IP. Many are not aware or fully engaged with the proper use of the IP system. Digital technologies are creating opportunities for SMEs to trade and reach international markets, and there is a widespread use of AI to innovate and gain competitive edge in various industries. This panel, therefore, will talk about starting businesses using AI and protecting ideas, and how those two worlds come together. Our panel will discuss why IP and AI is important for business, especially SMEs. Panelists will share stories of success, talk about IP and starting business go hand in hand, talk about opportunities to have IP strategies benefiting more entrepreneurs during the life cycle of the business around the globe. Here our panel, and with them, we are going to dive into these fascinating topics. So here with me in the panel, to my left, Mr. Pravin Anand, partner of Anand and also the chairman of the recently created India Intellectual Property Alliance. As for those of you that were here at the beginning, Scott mentioned that the idea of the alliance is going local as soon as possible, and our Indian colleagues decided also to take our baton, and they just launched the alliance 2 months ago. We are so proud of having our first son or daughter being now with us in India. 80 GLIPA associates working hand in hand in order to bring IP to the hands of the world in India. So it's a pleasure having you here, Pravin. Then to my left also, Professor Ryan Abbott, who is here with us as an AI expert, physician, world speaker on issues on AI, mediator, and many other things. An amazing son of my dear colleague and beloved Professor Fred Abbott, who was key in my introduction to the IP world and always giving me strength in order to fight the hard battles of negotiating the IP trade chapter with the US. That was kind of a hectic moment in life. So his father was the advisor of the Colombian government. So we were having lots of talks when I was in my younger age, kind of 10 years ago. Then Stephanie Kushu, to my left side, she's the executive director of NFL, an interesting company running business with AI, and she's an advocate and a passionate about AI and endeavors worldwide, speaking with youngsters, speaking in D&I events, and also very actively in their AIPLA chapters and committees. So thanks for joining us and coming from far away to be with us today. Then further and to my left, my dear friend and colleague Carlos Olarte, who has been, my first neighbor when I joined Baker McKenzie in Colombia when I graduated from school. He was the left friend from the office on the side, and Carlos had a big office, and I said, oh my God, this guy is important, because my office was a bit smaller because I was just a newly graduate. And then we had interesting conversations on intellectual property, patents, and I think listening to him at the beginning, he was an inventor at that point in time, and I had to have the experience of listening to her thoughts and ideas about bringing a product into market, and I said, oh, come on, that sounds kind of cool, because I was working on the health registration department. So lots of stories with Carlos together since, 35-year journey, and now we walk our dogs together in our neighborhood because he's my neighbor. And then to my far left, Mr. Guy Pesa. I cannot say many things about this guy because he's just wonderful. Between inverted commas, a great guy, a spirited guy with whom and his name is Guy, no? Guy, that he has been pivotal with GLIPA because he has opened the door in order to collaborate successfully with entrepreneurs and all the amazing tools that they are having, so collaborating quite good with them. So this is a dream panel. Thanks for joining me today, and I will start the conversation with Guy today. You know, many things happening with entrepreneurship, AI, and IP. So what are the trends, Guy? How do you see this world moving on those aspects and on those realms?
Thanks, Maria, and again, good day, everyone. So I was asked to speak about key trends in this interface between IP, an AI-driven world, and an intangible, innovative ecosystem. So I would like to begin with a caveat. The trends that I will speak about are not new trends, but I think they've reached a certain tipping point which implicates on the work that we all do, each one in his own domain, the work we do at WIPO in the context of IP as a key business enabler, the work that GLIPA is doing, and I think also the work that all of you practitioners are doing. So the first trend that is reaching, I would say, another tipping point is the continuous increasing rise of the intangible economy, as practically the world that we are living in, and the numbers say the entire story. So from a worldwide value of $8 trillion in 1996 to $62 trillion in 2023, from 70% of the S&P companies in 1975 to 90%, around 90% in 2022. And over the last 25 years, what we see is an increase in intangible investments, approximately 30%, whereas investment in tangible investments have decreased by 13%. So intangibles are everywhere, all across industries and different sectors, and this naturally implicates on the centrality of IP. The role IP plays for businesses, and we speak a lot about the potential of IP, the prospects of IP for business growth, but the main point that I want to make is the following. IP is no longer a luxury good. IP is no longer a premium that companies can benefit from. IP practically becomes a business necessity. You just can't manage if you don't know how to connect your business to IP, how to navigate the IP realms. So this is the first trend. The second trend, which again is not something entirely new, but we are increasingly living in a world that for businesses it's a regime complex of IP rights. So I don't have the slides on the screen, but usually we have a slide with some of the original schemes of the patent claims for Bell's telephone, and on the other extreme edge, any current mobile device. Just think about the different IP rights that necessitate from a mobile device at the end of the day. Design, patents, copyright, content, trade secrets, everything is there, and this cut crosses all different industries, from fashion to the publishing industry. So every product and every service today involves the regime complex of IP rights. Again, this is something that impacts on the way businesses need to address their interface with IP management. And the last trend is what we cluster under the diffusion of groundbreaking technologies as a basic business resource. I would say as a basic means of production. So Ryan and I think almost 6 years ago, the first project that I did at WIPO was a guide, not yet published, on IP and AI implications for SMEs. And our claim 6 years ago was that practically AI is diffused all across sectors and for businesses of all types. Now, when we presented it 6 years ago, people, some of them rubbed their eyes. There was, everybody thought that AI inventions are just for the big companies, and same thing for other dimensions. But what we see today, I think already we're living in a world that the diffusion of AI makes it relevant to businesses of all sizes and from all sectors. At the end of the day, mom and pop shops are practically using AI for logo design, marketing, product delivery, and so on. Just to give you a few numbers, and I'll close with them. 1 of 3 inventions that is filed today is connected in some way to digital technologies, and some studies demonstrate that businesses' adoption of AI had increased significantly, reaching around 40% of business already now. Now again, what is the connection to IP? At the end of the day, the connection to IP is straightforward. IP is one of the key legal mechanisms that governs, regulates AI, and then again it goes back to the fact that if you want not just to flourish, but practically to survive in an AI-driven world, IP becomes your compass for navigating. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. And now is the time to check what are the latest trends on AI. These things are changing every single day, and one cannot keep the pace on, new rulings, new things, new adventures, new startups. It's a kind of a very hectic journey. Try to catch up with what is happening out there. So here with me, Professor Ryan Abbott, and then my question to you will be, what sort of IP issues are SMEs working with AI facing?
Sure, and it's great to be here and see so many familiar faces, and very excited to be on this panel. It was nice of Maria to mention my dad too, who some of you may know is an IP professor, and speaking of the education panel, I do from time to time meet someone who may or may not know the relation, but who will mention they're in IP because they took a class with my dad and they thought it was interesting. So, there's something to the whole educating an IP people thing, clearly. I'm not sure if they're happy they later took that class, but they did it. By contrast, my eldest daughter, who's 16, recently had a school essay on the impact AI was going to have, and I said, well, you could have asked me. I know something about that, maybe. But I read it, and I said, oh, this is a lot better than I thought you would have done. She said, oh, I had ChatGPT write it. So it's a true story. So what sort of problems are SMEs facing? Well, these things that we were talking about for funsies 6 years ago have now suddenly become like real problems, and businesses are not just saying, well, what should we do about this? But we're getting sued over this, or, we hadn't really thought about this, but now we really clearly do need to think about it, because AI and IP has become, central to a lot of business activities where it didn't used to be. We were talking about AI and copyright and computer-generated works and infringement on machine learning training, and now there's 30 or so fairly high-profile lawsuits in the United States about whether or not you can train AI systems on copyright-protected data, from dozens of class actions to the New York Times suing OpenAI and Microsoft. I think some of us saw a few days ago Scarlett Johansson's voice may or may not have been kind of used or piggybacked on by OpenAI's new AI avatar. So people are very interested in things like personality rights and name, use, and likeness issues. Policymakers are very actively engaged with this and thinking about passing new laws. I'm a mediator and arbitrator at JAMS these days, and we deal with dispute resolution, and businesses are increasingly having AI-related disputes, because when you use AI in business or to make or use intellectual property, you have disputes about it. So you have very complex systems of people curating data, training models, licensing models, enterprise models, user models. Disputes arise in this, complex systems break in complex ways, and that is the sort of stuff of which litigation nightmares are made. That you have firms looking at discovery of vast amounts of information and systems and contracts, and this is the sort of thing that mediation and arbitration is designed to help resolve more quickly and efficiently, and to have neutrals who, you know, unlike a generalist judge may know something about the technical subject matter at it. Last month, JAMS, which I helped co-author, released AI dispute resolution rules. So for generally companies that are putting together contracts, often with platform providers, the parties can opt into dispute resolution rules. This can include the new JAMS AI rules, and it means that if you have a dispute, JAMS will pre-select an arbitrator or a mediator with technical expertise, so you're not explaining to someone what AI is or what data is or what the issues are, that there's confidentiality around the proceeding in a way that there isn't with many arbitration or mediation rules, or certainly with litigation. There's a precept protective order, and expert discovery on any technical matter is done by an expert selected by the neutral, pre-screened by JAMS, so you're getting a more independent neutral. The cost is shared by the parties, and for any discovery, it's done in a controlled environment by the holder of the technical matter at issue. So it really reduces the risk of loss of trade secrets and confidential information. I did trade 1 minute to Stephanie for a beverage, so I should probably wrap up my preset comments there.
Thank you, Brian. Very interesting thoughts, and wow, many things happening there, and good thing about having people that can, help out to solve problems before getting into trials, and lots of things. So thanks. Now I will pass the mic to Carlos and talk a bit about the early entrepreneurship journey. These companies start in a moment in time in which conditions are different. No, every stage of the way has different challenges and opportunities. So, Carlos, what can you tell this audience about this early entrepreneurship journey?
Can I use my presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the best way to answer that question is just very specifically to dive in what, as a firm, we've been doing in Colombia regarding early stage deep tech startups. I use a knot here as a metaphor because it really is just trying to untie a bunch of different obstacles you have in the ecosystem. Principal among them, and completely aligned with a lot of the stuff that Scott said regarding what GLIPA is doing, is really raising awareness as to how this works, and especially from the venture capital side, is educating the money side as to how this works. And specifically, I mean, if deep tech is weird in the US, it's even weirder outside the US. So it's really educating folks about an asset class that's just completely unheard of, and getting some of that appetite going in Colombia. We have 3 things we're doing with other partners in Colombia. One was starting off with a baseline deep tech report. The Inter-American Development Bank last year prepared a deep tech report for all of LATAM. It's pretty good, but it was only identified publicly funded companies, and that obviously missed a bunch of early stage stuff. And in Colombia, we identified a little bit, almost close to 40 different projects. What the problems were with the ecosystem and these particular projects, and specifically what sectors, and in Colombia in particular, electrical, ag tech, a lot of circular economy technology, and some basic bio. And that's a little bit different as you go around some of these other countries. Argentina has a pretty well-developed deep tech in bio. In particular, they have an outfit called GridX that's been doing a really good job, and we're kind of starting to emulate that on our end when we're trying to build a fund as well as a firm. And this particular report is a great baseline to see where it's going. And, this is the first time this has been done in Colombia for deep tech. These are just, as well, some of the discoveries we identified, and what we kind of need to do as an ecosystem, not just our firm, but the rest of the firm, the rest of the ecosystem. We also developed with this partner called Mente X down there next to our firm's name, a program to get business and co-founders on the technology side together. That's something that GridX in Argentina does really well. They have about 10-year start on us. To get together CEOs, basically, people with, from the financing world together with co-founders or founders, and sometimes the business side becomes a co-founder. That's really the idea. And this is a way of also being able to scale up. So we don't have any expectation that any of these projects will, by themselves, just going, for example, to this Sciencepreneurs thing, be able to reach their goals. But many times, what we're seeking is flipping them into the U.S., working with VCs in the U.S., maturing them. And it's something that GridX, for example, does, and they try to get them into the SOSV system, the HACS, the Indie Bio sphere in the United States. So this particular project, we co-developed an academic program, if you will, for both the business side and the tech side. And finally, we've also developed, it's an ecosystem. You need to be able to amplify your message, educate, and we started this Deep Tech Alliance with members of the funding community in general, I would call them. So we have everything here from local business universities to large companies, chambers of commerce, and a couple of larger companies as well. Boston Scientific is right now the only multinational here. But most of these other folks are very interested in deep tech, ag tech, circular economy, and they want to push the ecosystem from the business side especially, and the funding side as well. How does this work? How to get it together? These are the particular goals of the Alliance for until 2027. We'd like to get up to 100 different startup projects in Colombia. Those are the investments. I can go into the details if you want later on. And internally, this is to close off, the firm adopted a funding scheme to help up startups that we identify, we see as viable. This is very early stage, but this is very similar to what a number of law firms, Wilmer Hale, Cooley, especially out in California, already have, which is adopting a client with the hopes that it'll probably turn out well, and you provide them a funding amount, and in particular services to get them going. So that's kind of where we are in Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Interesting journey, and lots of interesting key members of the ecosystem to work together on these initiatives promoting entrepreneurship in Colombia. And now with Pravin, pleasure having you here, Mr. Pravin Anand. And I would like to touch base with you with respect to, you have been a long-standing IP advocate in the Indian IP ecosystem landscape, with lots of experience throughout your career, and this is just the perfect scenario for you to share with us kind of your insights on the success or the failure stories when startups used or ignored IP. A bit of that part of the experience, and if you can share with us some of your thoughts on that.
Thank you. I think I've seen over the years, I would say at least 4 decades, that almost everybody needs an intellectual property strategy, whether it's a startup in AI or in any other field, using AI or creating AI. And we've got lots of stories of failures. One story is that of the Simputer. Simputer was the first PDA, a personal data assistant, which enabled people in the agricultural field, farmers standing in fields, get to know instantly the value of crops, the season, how's it going, when rain is going to onset, all those things, much before other companies came up with such devices. And this was developed in Bangalore in India, but they got no IP protection, nothing whatsoever. The result, the moment they exported the Simputer, and it could have been a great, great product with hundreds of patents, They were sued and they were stopped, and the legal fees itself appeared to be bigger than normal damages. And so they were out of business. The Simputer story is one. Tata's had sued a company called WIPO. WIPO is a very large Indian company that did not do its due diligence in time. They adopted Bubbles for children, a fantastic soap for children, very highly successful. Huge amount of advertising was spent in developing that, and then they were sued by Tata's, who had a washing soap called called Double. And Double and Bubbles were regarded as phonetically similar. They were stopped. They are out of business. And it closed down their division. The third example is of the Faridabad. Faridabad is an area neighboring close to Delhi. It had a very prolific, lucrative, growing business of gas stoves. And there were two companies. One was called Nikitasha. One was called Hotline. They came up with unique stoves, but unfortunately they published the designs prior to applying for design registrations. Both the companies lost lawsuits because of that, and smaller companies came up with cheaper prices. The whole industry had to close down. The whole industry, so it's known as the Faridabad Gas Industries fiasco. So all that because these companies did not take the right precautions or did not protect their intellectual property in time. On the success side, we had a recent case of SIGTuple. SIGTuple is an app that analyzes patient data using AI in just 5 minutes, and it provides an ambulance to deliver medication within 5 minutes, no need to go to the hospital. It's doing extremely well, and there are hundreds, literally hundreds of such AI-related startups that because they took the right precautions are doing exceedingly well. Ather Energy is another one which has developed electric scooters and have patents now in 500 patents in 20 countries. So we've seen the government is doing a lot for startups, so much so that 80% of the government fee is exempted for startups while applying for patents. There are facilitators who will help you draft the patent specification free of cost, and there are tax concessions as well, and so startups are getting a lot of impetus from the government side. But considering the fact that AI is just at its almost fourth stage, and there is a future to go right up to divine AI and galactic AI and other forms of AI, I think there's a lot to be seen. Just 3 days ago, straight out of the oven, we've had a case of an Indian celebrity actor, Jackie Shroff, and a few weeks ago we had Anil Kapoor and Amitabh Bachchan, all celebrity actors known to most of our Indian friends here and friends in the neighborhood. And the courts have restrained AI systems from morphing, from creating GIFs, from imitating their voices, image, and all that, and chatbots, etc. So it's the use of AI has now been recognized very deeply by the courts, and they're very conscious about the developments. And I guess we have a lot to see as things grow in the next couple of months. Thanks.
Thank you, Pravin. And well, this is, I guess, an interesting topic for all of you, and I would like to give the floor to you in order to bring questions to these esteemed panels. And unless any fellow colleagues, before opening the door for questions, would like to make... Yes, sorry, Stephanie. Oh my God, and I have Stephanie's words here. Oh, yes, I was telling, why she's staring at me? You know, you have to bear with me because this is my first international event in which I'm the main moderator, the main organizer, and the chief collecting officer. So lots of roles in my hands. So I'm so sorry, Stephanie, but you know, thanks God for those big eyes. So please, could you tell us your words with respect to what are your endeavors with AI and your success stories there?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And as Ryan said, he sold an extra minute to me, and I almost didn't get any time at all. But here we are. So thank you very much for having me. It's been a great panel. We're talking about AI, IP, and entrepreneurship. So as an IP lawyer, I left my practice 6 years ago to become an entrepreneur in the AI for IP space. So as Ryan said, 6 years ago, AI was sort of an interesting topic, and I thought it had legs. It was going somewhere, definitely applicable in patent practice, IP practice, etc. But I really had no idea the proliferation it would have in touching every single industry and affecting it fundamentally. And we are just getting started. We'll see, where this technology goes. So I thought it would be interesting if I presented a little bit about the applications of AI in the IP space, as well as a particular case study of how AI is helping to support entrepreneurs and helping them access patent data. So let me get started. So this slide sort of gives 4 buckets of what I think of as technology to support IP professionals, particularly in the patent space. So semantic search is one, helping companies access patent data instead of matching keywords, inputting full invention descriptions into systems, and removing the requirement to distill a complex invention into a string of keywords, and instead enabling professionals and lay people tinkering in their garages the ability to access patent data, and I'll elaborate a little bit more on that later. Data extraction, another very useful area. So this can be something like invention harvesting, ensuring that you are capturing the invention from the researchers, the developers, from those that are integrating this sort of concepts into their workflow, but not actually extracting that from their heads, right? This is a difficult task. Data extraction can also be used to extract office action rejections, help to pre-populate response shells for IP professionals. There's a lot of great applications in that space. Predicting rejections from the patent office, predicting which art unit you might fall into, and helping to influence the direction of where your technology is being placed and how it's going to be examined. This has been very popular. Then finally, of course, we have language generation, which really exploded in the last couple of years, has become very interesting. And so language generation, everybody thinks patent drafting, obviously, but there's more to this. There's analysis that's being performed now by AI systems to help entrepreneurs and patent professionals, IP professionals, et cetera, alike, better understand complex patent documents and understand similarity. So, I tried to fit as many logos as I could on here, but really this is just a mere sampling of the companies that are operating today in each of these categories and helping IP professionals, entrepreneurs, as I said, and anybody that touches the IP space, which we learned earlier today is really everybody, better access patent information, IP data, etc. Of course, not all of these tools are suitable for entrepreneurs to use themselves, but they can be used by IP professionals to bring costs down and better serve these clients that don't have as many resources as some of the larger companies. I tried to focus on some of the more emerging technology companies on this slide, but of course there are many, many more, and it's growing. So when I left my practice 6 years ago, we were one of the only people that were operating in this space, and now you can't, go to any conference without somebody talking about AI and IP, and I'm very proud and honored to be part of this community. So I was told to put together a little case study. So of course I use my company as an example. We're an AI-based patent search platform that allows users to put natural language inputs into a system to generate similar documents. And so I chose one of our clients, sort of, called Kiwi Charge. They're not a paying client. So there's not a ton of support from government organizations or government-affiliated organizations to disseminate AI technologies to empower entrepreneurs. And so what we've done, and this is sort of an ad hoc thing that I sometimes do, is we just give our product away for a few months for people that are entrepreneurs that are working in research and want to be able to access patent data to assess the IP landscape in which they operate, which historically has been extremely inaccessible for them. So using this as an example, Kiwi Charge is an emerging technology company in the clean tech space. They have created portable charging units for electric vehicles. And so they've inputted a natural language description of what they've invented. I've definitely simplified this very much here, so I haven't put any sensitive information on the screen. But putting that into our product, they could get some relevant documents that are generated instantly after searching hundreds of millions of patent documents. And then they can, with a click of a button, can click the relevance analysis, as I said, to compare similarity. So this is key for entrepreneurs and those that don't have that, like, patentees expertise that some of the people in the room do. And using AI to generate a plain English description of similarity is extremely beneficial and really helps to democratize access to this kind of information. So using that, the iterative learning process can be triggered to further refine the search results. And so again, this is something that's very difficult to do using older technology. We talked earlier today about the benefit of the internet and how that helped to disseminate information. Well, it's also a flood of information and very difficult to access unless you have very discrete and esoteric knowledge in that space. And so using AI can really help to bridge that gap in a number of ways. So this is just one example, but as I said, there's many examples of other companies operating this space. And again, I'm very proud to be on this panel and sharing more information about my life's work. Thank you.
And this is the divine and celestial AI of which we just heard.
Right, exactly.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your remarks. And now I will open the floor for this audience to place questions to our panelist members. All of them brought very interesting insights on their AI and IP journey and the entrepreneurship stages. So I would like to see if there is somebody that is willing to make a comment. Ola, could you help me out with the mic there? Or my team of, thank you, Paula. We have 3 mics, so if you can stay in the corners and help us out to reach the audience. Thank you.
We have a question right here.
Thank you very much, Alan Casper from Washington, D.C. Talking about divine inspiration for AI, if you focus on the mission of GLIPA, and in particular its attempt to reach throughout the world to educate people about AI, we see that in a variety of countries you have different programs. Even within a single country like the United States, you have different educational programs, as we talked about this morning. And there must be a way through AI that you can use that tool to allow someone to access all the different resources throughout the world. To be able to find teaching tools, for example, in Japan, or teaching tools in Australia, or teaching tools in the United States, translate them, make them available to some teacher somewhere who can get those for teaching her students, or even creating her own IP education program through the use of AI. I'd just like to hear from the experts what you think about that possibility and how it can be done.
From our experts, who is willing to answer this question? Praveen?
Yeah, I think in India we've tried to create awareness with a twist. For example, an Indian science competition to spur the kind of interest in STEM, science, technology area among students, law students all over the country. So the Indian science competition took place last year when 20 colleges were in the finals, but there were 75 colleges from all over India which came up with Indian inventions in British India, modern India, Mughal India. They dug out and created stories and 15-minute presentations which went into a book, so people not only became aware of how science had been used in old times. A hologram of the first Nobel laureate in India, asking an interactive hologram, which you could ask questions on why he won the Nobel Prize, what was the Raman effect, and so on and so forth. That was very interesting. A board game called Analyst, which was played between two schools, which taught basic principles of intellectual property. That was highly successful, and a lot of people did law and joined the legal profession after having played that game. A first day cover for the Indian government, which had elements of intellectual property, geographical indications, trademarks, copyrights, etc., which was circulated all over the country. A comic book, which, believe it or not, EPO asked me for 40 copies of that comic book on intellectual property, stories. A play, one of the first plays conducted on an actual case where the police could not make out the distinction between a tangible object and copyright. So they felt if the computer was back with the hard disk, that the problem was solved. They didn't realize that the intangible, the film, had actually been transported to another country.
Okay, very interesting initiatives, Pravin. So I think there is a lot of synergies that we can bring and build bridges between the Indian Intellectual Property Alliance recently launched, in which Pravin is the chair, plus your initiative, Alan, to bring more users to the IP system through the proper use of AI tools on education. So thanks a lot, sir, for your answer. So we have another question here.
Hello. Excuse me. INTA. Rodrigo Moreno from Bolivia. I just wanted to get the panel's take on the locksmith paradox and how it applies to IP firms, being the fact that everyone in this room had a master that taught them, and there was an apprentice. You were an apprentice at some point. And these wonderful tools in our pursuit of efficiency, it's eventually going to lead to skill erosion. So how are we going to be able to continue a cycle of hiring less people and creating a gap where there's not going to be the opportunity of these apprentices to become masters themselves? Thank you.
Stephanie?
That's a great question, and it's something that comes up a lot in some of the discussions that we have. And what's interesting to me is that the legal education is changing. When I went to law school 12 years ago, it wasn't that different than people that went to law school 50 years ago. Really, we learned how to research in the library. We learned to do these tasks that were done 50 plus years ago. But today, it's not like that. So today, they don't learn as much how to, do these old research techniques. And they're exposed to so many different types of legal technology. And in fact, there are full courses on legal technology, many courses on legal technology, some as specific as IP-specific legal technology. So you can imagine the education system is changing, and these skills that lawyers are going to hold in high regard are sort of evolving as well. And I think in speaking with younger associates that then enter the legal profession in their first jobs, they're surprised at how little technology is actually being employed in law firms today. Because they're taught in school that the legal profession is changing, and I'll say it is changing, but it's changing slowly. But I'll say it's changing a lot faster now, post sort of chat GPT, I guess you can say, because a lot of people are pushing for more adoption of these technologies. So to answer your question, I think it's going to be a balance, and I think we're still figuring out what the fundamental skills are that we want to maintain, and those that perhaps can be sort of gone by the wayside, because certainly I didn't even know that examiners were recording their office actions in dictaphones and having it typed out, and that's something that, that's a skill perhaps that we don't need anymore. So I guess it remains to be seen. That's my comment.
Thank you, Stephanie. Which other question do we have in the room? Yeah? No, we have time, Nikhil. Don't you worry. I have it. Yeah, we have 15 minutes. 15 minutes per panel.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Talal Khan from United Trademark. So Stephanie kind of answered a little bit of the last question I had, but I was wondering if anybody on the panel, Stephanie provided a lot of examples from the patent world. I don't know if you have any examples for trademark and copyright, any tools we can use. And second question was for Carlos. So our firm has a similar program where we provide free legal advice to entrepreneurs, but if you're taking equity, the bar rules in Pakistan are very strict about who can be an owner in a firm. So if you're a lawyer for somebody, you might have like a conflict of interest. So I don't know if you have a question or comment about how, if someone implements a similar program in their own country, how we can, kind of avoid that issue.
I don't have much to say outside of the patent world. There are some trademark tools, certainly, search tools that I've seen that have started to proliferate, as well as, there's a lot of copyright issues right now, a lot of lawsuits. Not sure if maybe Ryan, do you know of any others, any other tools in the other IP spaces? Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
Well, I was trying to think of something to say. I really have very little to say to it. I don't think there's been, there are people developing copyright tech, but I don't live in that universe the way you do. On the bar rules, like in the U.S., this has been an issue for a long time, and there are rules in the U.S. about how much you can own and so forth. If the rules in a foreign jurisdiction don't allow non-lawyers to own firms or law firms to have equity percentages in their clients, that's just not a business structure you'll be able to do there. But there are, alternate ways people do that, like, instead of taking equity in the company, you just repay us with a multiple, and we advance you legal fees for a certain time. So there's lots of innovative ways to try and move out of hourly billing. The legal profession evolves slowly.
Yeah, just to be clear, we don't do this for free. So we get paid one way or the other. And the U.S. firms I mentioned also don't do this for free. Unless the startup goes bankrupt, essentially doesn't hit certain points, you end up paying for those jurisdictions and states where you can't take equity. It's just you pay when those hits. In California, for example, you can take equity in your client if you get them to consult another attorney to okay the deal. Colombia, you can take equity, there's no problem. There is a conflict, however, and so we're very clear with the clients is one thing is our representation. Another thing is I'm not going to be your cheerleader as your partner. So we split that up, and different people actually manage that relationship. So that's my quick answer.
Yeah. So we're going to do a little bit of a rearranging of the panels right now. We had the next panel starting at 11:50, but we have Etienne here already. So Scott and Etienne are going to have a short discussion, and then 12:30 we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have so that's the good news, you get lunch early, and then we'll start the next panel. Scott, thank you. So as is clear from this conversation, AI and IP is a topic that you can probably go on for a whole day, but really appreciate all the panelists here for coming over. And Mafe, thank you for the moderation. Great work. Thank you.
So now I'm super pleased to welcome Etienne Sass de Acedo, INTA President, and Scott Frank, who will talk a bit about challenges and their life journeys dealing with intellectual property. We are making this a little bit of shift in the agenda because we were running a bit late, so please bear with us. We're going to have them and then followed by the EAS panel, and we're breaking for lunch at 1 instead of 12. So without further ado, let me introduce and give the floor to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Etienne, and thank you, Scott, for being with us today.
Thank you, Mafi. All right, well, we know we apologize. It's the first time we're putting this event on, so we apologize for the jiggering of lunch. I think it was scheduled initially for 12:30, so we're going to push it back to 1. So we're going to get great fireside chat with Etienne, and then we have one more panel. We'll be back on schedule. We have Etienne with us. Hopefully, many of you, if not all of you, participated in the wonderful INTA event that was in Atlanta this week, and really a treat for us Atlantans to host this tremendous event. It was a big success. I think it had about 10,000 people here, so congratulations on that. And I will tell you, when the Global Intellectual Property Alliance was formed, and even before that, when we formed the United States Intellectual Property Alliance, I talked to Etienne, and we always wanted to partner. We always thought there was a tremendous opportunity, a lot of synergy, and I will tell you, and we're going to hear more about it here in a moment, INTA is such a world leader in bringing people together for the greater good of intellectual property. So, what can I say? The partnership is growing. The friendship is forming, and we have really big ideas and plans to do things collaboratively moving forward. What I want to do today with Etienne is to get you to know Etienne a little better. He's a phenomenal person. I've got a chance to sit down and talk to him, and you know, it's amazing running a big organization like INTA. It's a lot of people. He's got a big team. He's got a lot of members. You also may wonder a little bit, like, how do you get to be an Etienne? how do you kind of chart your career path? And even how do you lead, and how do you grow teams, and how do you inspire people? So with that, I want to start with INTA. Start with a little bit of, it's phenomenal. It's, the membership, and it seems like COVID is a distant memory. Where do you take INTA from here?
All right, well, that's a great question, Scott. Very good morning, everyone, and very thankful to you for the introduction, which was far too generous. A few apologies. First, apologies to the next panelists because we're pushing them a little later. An apology to all of you because we're pushing your lunch a little later. So that makes me definitely an unpopular person here in the room. So it's not a good start. But anyway, I'll try to do my best. I also would like to thank all of you who registered and attended the annual meeting, but I insist on registered for the annual meeting, and there is a good reason for that. And last but not least, I would like to thank, I see Dave Capos there. I would like to thank Dave because Dave was the one who introduced the two of us, and that was about a year and a half ago. And since then, Scott and I have had quite a few conversations, and extremely friendly conversations, and I really want to congratulate you for what you're doing. I think it's absolutely great. All right, now I'm going to try to answer your question. So where is INTA going next? That's a big one. Well, we are, for those of you who perhaps attended the opening ceremonies, we're really looking at, how the world is evolving. And we're really looking at not just the evolution of intellectual property, but really the evolution of society, the evolution of consumer behavior, the evolution of technology, the impact of geopolitics. I see there Jenny Simmons, who is our Chief Rep Officer in Washington, D.C. She does a fantastic job. Well, one of the things that countries are discussing more and more are trade agreements. And within trade agreements, there are huge IP chapters. And guess what? Normally, they leave the IP chapter as the last point of discussion within trade agreements because it's one of the most complicated ones. And that shows you how important IP is. So we really are trying to project ourselves into the future. We're really thinking about, what should be the role of an IP association in the future. And basically what we want is better IP, stronger IP that really serves brand owners and that protects equally consumers. What about that?
That's outstanding. And, I think it touches on every single person on this planet. Your membership's going to be pretty big before you're done.
Well, I would love to see that. Time will tell us.
Well, good luck. Along those lines, the Global IP Alliance, our goal is to have every person on this planet be a member of our organization too. Tell us how we can work with you and your people, your team, to help make intellectual property and all the potential it has a reality on our planet.
Well, I think it's a great cause. It's not an easy one because we still see that there is a lot of misunderstanding around intellectual property. I mean, just to start, with the confusion between patents and trademark, and I'm going to patent a trademark. That's something that we see from many media, which, by the way, is something that INTA will try to tackle in the future. We put a presidential task force on how to unlock IP, and our target is really to start educating media. Because the moment we start educating media, we might reach the general public, except that most of the general public is not reading anymore the traditional media. So, we need to think about those kind of things. So I think, your cause about, educating society at large around the value of IP is extremely important. And within that sentence, I really love the word value, because intellectual property is about protecting creativity at all levels. And I'm not referring necessarily to innovations. I'm not referring necessarily to patents. I'm just referring to the piece of work from any individual. And that deserves respect. And this is what we need to try to achieve. We need to go to schools. We need to go to colleges. We need to try to educate society at large. Is it going to take us a lot of time? Of course. But, any effort that can be done is worth it. And this is where the Global IP Alliance is a great idea.
Yeah, we're totally aligned. And every human being has an idea, and it needs to be respected and protected, and an opportunity to monetize it.
Yeah. I'll share with you an example. I remember my son is now turning 18, and he was probably 6 or 7, and at the time he was playing with Minecraft. Some of you might be familiar with that. He was crazy about it. He was crazy about it, and I was crazy against him because he was spending far too much time, playing with Minecraft. Anyway, he had created a full universe on Minecraft. And we got some friends who visited us in New York, and they had 2 daughters, and they took Iñaki's iPad, and they started playing, and all his Minecraft universe disappeared. They deleted it. Typical kids thing. He was devastated. And he was devastated, and he told me, "Dad, I own that. I did it. It was my creation." So if we're able to tap on those kids when they're 6, 7, 8, whatever, and we show them the value of creativity, and we show them the value of respect, perhaps the next generation will understand things better. And then we'll be able to reach our policymakers, the legislators, on the value of IP and the bigger picture. The reason why I'm bringing this to the attention of everyone, we see that as INTA. We're very fortunate here in the US that there is a good understanding, a fair understanding of intellectual property. We see that with our policymakers. We see that at Congress. This is definitely not the case elsewhere. One of the things that we're starting to work as INTA is really looking at elections worldwide and how the world is going to be changing. This year only, there's going to be elections in 64 countries. That means that 49 billion citizens from around the world are being cast to vote for new leaders. Now, I'll give you an example, very specific. You know that I'm half French, half Spanish. So I'm looking very much into, the elections at the European Parliament. That's going to happen on June 9th. Well, one of the big issues is that members of Parliament, tend to be people who are, kind of ending their political careers. and it's a kind of reward to go there. The quality of the legislator, please don't quote me on that, the quality of the legislator when it comes to IP matters, not great. Their understanding of intellectual property, very low. And then, of course, then you understand why, somehow Europe is lagging behind United States or Asia. So that's the kind of thing that we need to probably change.
Yeah, that's huge. I want to get to Etienne the person.
Okay.
Tell us a little about yourself. How did you get to where you are today?
Well, I think it was, first, we all work very hard. You all work very hard. But then you need to have a little chance at a given point. What happened, I was, as you know, I was working at a UIPO for 15 years. And I had kind of decided that that was it for me and I needed to change. In fact, the truth is, a former INTA president, perhaps some of you met him, Gerhard Bauer from Daimler-Benz, an incredible person, an incredible human being, and a very close friend of mine. And he was doing something that I really love, that I do myself, which is trying to mentor the younger generation. So we would have coffees from time to time. And he said, Etienne, Alan Drusen is going to be retiring, and I see you in that role. And I said, whoa, all right, I'm going to start thinking about that. And what I decided to do at that time was every night, so we would put our son to bed, and for 1 year I started preparing myself. And I get a little emotional when I talk about that. But I started really reading everything about INTA. I knew the website by heart. I knew the people before, talking to them. So then I went into a selection procedure, and I think those guys said, where's this guy coming from? How does he know so much about us? It happened that it was a very well-organized selection procedure. I then learned that there were more than 500 candidates for the position. It was organized by Korn Ferry, and the selection committee was composed by, I think there were between 9 and 12 members of INTA, former presidents, board members. It was a full set of interviews, then lunches, dinners. They really wanted to know the person. And I think I was very fortunate because they were looking into bringing some change to the association, and they were thinking about bringing potentially someone non-US and someone who could bring a different perspective. And so it was a perfect match.
That's an amazing story. That's 500 competitors, and you won. Congratulations.
But again, Scott, it's not a matter of winning or losing. It's a matter of how much effort you put into things.
Yeah.
And then, sometimes, to me, the important thing is, feel proud of yourself.
Yeah.
Do your best. You don't need to be the best, but just do the best.
Yeah. It's not all whether you win or lose, but it's the experience and it's the learning, and sometimes you have the successes. But that's a perfect transition into leadership.
Okay.
So, you didn't just wake up a morning and, I want that job, I got it. No, there was a ton of work you did. Preparation is the word I like to use. I want to understand a little bit, how do you prepare to be successful?
Oh, that's another big question. Well, I think you have to work very hard, obviously. You have to observe a lot. I would say perhaps that's my biggest skill set. I'm an observer. I like observing people. I like observing attitudes. I like to see something and say, whoa, that's a great way of acting, or that's a great way of thinking. And then I try to apply that to myself. But really, leadership is, it's about, of course, vision. It's about teamwork, but it's also a lot about consistency. And it's about being fair to people. And it's about being nice to people and being loyal to people. Little story, why are we here in Atlanta for the annual meeting? And I've said that to a few people here in the room. When the pandemic happened back in 2020, we were supposed to have the annual meeting in Singapore. And of course, we very soon discovered that it was going to be very difficult, but we thought at the time that it would be possible to take the annual meeting to the States. So there were only 2 cities that were really prepared to accommodate us. And those were Houston and Atlanta. So guess what? We decided to give that back to those cities. It's about loyalty.
That's awesome. Yeah, and they were prepared. Preparation is such a big ingredient to most successful people and organizations. So thank you for that. I want to wrap this up with one last question. Achievement. What's the thing you're most proud about that you've achieved?
Well, I think when it comes to INTA, I think we've turned INTA into a truly global association. It was a very strong organization, no doubt, but it was still US-centric when I came on board. At that time, Alan, who was my predecessor, who was definitely, an incredible CEO and a visionary person, he had opened a rep office in China, but that was it. And there wasn't a rep office that was just starting in Brussels for the European Union. And from the beginning, it was very clear to me that, in order to really serve the members, we had to be global. So, today we have rep offices all around the world. I mean, we're kind of, headquartered in New York, so as to say, even if the concept of headquarters, I'm not sure whether it's valid anymore. I tend to say that we have a rep office in DC because precisely to reinforce the idea that we're not just US, that we're global. We have a rep office in DC, we have one in Santiago de Chile, we have one in Brussels. We will be opening potentially a rep office in Dubai next year. We have permanent consultant in India. We have a rep office in China. We have a rep office in Singapore. So we have a truly global presence that translates into a truly global membership and really the ability to reach every government, every administration around the world. And I'll talk to that in a minute, if you allow me. The second biggest achievement is not only we expanded geographically, but we also expanded substantially. So we used to be trademarks. So in fact, it was trademarks and everything else was related rights. And so little by little, we started changing that. And today we're trademarks, we're designs, we're copyright, we're data privacy. We just, started a trade secrets committee. And we'll see what comes next.
Yeah, that's outstanding. As we close here, I want to tell you one of the proudest achievements of the global IPA, the USIPA, all the IPAs is our relationship, budding relationship with INTA. And I want everybody to appreciate an example of something we're doing. I want to give a big shout out to one of your great employees, Jenny Simmons. Many of you, let's give her a round of applause. Many of you know her from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, how she created the Patent Pro Bono program there, and now she, really great relationship builder for INTA around the world. But we are doing these things that she's coined plug and plays, where we're literally going to different states in the United States. I'd like to take these around the world, but getting government and corporate and university and local people together and talking trademarks and other types of intellectual property. It's a great way to bring communities together.
And we'll be very happy to help you on that, Scott. The same way Jenny is doing a terrific job in DC. We have cheap rep offices around the world, and by the way, for the INTA members, our rep offices are your rep offices, so you should feel free to reach directly to them, to get intelligence from them. I was referring before to something I didn't really explain, but showing how global we have become. Just here at the annual meeting, I think it was on Monday, we had a China IP Day, and we had a China enforcement workshop. We had a judge from the People's Supreme Court IP section, from the Beijing IP Court, from the Shanghai IP Court, from the Guangzhou IP Court. We go to China twice a year. We organize delegations. Every year we spend an hour and a half at the People's Supreme Court with the chief judge and 4 or 5 other judges talking about case law.
That's awesome.
And the moment, which, by the way, we're not able to do here in the US, and we're not able to do across many jurisdictions. So, being able to get that level of outreach around the world to really protect better brands, companies, and consumers is a critical mission, and this is where our two organizations can definitely work together.
Yeah, that's outstanding. It's so important. Etienne, I appreciate our friendship and our partnership with INTA. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So I will call upon the next panel, please, from the Sports and Entertainment panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience and flexibility as we've slightly modified the schedule. My name is George York. I'm the Senior Vice President for International Policy at the Recording Industry Association today. And our panel will focus on the creative industries, their fundamental contributions to the global economic growth and development, as well as to promoting cultural vibrancy. We're quite fortunate today to be joined with an incredible set of panelists. And before we introduce our panelists, perhaps a few quick introductions. Tremendous thanks, of course, to USIPA, to Maria in particular, to GLIPA, of course, as well. Thanks to Scott and Nikhil and to GIPA, as well as to the Georgia State University Law School for hosting us, and the city of Atlanta, which has shown us all a very good time. And thanks, of course, to all of you who have traveled from many parts around the world. We're very excited to focus on how we can think about advancing the creative communities globally while making sure that we tailor that message locally so that creators can thrive and creativity can flourish in each of your jurisdictions. So we're looking forward to this conversation. I'm joined today by Louis Simpson, who is the Executive Vice President at the Association of American Publishers. To her left, I'm joined by Rebecca Damon, who is the Chief Labor Policy Officer for SAG-AFTRA. To her left, I'm joined by Ashley Irwin, who is the president of the Society of Composers and Lyricists, followed by Kelly Anderson, who is the executive director at the Global Innovation Policy Alliance, Innovation Policy Center at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And finally, last but not least, Danny Marti, who is the head of global policy at Tencent. So our panel today, as I said, will be focusing on the messaging and the critical importance of protection of copyright. For many of you, that may not be your day-to-day, but it's a critical area. It's a critical area for growth and development, but more than that, it's about how we drive social and cultural vibrancy, diversity, and expression. And these are critical features that have long been respected in each of your jurisdictions, both nationally and through law, as well as in your constitutions. I was recently in Rio, where I was delighted to find that collective works featuring soccer or football is reflected explicitly in the Constitution of Brazil, which I enjoyed. Of course, the UN has recognized for quite a long time that the creative arts and individuals' ability to pursue them is a fundamental human right. And you can find that right in Article 27 of the Declaration of Human Rights. The UN and the member states of the United Nations have agreed through the Sustainable Development Goals that one way to drive economic development and cultural vibrancy in every country around the world is through the protection of our creators, and more importantly, of the creators of each country. And not only is this important for countries, it's critical for individuals. Through rising economic growth helps lift individuals out of poverty and gives them a chance to live in a better world for a better future. And even in March of this year, the UN passed a resolution promoting and reaffirming that copyright should be protected as a human right, particularly in the emergence of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, which is something we'll talk a little bit about later today. So we're quite fortunate. We want to get to the heart of messaging around copyright today, and we'll rely on the vast experience of our panelists, who include former government officials, actual human creators, representatives of the guilds that represent performers and actors and artists, international legal experts, international policy experts, and multinational business executives. But most importantly, we want to speak to you as GLIPA members who are yourself in your markets endeavoring to establish IP alliances that hopefully will include the creative industries. And in particular, we all are asking the same questions, and we hope to provide some wise counsel in your work in terms of, most importantly, how do you make a difference in your country in terms of protecting your creative communities and providing strong copyright? And also, how do we ensure and how do we think about how to start, where to make a difference, and how? It's a monumental task, it's a noble task, a critical task, but how do we do it? So this will be a little bit of a backstage tour of things that we've learned along the way. And fortunately, we're joined by one of the great rock stars of the IP community, and that is Danny Marti. We're very fortunate that he's here, not only because of his incredible work at Tencent, previously as head of global relations, government relations at RELX, and previously as the U.S. Intellectual Property Enforcement Coordinator, where he served extremely well, including having been responsible for numerous effective outcomes in terms of not only international copyright and IP policy development and collaboration within the U.S. government, but also in terms of our U.S. engagement on critical aspects of intellectual property rights protection and enforcement with countries around the world. So Danny, thank you so much for joining us today, and we're really looking forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, George, and thank you, Scott, Maria, and to my GLIPA friends for the time this afternoon for such an important topic, right? We're going to be talking, as George mentioned, about how do we promote creativity and protect intellectual property in both a compelling and authentic manner, one that has global appeal, but also lands locally. That's not easy to say, and it's a lot harder to do. We put together a great panel, as George mentioned, that really brings a diverse experience set to this difficult issue. And in this GLIPA context, we do want to share some best practices, and if time permits, the hits and misses as well on how we have learned along the way. I have been fortunate in my 25 years in IP to have a number of different roles, both in the public and private sector. That doesn't mean that I have all or sometimes any of the answers, as my colleagues here can attest to. There are many weeks that I can't find a single answer, but we'll share with you a little bit of our journey to help us as a GLIPA group to be better as we advocate for the things that are so important to us. I hope to be able to share some specific war stories or examples, but I am afraid that I will have to leave in the last few minutes just to catch a flight for an event that is out of state. But let me set a little bit of the groundwork before we hand it over to the panel to hear them walk us through their perspectives in this important category. Rule number 1, and perhaps rule number 2, 3, 4, and 5, is to know your audience. We, of course, are speaking more on the copyright front, but I think that applies across all of the IPs. It is intuitive, it sounds common sense, but I will tell you in my career, there are many narratives that just miss the mark because it's the wrong speech, the wrong audience at the wrong time. So you need to know that. If I'm speaking in Latin America or in Asia or in Africa or the Middle East, it's not my standard stock speech that I think I will give over and over. So you will have to have messages that are actually cut in 3, 4, 5 different ways. We kind of know this as lawyers. You'll be like, what's your elevator speech? Exactly. You're going to have a few of those for different audiences. Number 2, bring the facts. Again, I hope very intuitive, but I think we can all nod our head that meetings, whether with stakeholders, government officials, or others, there's a lack of evidence. We all say that we want evidence-based policy, but there are a number of engagements where the evidence is simply missing in those engagements. And it's a disservice to you, your clients, your organization, if we don't have a strong fact-based narrative. And then last but not least, as a general rule and framework, and one I think that is sometimes overlooked given that we are lawyers and perhaps have very cold or analytical hearts, is bring the emotion. You can have the facts and you can have the right audience, but unless you bring some emotive quality to your positions, they often don't land. The biggest brands in the world and the entertainment companies in the world know this and know this very well, and I think we can take a page out of their playbook, right? You close your eyes and you think Disney. Disney is just not some technology entertainment company, right? They bring the magic. You see it, you feel it, and they act in that space to make sure that you feel the magic as well. You look at a technology company like Apple, they spend a lot of time caring and feeding and positioning their brand to have that look and feel. And we need to, again, bring some of that type of emotion to our discussions. I think everyone in this room has probably heard the expression, if you have the facts on your side, pound the facts on the table. If you don't have the facts, but you have the law on your side, pound the law into the table. And if you don't have the facts or the law, just pound the table. The origin of that quote was by Carl Sandburg, famous American poet, and poets know how to bring that emotive quality to the table. I like that quote, but it's written as kind of an either or. You do this, or you do this, or you do this, in a funny, comical manner. But I think for what we're talking about today, it's an and not an or, right? It is to make sure we bring the facts, make sure that we bring the law, and this analogy would be, what is the opportunity? What is the solution? What is the framework? And then the pounding of the table is bring the passion, bring the emotion, bring it home. Why does it matter? And with that, let's hand it over to the panel and jump right into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danny. That was indeed compelling and authentic and extremely thought-provoking, and I think hopefully it resonates with all of you today. I see a lot of nodding heads, but this is really a master class, so thank you so much. Maybe let's open it up and start with a question for our creators and those who specifically represent them. So Ashley and Rebecca, ironically, and perhaps unfortunately, sometimes advocacy to promote creativity lacks a creator's voice. What can we do to remedy that? Why is the creative voice so important? Perhaps building on Danny's points about being personal, trying to find a way into people's lives and into their hearts, as well as their minds. And also, perhaps relatedly, what's the importance and in your work of having local champions, whether it's at the state level or internationally?
Thank you for putting this panel together. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here, George. As someone who creates music and have done since I took my first piano lesson at 3 years old, I find when I go into meetings, whether it's with prospective, employers, whether they be film studios or production companies, game companies, whether I'm in Washington speaking to lawmakers, I'm treated somewhat differently to lobbyists who we engage in Washington to represent us, simply because I speak from experience. Now, the other aspect is that I represent in our organization are the composers and songwriters who work in the audiovisual space, film, television, video games, and theatre, writing to an image, a visual image, music to accompany that image. And what that means is we're a little different to the pretty people you see walking the red carpet on the Grammys. We're faceless to a lot of these people. They don't understand who we are and how we do what we do. So for me to be able to speak to that as someone who does it, it's very different. And I think bringing that aspect to them, and not just in America, but the countries all over the world, there are people like us. People don't realize just how important we are to the culture and the fabric, both economically and societally, to people as they grow up. I just want to say, throughout history, creators have always reflected the sentiment and culture of the society. Art represents a moment in time. And this is where we come into this aspect of generative AI. If our intellectual property stops feeding the machines that generate, then we not just lose culturally, we lose historically as well. So to protect this, it's very important, not just from an economic point of view, but from a cultural point of view. And it's not just keeping jobs, it's keeping that reflection of society that has always existed throughout history. And I, having, as I say, started in my own little world, learning from music, of classical music, through jazz, through rock, through hip-hop, through, to today, to rap, whatever you want to, wherever we are today. That evolution is what's important to our society and to see it. And from an American point of view, in particular, it's one of its greatest exports. It's far more influential around the world. If you get into a taxi in Madrid and you hear the Eagles, it's pretty impressive. So I just want to say from creators, that's where we live, and that's where we need this IP protection so that it's able to be shared with the world.
So I'll just jump in. My name is Rebecca Damon, and I'm here for SAG-AFTRA. And for those of you that don't know, SAG-AFTRA is Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. We represent 160,000 actors, which you might know. A lot of people hear Screen Actors Guild and they go, yeah, we watched that award show. Singers, dancers, recording artists, stunt professionals, broadcasters, both the ones on the news and the disc jockeys. So basically, if you think about it, anybody that works in front of a camera or behind a microphone, SAG-AFTRA. So these are basically the faces and the voices that both entertain and inform the world. So our members focus so deeply on these issues, and you might have noticed that perhaps last year. There was a little strike that went on for, 118 days all over these topics. And after several times of losing my voice with our members on the picket lines, I will say that I was so interested to think about how do we do this both nationally and locally, because during this time of our strike, SAG-AFTRA really developed the muscle to be able to have this conversation in a very public way. But our leadership understood instantly that it needed to be relatable and something that anybody should be able to talk about over their kitchen table, not just in a fancy meeting room. So our members, because of who they are and what they do, were able to really talk about it in a way with the passion. Our president, Fran Drescher, her speech as we went on strike, rocketed around the world, in such a powerful way where people really understood it as a personal issue, that people wanted to, basically be able to, this is how you make your living, through your work, through your training, and they wanted to be able to take away, essentially, we were arguing for compensation and consent around these issues, and that was not, we ended up getting that ultimately, but it took 118 days, and it was very hard fought to do it. For our SAG-AFTRA members, they think a lot about what is a worker-centered, creator-centered policy approach works. And so while we're a national union, we also have 25 locals throughout the country. So we are active on a policy piece in every state in the union and also around the world, which I know we'll cover a little bit more later. For our members, it's deeply personal. When we were in the middle of that strike, one of the reasons we went out was people wanted to be able to scan, say our background performers' work, do a day of work, be scanned, and then be able to use both their image and their voice in perpetuity in everything known and unknown till the end of time. And that was just unacceptable, not just to our members, but to the greater society at large. When people polled around issues around the strike, your guy and gal on the street, no matter who they were, they got it because it became, oh, that's personal. I should be able to have control over what I do or don't do. And so I think it's actually transferred into the public policy space so far in a really meaningful way.
Ashley and Rebecca, tremendous thanks for that. And I think for all of us, many of us on this panel we're all U.S. based. Ashley is originally from Australia, but many of you are from other jurisdictions, other countries around the world. And so one commonality that we all share is this deeply personal experience we all have with music. We may all remember our first concert, the first movie, the first soccer, football match that we attended, the first great book that we read, the first great newspaper article that we did. And so these are all galvanizing, these are universal. But at the same time, as you all each are endeavoring to advance and promote the creative community in your respective countries, in your respective jurisdictions, there are some questions we face. And so maybe I'll change topic a little bit here and turn to Louis and to Kelly, and maybe if you had to identify sort of one priority and one aspect of your work, whether it's working with coalitions, or whether it's data development, or whether it's having a good factual narrative or messaging, what would you communicate to folks here in the room this morning about priorities you've developed over time, given your experience? Kelly, do you want to start?
Sure. Well, I couldn't agree with Danny more about the importance of bringing the facts. I'm with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We're the world's largest business association, and each year we produce an international IP index that benchmarks the IP environment in 55 global economies across, representing about 90% of global GDP. It's the cornerstone of our advocacy in global markets. Before COVID, I used to get to travel all around the world and present the findings of the index. And I was in Vietnam once, and I went through what I thought was a very thoughtful presentation, going over all of the findings and how Vietnam scores. And I conclude, and the government official looks at me, and they're like, thank you, ma'am, for this very thoughtful presentation. Why should I care? And to Danny's point, I didn't know my audience, right? I didn't think to tell them what was in it for them. So we took that feedback back to heart, and we actually further developed our index to look at the concrete socioeconomic benefits that countries can receive if they invest in stronger IP protection. So in the creative content space, our data shows that countries with the most effective IP frameworks in place have more dynamic content and media sectors, generate over 5 times online and mobile content, and have almost double the access to new music through legitimate online platforms. So I think when you can bring data to that conversation and tell the person why it matters to them, that they take that data into account, that can be really effective in our advocacy worldwide.
And I'll just echo what Kelly said as well. I think data is important, but of course, how you message and how compelling that message is also as equally important as your data. And that data does have to be local. Again, know your audience. It's critical to show how globally the international copyright framework helps everyone, but in the very local sense, it matters to the audience that you're speaking to, because it is about their creators, how their framework helps their creators, and their creators being able to bring to the world their own intellectual property products. And so in addition to developing the data, it's also very important to develop an equally compelling message about what that data is conveying, about the importance of your creators, the importance of a framework, and how those two intersect and work together in terms of promoting a strong, certainly in our view, copyright framework.
Ashley mentioned artificial intelligence. We've talked earlier about that on the previous panel. This is obviously an issue of great interest, an area of tremendous opportunity, as we've heard, but also one that presents many challenges and many questions, particularly in the creative industry. And we wanted to spend a little bit of time on that today. So maybe this is a question for all of you, and maybe Rebecca, if you want to start, about what if audience members had to walk away with one thought about artificial intelligence and its impact on the creative sector, creative professionals, creative businesses, and on copyright, what do you think that essential point would be that people can walk away with today?
Well, I think it's important to frame it up with, as a union that represents people, and that's at the heart of all this conversation, is it's not an anti-technology conversation, and I think that somehow gets into the swirl of this. In terms of the film, TV, and streaming industries, technology has been a huge part of these industries, even in what now seems like these antiquated ways. It's like, there's going to be an evolution. We did, in fact, move to having the talkies. We did it, and the industry survived, and people went on and worked and got to have new forms of creativity. I think of this as similar to that, but different in an important way, because the piece that I would leave people thinking about is, what are the guardrails that we need to put in place to effectively make sure that we're protecting both the material, but the people that make it. And so when you're thinking about what does that look like, wanting to make sure that people have a real say in the work that they've created, in terms of, even though in our case, most of the time our members are not the actual copyright holders, but they do benefit from, as part of their work, a revenue stream that comes from those works being exploited properly. So in our case, performers get a residual when something is streaming or being shown in later use, and that is a very important part of their compensation and their ability to stay in the creative industries and make new work. So I would frame it up in that space, and that would be the big takeaway that I would have.
Thank you. How about you, Louis?
I think I'll echo something that Ashley said, that content is king, because frankly, none of these generative AI technologies would have developed without the content on which they're built. And so it is essential that these developers, the generative AI developers such as OpenAI, and of course the investors that have poured money into these companies like Microsoft and others, they do have to seek the consent and the permission of the rights holders, the materials of which they are using. They not only need to seek consents, they also should pay for them. It's entirely unfair that you are making a business built on someone else's intellectual property, and yet you're not compensating those very artists, the creators, the authors, the publishers, without whom you would not have had the building blocks of your content. And I think a message I'd like to convey is, when you go back to your countries, not only is it important to stress the continued relevance and highly important messaging about copyright and its importance to creators, but frankly, you shouldn't fall prey, or you shouldn't believe entirely the message from these AI developers saying that if you loosen your copyright laws, you'll also become a tech AI hub. Everything will become available for free, and then you can do what you will and create this massive, entirely useful, highly commercial, and successfully commercial AI endeavor. That may be true, but what you might be rendering is entirely a strip mining of your own cultural industries. Because what then will we have? We'll revert to presumably the creation of synthetic generated content. None of it has human emotion, none of it has the history of a human person. And I think what I thought was really compelling and strangely sad in one of the SAG-AFTRA pickets, there was a sign from a writer that said, Gen AI does not have my trauma. Because what makes a creative person, what makes a poet so compelling, what makes an author compelling, it's that trauma. It's our life experiences that we pour into our art. And yes, we're all lawyers, and maybe some of us don't think we're artistic, but when we write our legal briefs, there is artistry in that. And so we should remain human-centric about all these technologies, because at the end of the day, they are nothing more than tools, and they should be treated as such. And so you should not ignore the very human creators that are essential to these tools.
Hear, hear. Ashley.
Yeah, I think just to follow on something that Louis picked up on that I had said, it's definitely not, if you can take the message back, that it's definitely not anti-AI. We are not, as creators, anti-AI at all. In fact, speaking personally, I've been using some variation, permutation of simple AI dating back at least 30 years. But I've been using it, I've been controlling it, the end result has been, it's been my choice as to what comes out. Now understand, in the position that I and many of my colleagues who write music for all these programs, for visual and films and TV shows and such, we often have to deliver different pieces of music. Obviously, within a film, there's many pieces of music, sometimes for the same scene. Now, when we write a piece of music, we discard so many ideas before we get to the piece that we present. Why do they employ us? They employ us for our taste. That taste as to what we reject and what we present, that's the human factor. If these machines start spitting out stuff, who's the arbiter of taste on the end of it? Who is the one that knows why that dramatically works, why the director, what that quintessential thing that director was trying to emote to the audience? That's that human relationship between the people who go together to create a product like a film or a television show. And it's all the way through. It's the actors, it's the writers, it's the create this overall piece of intellectual property, sum of the parts. And that's what goes away if you let the machines make all the decisions.
Thank you again, Ashley. Very, very moving. So maybe as we think about the last 5 minutes of our panel, and being mindful of lunch, perhaps we go around the horn with a couple of quick thoughts on how engagement on copyright and advancing the creative industries differs in the United States as compared to when you start thinking about your advocacy globally, because I'm mindful that most of our colleagues in the room today are doing advocacy in other parts of the world, and we want to be mindful that what may work here may not and probably does not work in other jurisdictions, and so would be quite welcoming of your thoughts on how you think about the international piece of the engagement.
I would say that, in addition to knowing your audience, it's always important to, when you're going to countries, to talk about what they're doing well. So I refer a lot to our International IP Index because it has so much good data in it. You can access it at uschamber.com/IP Index in case anybody's interested. But I think, in that report, we see that the copyright standards vary wildly around the world, right? Like countries like the US, the UK, Singapore have some really strong protections in place. But we're also seeing emerging markets taking pretty forward-looking steps to combat copyright infringement online. You can look at Brazil, Argentina, India. They're all using injunctive style relief with a dynamic feature to remove copyright infringement. And so when we go to those countries, obviously the scale of copyright infringement is huge, right? But we want to start with what they're doing well and use that to build a bridge to have a conversation about how we can work together to do better.
Thank you, Kelly. Louis?
I think, if I may, I'd like to answer that by how they're sort of the same. And that is that when you bring your message, you have to also make sure that the policymakers are well acquainted with your issue as well as well acquainted with the facts. And I hate to use the word we should educate policymakers, but sometimes it is necessary because they themselves may not understand fully the technology about which you're speaking, and they may not understand entirely the issues that you're bringing to them. So not only should you know your audience, but you should also have the facts about your industry and why your industry is critical to the GDP of your country, because knowing that your industry is a significant contributor to the progress your creators are making, the progress the country itself is making, in much the same way that the Chamber's Global IP Index shows, I think that's an important way in which you advance the discussions with your own policymakers.
Yeah, I would jump in and say it's your point, Louis, just reminded me of a time years ago when we were working on a postmortem right of publicity in New York, and it was such an educational experience because at that time we weren't in the conversation as a society that we are right now, and I would, with my staff, take in a laptop to try to show people what we were actually talking about because they weren't, the technology wasn't affecting them. Now people can look at Scarlett Johansson or all these other things where there's these questions and it's in every public conversation in a different way. When we work around the world, one of the things that we do for SAG-AFTRA is we're very involved with an organization called FIA, which is the International Federation of Actors Unions from all around the world. And what's great about that is so many of those unions are doing such good and specific work in their countries. So we really rely on each other as a collective to make sure that we're thinking about this in the big picture, because that makes us not only stronger, but it makes us that we're always actually speaking in the language that's going to make the most sense and can make the most progress.
Ashley, a final thought?
Yeah, one of the things that, if you look back through history, every time there's been a technological advancement, there's been an introduction of another right, particularly in our music space, whether it be a performance right or a mechanical right. And we're looking at trying to get a right of ingestion introduced, which would probably get, when I say we, I'm saying the music creators around the world are looking at getting an ingestion right, which would go across all intellectual property, but would start from within our space, because we probably have the most robust collective licensing mechanisms throughout the world for these existing rights, mechanicals and performances already in place, and so they're understood. This right would exist outside of copyright. It would be vested in the human creator. It could be assignable, it could be transacted in any way possible, but it would be outside of copyright, which would circumvent the problems that exist in current copyright laws that contradict each other or are not sort of completely in concert in various territories around the world. So that's something to look out for. I'm going to a conference in Korea next week where this will be presented in international space. Watch out. So.
Stay tuned. Breaking news here at the GLIPA conference. Thank you all very much for your patience. Please join me in welcoming and thanking our panelists for today's presentation. Thank you again.
So thanks all for a wonderful morning of insightful discussions. Now I invite you to lunch. Our agenda is a bit kind of shaky, but interesting. So that's the good thing, that good panelists are coming forward in the afternoon, in the early afternoon. So we're going to have a shorter lunch break than announced previously. So we're going to give 1 hour break for lunch, and then we resume here with a panel on international organizations cooperating for the work of the betterment of intellectual property worldwide. So thanks for joining us, and enjoy your lunch.
So we'd like to have everybody's attention for a moment. Let's see. Testing. Welcome everyone to lunch. Testing. Could we get everybody's attention for a moment here? So please continue eating your lunch. Today we have a very special tribute. Last year we lost a dear friend and colleague in this IP community and beyond, in Carol Beckham. Carol was not only a pioneer of IP monetization at AT&T, where she worked for over 40 years, but she truly dedicated her life to helping people in need. Many people, organizations, different causes, and she did it in a way that had a national impact. She was the first executive director of the Georgia IP Alliance, and we're thankful for learning so much from her and for the role she played in making moments like this possible. So we want to take a special moment to honor her. And we want to begin it with this special video tribute. So please take a look.
I think the source of Carol's strength was originally through her parents and her work ethics. The more she saw that people needed help, the more she jumped in there, and that was her source of strength, seeing people that needed help, and I can help them. She is passionate about anything she believes in. She is a kind and caring person. She would help any weak or downtrodden person. She just I felt like that was, or she felt like, I think that was her mission in life, was to help others. You know, I miss her till this day. Probably always will. She was a special person, not just to me, but to a lot of people.
Carol is a lot of things. The first thing that comes to mind is strong. She's such a strong woman. She is, very opinionated. She stood her ground, very, comfortable in her clothing. And on the flip side of that, she was so tender-hearted and gentle, and so compassionate. And so I thought about, the words that could characterize her, and for every one thing, she was the opposite. And just thinking about, being loyal. She was so loyal to AT&T, her company, and she was so loyal to her family and to the Democratic Party and to all of her causes, but she was also so very open-minded. So that brought me to the word well-balanced. She was just this wonderfully balanced, complex lady who led this amazing life and really touched so many people and was such a blessing to so many.
It was very important to Carol to be involved in her community, as well as, in political activities that she was involved in. She believed in what she believed in, and she was, I think, an advocate for the positions that she took, and a very effective advocate. It was phenomenally important to Carol, not just to enjoy her own career and the success that she had, but also to develop other people, to be a mentor to the folks that worked with her and around her. I know that I learned so much from her, and she approached her professional friendships as true friendships. She developed them. She, reveled in the company of her friends at work. Every day was a fun opportunity to further develop those relationships. I miss Carol every day in my work environment. She brought so much to my professional life, to the joy that I experienced at work. She made coming to work fun. I miss that, and I think that everyone should have the opportunity to work with someone like Carol Beckham.
When we ask what was special about Carol, to me that's really understating her. Carol was a force of nature. I would observe her at professional meetings. She would know everybody there, and everyone would know her. And if you approached her for the first time, it was like you knew her forever. And that was the kind of reception that you got from her. She was kind and authentic and willing to help anybody at any time. I've learned a lot from Carol, and one of the things was the impact of friendship. 4 days before Carol passed, she posted this on her Facebook page. Be a friend to someone who needs it. You don't know how powerful it will be, and you don't know the impact that you will have. I only wish that Carol knew what her friendship meant to all of us, the impact that she had. I, for one, believe I'm a better person because of her.
So I'm very proud to be able to share that today we are going to rename the IP Community Service Awards the Carol T. Beckham IP Community Service Award. And there's nobody in my mind that exemplifies community service like Carol. She had a gigantic heart. She cared about people, truly would put people before really anything. She exemplifies, she epitomizes IP community service, and I think she is the perfect one to have this award named after her.
Well, Carol's family could not, round of applause. Thank you so much. And Carol's family couldn't be with us today, but we've got 3 people here that know her very well. And I want to invite them up to accept an award on her behalf. And then we'll hear remarks from them. Kareen Sakinik Kelly Marler, and Scott Frank.
Thank you, Wade. I think it's very fitting that we honor Carol in this forum. If you are a part of one of the alliances or associated with one of the alliance, then you probably are a beneficiary of some of Carol's contributions, especially as she contributed to the early development of GIPA, its governance, its operations, its strategy, and programming. You know, Wade mentioned that she had a long career with AT&T. She was very passionate about intellectual property. And if you want to know the story about her, there are several articles in very past issues of intellectual asset management. The one thing I thought was very interesting was in her early days, it was Carol and a patent attorney and a trademark attorney. And there's a picture on the cover of one of those journals that has Carol in the middle, Scott on one side, and Michael on the other. And that was the beginning. And advanced 40 years, AT&T has one of the highest valued IP portfolios worldwide. Carol had a vision of what intellectual property could be and the value that it could have. And she also had the ability to take that vision and to make it reality. She also had a really good way with connecting with people and had great outreach and engaging them. And finally, you heard that she had a great work ethic, second to none. But besides the business acumen, she was a person of great strength. She unabashedly talked about her faith, and she was a valued person in terms of really accepting people where they were, regardless of their background or stage in life. And she also worked towards having respectful relationships as well as trust, mutual trust. And really, those are the heart of what the alliances are: people, relationship, and trust. And Carol was able to embrace those and model them for all of us. You know, one of our board members, after hearing of her passing, indicated that she was a light that would enter into the room. And I think by honoring her memory, her light continues. It continues to inspire us and to motivate us and to guide us on this mutual journey. Finally, what I wanted to convey to you is that I had asked myself, what would Carol say if she were here right now? How would she feel? How would she react? And my first thought was that she'd probably give some witty quip, because that was her. She had an effervescent humor, and maybe laugh about things, make it light. But then I believe what she would say is that she was blessed, that she had a good life, and that giving back to others fulfilled her purpose. I really think we're all blessed to have crossed paths with this amazing woman who was a cherished colleague and a special friend. And thank you for joining us in honoring her today.
For those of you who don't know Carol, you're missing a huge opportunity. For those of us who do know Carol, the stories that you heard on the video, the stories that you just heard, Carol was a very passionate person person. Her daughter said it well. She's opinionated. When I first joined the intellectual property organization within AT&T, I already had about a 15-year career at AT&T, or Bell South at that time, before joining the IP group. But I had known Carol way before that because of the work that I did interacting in the development technical community and the financial community in AT&T or Bell South, and Carol was in the intellectual property side. A couple of things that I learned very quickly about Carol was the opinionated side. I learned a lot from Carol. When she wanted you to have passion, she exuberated the whole passion of intellectual property. She taught us a lot. We're still learning a lot from the deals that Carol negotiated at AT&T. We still see the traces of her skill even when she's not with us. Carol not only had passion around growing intellectual property and the education of intellectual property globally, she also had a passion for her community. Carol and I happen to be from the same small town, and small towns are small towns. Everybody knows everybody. But Carol had a passion for not just intellectual property. She wanted to improve the community. So her presence is still well known. A scholarship was established in her name at some local schools, and her desire was to have the children and the community continue to further grow and enhance and improve. So we still look to Carol at AT&T for all the things we learned from her, but we also I look to her in the community, and we can still see her presence. So with that, the award that is being given to her, I feel, is very well deserved. We miss Carol, and I couldn't thank her enough for mentoring me. My negotiating that I do today is very much in line with what I learned from Carol. So I know she's very well recognized, and her family appreciates the recognition as well.
All right, so a lot of you know me, and I'm hoping some of you know Carol. I know a lot of you don't. What you should know about me is, you know, I'm the head of AT&T's intellectual property. You know, I'm head of GIPA, USIPA, and GLIPA. What you should know is Carol helped me start up each of the first three. AT&T intellectual property actually started as Bell South Intellectual Property in 1998. You should appreciate I had never run an organization before. I got hired by Bell South to run their intellectual property division. She actually should have gotten the job. She was already at Bell South. She was already doing their intellectual property. For some odd reason, they gave me the job. She wasn't real happy about it. And somehow, some way, she gave me a chance to prove myself, to have her as a partner. And I will just simply say, if it wasn't for her, I probably would not have kept that job for more than a handful of months. And because of her, you know, I'm out in my 26 years later, Bell South gets bought by AT&T. I get to run AT&T's intellectual property, and Carol was with me every step of the way. She played a gigantic role in our success there, and taught me a lot. When she retired a handful of years ago, and we were thinking about forming GIPA, she was all in. She was our first executive director, and we're trying to figure this thing out. Never created a nonprofit, never run a nonprofit. You know, who are you going to count on? But it's one of your close friends and colleagues. And Carol did a phenomenal job helping us get it off the ground and get it to be successful like it is. And when we then launched the United States Intellectual Property Alliance, and how do you do this thing across the country, and how do you build this thing to make the most out of it for Americans? Carol was with me again, and she became the executive director of the United States Intellectual Property Alliance. You can tell she has played an incredibly important part of my life, and and that's just kind of the business side of it, right? So you've heard from the video, you've heard from Karine and Kelly. She was an amazing person, and I'm glad all of you are beneficiaries of her great work. A few words I would use to describe her: she was highly intelligent. She saw things that most people didn't see, and I again, and you are again a beneficiary of a lot of her insights. She was very loyal. If you were her friend, she would go to the ends of the earth for you. And again, I think there are many people in this room who know what that feeling was like. And probably the best part about her, she had a gigantic heart. She really did care about people, and she did so many things for so many people who she really didn't even know. She just truly cared about humanity. And I think when you think about what we have here, again, we're about humanity, and I think that's why it was so perfect for Carol, and it's why I think we are doing so well as we try to help every human being on this planet. I know her family wished they could be here. They're out of town, and it didn't work. But they are very much aware of what we're doing today, and they're very appreciative. And the last thing I want to say is, I personally feel Carol's presence. I know she's smiling down on us, and she is so proud of everything that each of us is doing to help make the world a better place with IP. So thank you for celebrating Carol Beckham, and this is something that I think we should all take to a heart, that each of us makes a difference in this world. And, when we are one day gone, people will appreciate us. Thank you. All right, we have this memento we're going to send over to Carol's family. You guys want to get in this? All right, you can tell we like to recognize and appreciate people with this organization. We've got, I thought we had 3. Where's the third one? Is there a third award? All right. We're going to give out 3 awards right now. No. All right, this is our first event. We're working out some of the kinks, but we're gonna prevail. All right, so first award we're going to give out is to somebody who is, I would say, is one of the world's great leaders in intellectual property. And he's somebody I got to meet about 1.5 years ago at our first intellectual property gathering of the Global IP Alliance in Atlanta. And I remember him talking to me and sharing some ideas about India. And he thought, India really could use an intellectual property alliance, and he thought he could lead it. And I will tell you, I talked to a lot of people. A lot of people have ideas for things. And what can I say? His was a pretty big idea. Thank you. And he went back. He started forming the India IP Alliance. In January of this year, I visited India, and I got a chance to sit with this gentleman and a lot of his colleagues. And we had our first executive board meeting. We had our first board meeting. And on April 25th, the day before World IP Day, this individual launched the India IP Alliance. His name is Praveen Anand, and he's an amazing individual. And I want to recognize him for his contributions to intellectual property and to the Global Intellectual Property Alliance. Praveen, please come up.
This morning I lost my brother, and it was very painful. And I called up Nikhil, and I cancelled my visit here. And then I just wondered if my love for intellectual property, and I thought that my love for intellectual property seems to be as much as my love for my family. And so I decided I must come here. And that's why I'm here. But I didn't know about this. So what I say to you is straight from my heart. I think over the years, I've seen a major trend, not only in India, but in many other neighboring countries, which is that it's easy for people to learn or acquire knowledge of intellectual property from their professors at college, from books, from the internet, from their experience of meeting clients. But to get to love intellectual property and develop an attitude is very difficult, very difficult. In fact, I know judges who are brilliant. They can strike the most subtle, nuanced argument. They know the statutory interpretation, claim interpretation, everything so beautifully well. But they may hate a big multinational, particularly one manufacturing medicines. They may think that that's evil because of the prices that they charge the common man and so on. And it takes a while for them to start to appreciate how much of effort goes into the creative process. And I used to wonder, we have all sorts of associations, all professional associations all over the world, but there's no association that is doing things to create a love, a fondness of the creative process. There are very few creators in the world, but the people who enjoy their creative output are millions. And of course, there's a middleman who makes money on that. But not many people are out there to help the creator, the inventor, the author. And I see, for the first time, I saw the hope with Scott, AT&T, and each one of you giving your time in this effort because you love intellectual property. That's why you're here. You want to spread that message and bring it to the common man, and which is going to be our mission going forward. Because I did realize now, as you're aging, as I'm aging, I can speak for myself, your approach changes so much. From children, you start to love grandchildren. There is a kind of a change in your approach. You start to look at the higher things of life. You don't want more money. You want to share. You want to mentor. Your whole approach and attitude changes. And I think going forward, that's where I'm going to be spending my time, to spread the message. And that's what I thank Scott, his group, Nikhil. I don't know where he is right now, but Nikhil, you've done a fantastic job in India. Absolutely proud of you. The way you're there twice a week or once a week, holding those meetings. Sometimes I'm objecting to the frequency, but it's absolutely fantastic. And God bless all of you. Let's give them a hand.
All right. Our next recognition goes to somebody who, he's a very humble gentleman, and he's very worldly. He works for the World Intellectual Property Organization. And as you've heard today, WIPO was a big part of getting the Global Intellectual Property Alliance launched in October of 2022. This individual was in the meetings that we had with WIPO probably about a year before that. And he was interesting because he was always kind of, in this, I felt like in this quiet mode. He was always listening, but then all of a sudden he would say something. It was always very impactful. And we were in meetings with some very senior leadership at WIPO. And, but he played a really gigantic role in getting GLIPA launched, getting the MOU in place. And even more importantly, since we've been launched, he's been a consistent presence in the WIPO-GLIPA relationship. He is the reason, I believe, when we are tremendously successful doing all the things that WIPO and GLIPA have in mind, he's going to be a big reason why we achieved it. And he's here with us today, and I can't thank him enough. Please recognize Charles Randolph. All right, Charles. All right.
Just a very few words, because it's we've all been very patient. But if there's anything that really has struck me about GLIPA overall, since the very first day that we at WIPO encountered Scott and team, and to today's proceedings, and it just comes back again and again and again, it's humanity. It's about the humanity and the passion in this endeavor, and for me that's so essential. And seeing kind of at a global level, there's a tremendous anti-IP movement out there. There's a tremendous hatred for us, for the practitioners, for the scientists, and I think the more that we can bring the humanity and the passion and the goodness about what this is all about, the better we and those around us will be. So thank you very much.
All right, we're going to do one more recognition. And this is to a person who has shown tremendous leadership with his organization and contributions to the Global IP Alliance and the USIPA Alliance. This person is somebody who truly understands what it means globally to make an impact with intellectual property, and from the get-go supported us financially, but even more so has supported us with contributions from his team. His organization, which is called GRABY, has contributed an inordinate amount of time to our initiatives. For example, the websites that you see throughout the world, his team is managing most of those. Our newsletter that we send out consistently, his team plays a big role in that. The list goes on. They even helped us with this event in a big way. His name is Chaksu Kaira, and he actually could not be here today because his flight got canceled last night. But I have somebody who is from GRABY here who is going to receive the award on his behalf. And where are we here? There we are. Great. Yep, come on up. Anapon's going to say a few words on behalf of Shaksu.
Absolutely. I think it's a great pleasure to speak to all of you professionals, and maybe I just feel like because I'm kind of a youngest person in the crowd, and one of the reasons that fascinated me to come to the world of IP is because of the innovations that is attached to it, and this is something that I liked about maybe GRABI and of course about GLIPA and of course this kind of an initiative. Mostly because the GRABI's philosophy is also on the lines to make every single company innovative. So this is what we are onto the part. And I just want to share one instance regarding like how we are actually educating people in India in terms of intellectual property. So last year we conducted a competition within GRABI. So we asked our team, we are a team of more than 500 plus people, mostly engineers from different colleges like IITs and the like. So we told them that, hey, you need to form some teams of 2 or 3 people and write something related to IP. So somebody is writing regarding how IP is progressing in India or maybe in the world, or maybe any topic related to IP. So around 27 teams have submitted their books and created their books using AI and other things related to IP and published it on Amazon. And now it is, I'm happy to share that almost more than 2,500 copies have been, people have bought from those 27 books all over the India. And so this is just a small initiative that we took as a kind of a challenge within GRABI. And of course, the winners will get some maybe kind of a reward to go to CES at Las Vegas, or maybe some kind of a, there's always a reward associated with some challenge. So this is how we are proceeding ahead. And thank you so much, Scott and Nikhil and other GLIPA members, and to all of you to continuing to work in the IP space and making it progressive and making us more innovative day by day. Thank you so much.
All right, folks. So I think we're pretty much back on schedule. We'll give you a little time. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. I think we did a good job with that, hopefully. And now we're going to get back into the courtroom, and we will pick up with our panels. And then, again, reminder, after our panel's over in a handful of hours, we're going to do some more networking in this room. So we'll see you in the room. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Maria on the back, Nikhil, Marathe, Nikhil. Marathe, order. So, welcome back. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now we have the honor to have here DREAM panel of international organizations working at a regional, local, and international level towards bringing intellectual property to the hands of everyone. So the idea today is to have a conversation with them in order to know a bit of their secret sauce and the plans moving forward. So with any other further ado, I'm going to call to the table Mr. Scott Frank. Yes, you are leading this panel, Scott. No, but I can if you want. No, so Scott. So the idea of the panel is that each moderator will present briefly the organization that they are representing, and then later on we will share thoughts with respect to how can we collaborate better on what we are doing currently with the organizations and with those that we have not collaborated in activities happening at the ground, tell us the opportunities that we can have in the year ahead. So with that, Scott, I pass you the mic.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So, with so many different things going on. So this is an amazing panel, first and foremost, and I'm so excited to be moderating it. This is what we call the top part of the IP network of networks. This is bringing together the international, the national IP organizations to make it all happen. And so I'm going to introduce some amazing people here to my left. First, we have Valencia Martin-Wallace. She's with the USPTO, and she's going to tell you more about what she does, but I will tell you, Valencia and I do a lot of work together, and I'm just so excited to have her on this panel and to share what we were doing together. And it's a great example of how GLIPA and USIPA can partner with a major government organization like U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. All right. Next to Valencia, we have Giselle Rubin. She's a partner with BLP, and she's also with ISIPI. And ISIPI is another organization that we're doing some great work with, and she's going to share a little bit more about herself and what we're doing with ISIPI. Next to Giselle, we have Jenny Simmons. You heard about her earlier. She got the round of applause. She's with INTA. She's one of Etienne's best people. And you're going to hear more what GLIPA and USIPA are doing with INTA. Next to Jenny, we have Elia Sigrinis. She's a partner with Sigrinis IP Attorneys, but even more importantly, from my perspective, she's Secretary General of an organization called FICPI, which you're going to hear about more in a bit. And we have a really great relationship what we're doing with FICPI. And last but not least, you saw this man honored at lunch, the one and only Charles Randolph with WIPO. So I'm just going to go around the horn, and I'm just, again, please tell a little bit more about yourself, and then your organization and how we are working together, and how you can be, what you're going to share is how we can use your examples as other people go back to their parts of the world so we can do more with great organizations like yours. So Valencia, please kick us off.
Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. This is an amazing program, so thank you so much for allowing me to participate in it. Valencia Martin-Wallace, I am the Deputy Commissioner for Patents at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. I specifically oversee the technology centers that examine communications, medical devices, mechanical devices, and I also oversee the international patent cooperation area. And for the last 5 years, I was leading the Council for Inclusive Innovation, which was a passion project, amazing. You heard earlier, we just published our National Inclusive Innovation Strategy, so very excited about the work we did there. So I'm just going to step off topic just a second, a little tangent, and say, as I was starting to work on inclusive innovation, I was called into a meeting with a great guy that I've always loved working for and has been great for my career, Dave Kapos, as well as a gentleman I had not met yet. It was a phone interview, and I didn't see them, and it was Scott was on that call. And it was with the then Deputy Undersecretary Laura Peter, and we were talking about the work that Georgia IP Alliance does, and that they had this idea about the U.S. IP Alliance and taking that Georgia Alliance nationwide. And they were going to get it stood up and working in a year. And everything that Scott said sounded absolutely amazing. I loved it. It fit everywhere I wanted to go with the USPTO. And when we got off the call, I told Laura, I'm like, that guy is fantastic, but there is no way he's getting this done in a year. And it was done in a year. And I said, okay, I need to be on this man's team. And we've been together ever since, working to bring education, awareness, opportunity to everyone in this nation. And a really pivotal point for me in my work at the USPTO was when Scott and I got together and decided we needed to have an MOU between USIPA and the USPTO, because we were each doing fabulous things, great work to move these initiatives forward. But there's nothing like partnering. to get it done, to have that exponential impact of what you're trying to do. So we entered in this MOU, and I can say a lot of what we do at the USPTO is because of the support, the energy of USIPA. A few things being, one, the pro bono work that we do. I'll just say, one, when we knew we needed to get into Georgia for a law clinic, and there was none, Scott said, we're going to make this happen. And now there is a law clinic due to his work, as well as Margot Bagley and others at Emory. First one in Georgia, because of what he did. So doing amazing things there. And by the way, I'll be talking to the dean here, because Georgia State needs to be number 2 on that list. We also talked about having a platform to bring data together. Well, we announced about 8 months ago at the USPTO a diversity information platform that provides, for the first time ever, the internal demographics of the USPTO. And because of the input and the work that we've been doing with USIPA, that happened, not only to share for the first time ever PTO's employee demographics, but also to build a platform where anyone in the country can compare their industry across the United States with their particular organization, what it looks like, to do it in a way that is not intimidating. You don't have to put your numbers there, but you can compare and see where you are, because identifying where your organization is the first start, right? It's the first step to making impact within your organization and within your community. Some of the other things, because I know we are short on time, some of the other things that I'm really proud of that we've done through that MOU is Elizabeth Doherty, who is on the board of USIPA, a magnificent addition, not only USIPA, but to USPTO and her work there. She's leading an outreach campaign of IP champions that Scott and his and USIPA have stood behind and supported and helped us to get moving, as well as the director of the USPTO, Director Vidal, who sent out, I believe it was 500 letters to different school superintendents, asking them to look at our patent and trademark resource centers, having it stood up in their libraries, and USIPA supported that effort and went into their communities to support and ask for this as well. And I can say that I believe we've added 15 since that letter, but we have a line of organizations in schools who are interested now in having a research center where anyone in their community can come in and learn about intellectual property, learn about searching, get the help they need to protect their intellectual property. That's just a few of the things that have supported and helped the USPTO move forward, progress exponentially, because we partnered with USIPA. And we're doing the same thing with GLIPA. We've already had several conferences and conversations. I can't tell you how many people in this room that I did not know that I now have their cards and their information to establish further networks because of the work being done through USIPA and GLIPA. And I can't thank you all enough for being here. And that's the first step to saying, if you're not already part of this network, I want to be here. Join it. It's infectious, and it gets things done.
Awesome. Thank you, Valencia. And I just want to wrap up with Valencia's comments, which that MOU has led to one of my favorite meetings every month is the meeting with you and the USPTO. So I really appreciate our partnership. Thank you, Valencia. All right, we're going to move to Giselle.
Presentation, please. Hi, good afternoon. It's a true pleasure to be here on behalf of USIPA. Just, can you put the presentation on, please? I'm sorry. So I am Director 1 on the board of USIPA. Hold on, I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm going to tell you a little bit about ASIPI. We are the largest Latin American association in the region. We have more than 1,000 members from 49 countries in Latin America. I'm sorry, something is going on.
Just move this, and that's it.
Okay,
only here.
Okay, thank you. Well, and as I was saying, one of our commitment is to protect, to study, and disseminate the intellectual property rights in Latin American countries. Our mission is to promote IP as a mechanism to generate a positive impact on the economic, social, and cultural development of the region. These are our objectives, basically advocacy, study, training, promotion, collaboration, and being a liaison. We have 2 events every year. One is the seminar, and the other is the work session or congress. We have the ASIPI teams, we have the work committees, we have the special commissions, and we have the work groups. For example, in the work committees, we have 25 teams, and one of the more important ones is the one of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because this is something that's very important, and we, as associations, have to have this on our agenda and give it the value and promote it as much as we can. Then we also have 6 special commissions. These are specific topics. It's going to depend on our agenda. And 8 work groups that are specialized in the research for then preparing the institutional positions. Then I want to tell you about our programs, because that is some of the more important things we have. We have, for example, ASIPI Educa. ASIPI Educa is a program to educate children and teenagers when they're in school in order for them to know the importance of intellectual property. Then we're going to have ASIPI Emprende. This is a program to raise awareness of the importance of IP for the development of entrepreneurship. So what we do is we do trainings for different companies, different very small entrepreneurs companies or startups, so that they know how important IP is and what they should protect at the beginning. Then we have ASIPI Verde. ASIPI Verde, it's very interesting because within this program, we have the Green Patent Competition. So this is a competition to promote innovation, and it's focused on preserving the environment, mitigating climate change, and social welfare. So we have participants from all over the countries in the region participate in the competition, and what they do is they will present their invention. And if it is an invention that's going to be good for the environment, then it's going to be good for them to participate. And last year, the one that won is the device generating electrical energy for bacterial species and solar panels with a cooling system. They get a certain amount of money. Then we have ASIPI Pro Bono. This program is in order to help entrepreneurs with their IP startups, and it's done donating pro bono hours of all of our members. We also have ASIPI Academia. This is a program to offer specific trainings regarding different topics for our members and professionals in general. The other one that's very important, and this is a new one, it's ASIPI Hoeing. One of the challenges for the associations is how to attract and retain young professionals to be part of the association. So we have implemented this program this year that's focused on young people. And we also have the SCP Mentoria, and this is so that when these young people join SCP, they're going to have assigned a mentor. And this mentor is going to explain what they have to do in order to participate in the trainings, and for example, how to move around in a city. What are good tips to do that? Then we also have virtual events. We have the webinars. We do one webinar per week, every Thursday. We do approximately 40 webinars a year with around 5,000 people that participate. We sometimes do it also with our sister associations. We do podcasts and we do roundtables. We also have publications. These are going to be regarding different topics. Sometimes it's going to be there's one publication a year that's very important. That's Derechos Intelectuales. We also have a magazine. We have a CP News. We have the CP Bulletins. A lot of publications in order for to train the people, to educate them, and promote the diffusion of the intellectual property. Lastly, we have a few competitions. We are part of the CP Moot Court. This is a Latin American moot court that's organized by ASIPI, INTA, and the Tribunal de la Comunidad Andina. It's very interesting because we get a lot of young people that participate from different countries. We have the ASIPI Best Industrial Designs. This is also a competition so that people can participate in and with their ideas of industrial designs, and they will earn money and then pro bono hours. Lastly, and one of the more important things that we have is with the UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law, we have a scholarship program. So our members can participate. They will have to prepare an essay to participate for a scholarship, and they can get a JD, 2 LLMs, or 2 IPSIs. That's the Intellectual Property Summary summer program of Franklin Pierce. And that's what we do at ASIPI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giselle. Let me just, before we move on, Giselle, thoughts on partnership with GLIPA? How do you see us moving forward together?
Well, we at ASIPI, we are very interested in continue to educate and train, professionals and in general people that are interested in IP. And I guess people in general, like we were talking, young people, and it's going to be good for the environment. So there's, we're doing a lot of webinars and academic programs. So I think from the education part, it's very important to start from there.
Yeah, thank you. Jenny.
Hi, everyone. And first of all, thank you so much, Scott, for having us with INTA here. We really appreciate your kind invitation. So my name is Jenny Simmons. I'm based in Washington, D.C. You might have heard that little organization I work for that brought about 10,000 of your best friends to Atlanta the past few days. A lot of us in this room right now are a teeny bit tired from all of that. I see some nods and some raised hands. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into who INTA is. I think most everyone knows that we're a global trade association. We are present in over 180 countries around the world, representing over 36,000 different members. And I guess what I would like to spend my time, with your permission, Scott, focusing on is one particular project that I am so proud of. And the reason I'm going to highlight this, there are a gajillion things that we talk about stuff that INTA has done with everyone here on this panel, with USIPA, with GLIPA, but this one project, which Etienne earlier alluded to, I think has the ability to go to scale. We can actually market this, we can actually utilize this by all working together, and so that's why I'd like to use this opportunity, this platform, to sort of preview it for everyone. So most folks probably know that each year at INTA we have a rotating president. So we have a president that comes in once a year. And the Presidential Task Force is a group that is convened for every single president. We just unveiled our latest Presidential Task Force. It is called Unlocking IP. And the mission of that particular task force is super relevant here. So it's about trying to educate the public at large on IP so that they can unlock the value of it. Now that's a super broad topic, and I really work on specifics. I don't do generalities. So we had to pick somewhere to start, and we decided to go and start with the media, because if you look at how the media portrays IP, they get it wrong sometimes, or they talk about patenting your trademark or some kind of crazy stuff like that. And so our theory was we could get the most bang for our buck if we start with the media and teach them the right way to talk about and portray intellectual property and give them the tools, because then you're going to have this multiplier effect, because the people that consume the media then have a better understanding. And it's precisely on a platform, on a stage like this, when we can actually make that happen by working together. So what I'd like to do is just quickly walk through the different components of our Presidential Task Force and talk about what we found and where we'd like to take it. So I guess in terms of deliverables, we set ourselves some pretty strict goals for what we wanted to accomplish. We want a report, which is now up and on our website. Real happy about it. It's long, I'm going to warn you, but there's a cheat sheet. In order to write that report, we had to construct our own consumer survey. And then we came up with what's called a messaging framework. And it's kind of what I call a quick and dirty, a one-page thing that you can give out to the media with additional resources. And then we have a more robust media toolkit. And so just focusing for a second on the survey, which is kind of the data that drove all of our recommendations and our results, what we did is we curated it. We designed it, and then we ran it ourselves, to get that hard information, that data that we know that we need in order to be effective to achieve our goal of educating the media. We focused on 4 countries: the US, Singapore, South Africa, and the UK. And we realized that's just a start. Obviously, the world's a lot bigger place, but we had to have a way to start somewhere. And the reason for creating our own survey was so that we could figure out ways to conduct it in order to slice and dice the data. And I'm going to just point out a couple of findings that we came to realize when it comes to, perceptions, consumer attitudes towards IP that were, both interesting and a little bit alarming. Okay, number one finding, which is not going to surprise anybody, I don't think. There are big generational differences in the way age groups look at IP. But we are focusing for the first part of this on the younger generations, Gen Z, if you will. They are the most, what I would call, brand conscious. Okay, they're the most enamored with brands, if you will. But at the same time, they're also the group that is the most likely to buy counterfeits. Okay, so we want to understand that a little bit more. We want to dive a little bit deeper into that, because that affects our outreach and how we all deal with the media. So that younger generation is the least sympathetic to brand protection and enforcement efforts. They are the least likely to care that companies are going to lose profits due to counterfeits. They're the least likely to understand the grave harms that can come from counterfeits. And they're the least likely to understand the positive impacts of intellectual property on local economies. So what we did with that data, and it's a really fascinating study, and all of these kind of angles and results are portrayed in this really long report on our website. But what we've done is try to take that data and input and help it to craft our message. And it's the sort of thing that is designed to be replicated and reused. It is not proprietary, let me just say. It is for all of us to take and bring to scale. The way we structured it is, I really like the way that this sort of came out. For the kind of quick and dirty for the media, we have a 3-part process. It's a what, a so what, and a now what. And when I first heard that, I was like, well, what's this about? Well, the what is IP? Because a lot of people just don't even know. And why is it important? What does it actually do? And then the so what is why should a particular person care about it? And in that, we get into like, what is theft or misuse of IP? Why is it such a bad problem? Why is it growing? And why is it going to impact you? And then the now what is kind of the call to action. What can the audience do? What can the consumer of the media do about this issue? So taking all of that as our framework, we built this media toolkit. Now, I will tell you, it is kind of geared towards U.S. media. That is the place where we started. But the hope and the desire is that we can tweak this and make it appropriate for different markets around the world. Because I heard the comments earlier this morning that you have to know your audience and you have to make it specialized. We do not think this is a one-size-fits-all, but we had to start somewhere. So we have a fact sheet, we have a video, we have the place where a reporter or a journalist can go and learn more information, find fun facts on IP, they're going to be pointing to INTA. All of this stuff links back to us so that they can come to experts like us to get accurate data. If they need a quick quote, if they need somebody in country to say something about whatever, come to us, we'll find your right person. We just want it to be accurate so that IP can be better portrayed in the media. A couple of final recommendations, and I know we could just go on forever and we don't have time, but like I mentioned, number one, we want to make sure this is used to scale. We want to make sure it's not a static document. It is intended to be a living document. Number two, we want to continue our focus on SMEs. In our survey, we realize that countries that have a large majority of SMEs are actually more willing to receive information about intellectual property. It behooves their own interest, their own economic interest. We want to continue to push out accurate IP information. Number three, and this is a huge one, we want to continue to build and renew and repair, in some cases, a relationship with the media. The media is the conduit to reach everybody out there, and we have to have a good partnership. And lastly, and I think INTA does a really nice job of this, as do all of the organizations up here, we want to continue on our mission of brands doing good. We have so many different service projects and committees and task forces. We won't go through them all, but the idea is that by being positive and influential role models out there, we can all help to improve. So I'll just pause for there.
Excellent, Jenny. And we talked about our number one pillar for GLIPA is IP awareness and education. This is tremendously exciting, and I'm so curious to get more involved with your initiative here because the media has access to so many human beings on this planet, and I'm just so energized to see where this goes. So thank you, Jenny. Elia, you're up.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you, Mafe, for the work done in organizing this, even if it's your first one. Congratulations. Well, as you introduced me, my job in FICPI, I'm the Secretary General now. And what is FICPI? I don't know if you are aware of it, but FICPI it stands with a French name, Fédération Internationale des Conseils de la Propriété Intellectuelle, and it's a global community of IP attorneys built on trusted relationships. We are only working for the private practice. Our members are from 80 countries all around the world, and we have 5,800 members. We get together now online and in person. And what we do, we work on substantial issues. WIPO knows that we have been presenting some resolutions to them. USPTO, you already know, we have been working with you too, and many other organizations. But what we also do is that we have something that we are known, and we prepare our meetings for this committee. It's our special committee on the Practice Management Committee. We work for the professionals. What is the value of the profession? What the professionals can provide to the system, to the IP system? We get together, we give our time, that's what we say, to make the IP system better and to value, which is our effort and our value, our economical value, and we have worked on that on a paper with the Max Planck Institute on how much is the value of what we provide to the client. Is there any sense? So it's quite an interesting paper we worked on, and we have presented in some organizations. And there are many topics working in this Practice and Management Committee. And we present them in our forums. We have a forum every year. I welcome you all at the Madrid forum we have in next September. And we also deal with education. But for the time being, education has been for us, we have been focused on education for those trainees in all our firms. So it's not like a starting point, but we want them to put all of our efforts together to provide them with a better quality work, which at the end is better quality for the IP system. And we acting as a community. So education is a good starting point for us, and it's something we can work on that. We also liaise with other sister organizations, like we do with the CIPI, some of the seminars we have been working on. And we are very active in patents, as most of you know, and we are working now in a colloquium that would take place with IPLA and AAPPI and FICPI in Munich about the SPLH, about the grace period. So it's a great topic to work on. So at the end, what we do is one of the words that has been repeated this morning, and I was very much concerned with that, is we advocate for the respect of the profession within the system. So we want a better system, and we are part of it, we want to be better. And another topic that I wanted just to focus on, that as a federation, and why we are called a federation, is that because we have our individual members, our regional members, and our national members. So when we work in these online or in-person meetings, then it's communicated in the national sections, and from the national sections it goes to every organization within each country. And I think this is all. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Ilya. And I just want to say I appreciate our MOU that we signed with FICPI. Again, remind everybody, I mean, you represent many countries with attorneys in the organization, and I really do think you do a lot to bring the world together around IP and have a lot of innovative approaches, and so we look forward to helping you to drive a lot of your programs forward, so thank you for that. All right, Charles Randolph, you're up.
Thanks very much, Scott, and good afternoon, everybody. Just a caveat before I begin, I just want to schedule a short meeting with the planning committee after to discuss the gender balance on the panel this afternoon for future conferences. But I will.
Are you saying there's not enough men on this panel, Charles?
I didn't say that. But I'll try to keep my remarks under 25 minutes in the interest of time. Keep us all moving along. in terms of cooperation, you were saying with the GLIPA and moving forward, et cetera, I think I'd like to start it with noting that for WIPO, obviously our core mission is the technical mission. It's managing the Madrid, the Hague, the Patent Cooperation Treaty, and ensuring that the very technical substantive services for our users are maintained and improved and taken care of and move forward. So that's really essential. But beyond that, and part of what our new management team that came in a couple years ago decided was that we really need to, in addition to that mandate, we need to move beyond and reach out to the world and to the communities that have been underserved by intellectual property, that don't know about intellectual property, that have been excluded or simply overlooked. And so in that situation, in that context, that's where the messaging and our goal of reaching out coincided exactly with that of GLIPA and your role in education at this time. So in that sense, it made really perfect sense for us to partner together and to put in place an MOU. We do have MOUs with a number of associations and groups, and they're all relatively similar in the type of outreach, information sharing, etc. To note just a few of the activities that we've undertaken with or in conjunction with GLIPA in the past year have been seminars and workshops to promote our IP for business tools and our IP for financing tools. We started out with one in West Africa and one in Anglophone Africa, one West Africa primarily being Francophone. We've worked on fielding speakers for each other's events, having the head of the PCT, Lisa Jorgensen, participate in a World IP Day fireside chat over a year ago, and similar activities to that effect. And moving forward, I think we'll continue in that vein. I mean, it's really about using our networks and our talents and our resources to get the to get the word out, to get the message out, to communicate. There's a lot of discussion increasingly in this interconnected multilateral world, the multilateral world that's having quite a bit of difficulties these days. But I think the thought, at least in the leadership at WIPO, is if we're not part of those discussions, somebody else will be, somebody else who may not have the IP facts or expertise or resources, and then they will control the narrative. And we really can't afford to let that happen. And it's not about opinions, it's really about putting out some of the facts. As many of you have mentioned, what are the facts? We can rely on the committees from FICPI, from INTA, from USIPA, our contacts with USPTO, and making sure that we get accurate information out there for people. And I think really, I mean, I can talk, we don't need to have MOUs with everybody. It's not absolutely necessary. I don't believe we have one with FICPI, but we cooperate extensively. It's really a matter of finding out where we share goals and objectives, identifying them, and then identifying concrete projects to move forward. So with that, I'll stop.
Excellent, Charles. And
I think I kept it to less than 25 minutes.
That was less than 25. I was counting. But you can see WIPO, I mean, they are the world leader and really, truly trying to bring intellectual property to everybody on this planet. And it's a tremendous partnership. And there's so many things we're doing together. So, Charles, again, thank you for everything you do to help us keep this partnership in place and move things forward. As we wrap up this panel, I just want to kind of remind everybody, again, this morning was more around our pillars, right? Our IP awareness and education, our collaborative IP ecosystem, and our IP diversity and inclusion. That's what we're trying to achieve. Now what you're seeing this afternoon is how we do it. And again, this is the top part of the IP network of networks. You see these tremendous organizations, these great people that are really doing very significant work. And what we have an opportunity to do is to bring even more organizations together, but to do, again, the three things. The amplify. Let's make what they're doing louder. Let's get them in front of more people. The U is to do it together, because I think we can be much more powerful and effective together. And the S is about simplify. Let's make it easier for people to find these great organizations, all the other organizations that are doing great work, because there are so many people on this planet that don't know and can benefit. Throughout the rest of the afternoon, you're going to hear more how we are operationalizing this and getting things to people all over planet Earth. So with that, can we give our panel a round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job, too. I think we're going to get a photo. Hey, one more thing. I'm reminded we did have to swap two panels. I want to give a special thanks to this D&I panel that's coming up, who did swap with this previous panel, because we did have someone on that panel that needed to catch an international flight. So next up is going to be diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, thank you. So I will call here to stage Elizabeth Lester and the D&I panel. Willem Roberts, Mike Binns, Maria Cecilia, and Akiko and Daryl.
All right. I think we got everyone as they smile for pictures. Well, thank you to everyone for being here. I know a lot of you all have been at INTA all week and are probably exhausted, running on fumes. As a primarily patent attorney, this is the way I cut my teeth. I haven't done INTA. I hate to say that, but mostly because it scares me. So more power to everyone who's still here and powering through. Really appreciate everyone staying for today. So I'm Elizabeth Lester. I am the intellectual property attorney at Equifax. In my day job and in one of my other hats, I am the co-chair for the diversity and inclusion pillar of the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance. And so I'm pleased to be here today with a very esteemed panel. They make the moderator job easy. I just get to ask questions and they have to do the hard work. So we're going to talk about what diversity and inclusion looks like in both the IP profession and also in the IP ecosystem, which I think is really interesting. And another point that we wanted to touch on today is going to be the fact that what diversity looks like around the world is different, right? The question of how you define diversity in Japan and other parts of Asia is not going to be the same as the way we define it here in the US or the way they define it in Latin America. And so I think it's important that we all understand the different contexts that we're coming to the table with. But there's still a lot of commonalities, even with those different definitions. And so it's helpful if we can all bring our experiences, what we're learning as we begin to dive into these issues, and then hopefully everybody will be able to take away some best practices and ideas that they can use at home. So I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves in turn briefly. And when you introduce yourself, if you could give a very quick overview of what you're doing about diversity, we'll dig more into it as our discussion continues.
Hi, so I'm Gwilym Roberts. Nice to see everybody. Lots of familiar faces. I'm based in London, so I've been wearing two hats today. One is kind of the European point of view, and the other is some discussions about what we see in IP and that intersection there as well. I'm here. There's a button. Do I have to say all that again?
It's magic.
Yeah. There's a button, guys, on the thing. Yeah. So I'm here from the that sounds a lot louder. I'm here from the kind of European side of things to talk about the intersection, really, what we do on IP and also what we see in Europe, based out of London. And I'm probably going to focus mostly on a wonderful body headed up by a lady called Andrea Brewster, MBE. who's created IP Inclusive, and that is a huge community in the UK which looks at a whole range of different areas of diversity and tries to bring people together. Things like, obviously, ethnicity, gender, but neurodiversity, we have IPAWS, we have IP Futures, IP Out, a range of different areas and discussion groups and communities. And one of the wonderful things that Andrea has done is to bring in allies, and I'm honoured to be called an ally. I love that, and I'm grateful for it. Senior people in IP who have more of an opportunity to actually get things done within their organisations. It's too easy to say, yeah, hand over this issue to HR, they'll do our DEI stuff. One of my jobs is to try and bring together what we call the senior leaders in IP to work together, to enthuse each other, to get the businesses from the top down involved in IP. So in a nutshell, I'll leave it there. That's what we do.
So I'm taking a good cue from my colleague and hitting the button. I also would like to point out the gender balance on this panel. Not saying anything, not every panel can achieve this. All jokes aside, pleasure to meet you all. My name is Mike Benz. I'm head of patents and trade secrets at Meta. That's formerly Facebook, for all the trademark lawyers who are still here from INTA. Thank you, Elizabeth, for organizing this panel and having me here. I thought for a second I was going to talk about trademarks because it's been that kind of a week. But I'm honored here to talk to you a little bit about diversity, equity, and inclusion, something that's not only I hold dear, but we do at Meta as well. We're involved in a number of different initiatives across the board here in Georgia, as well as across the United States and globally, some of which include ADAPT. So you can't see me up. There's a shirt there for our logo, adapt.legal. ADAPT stands for Advancing Diversity Across Patent Teams. I know what you're saying. Are you discriminating against the trademark folks? The answer is no. The whole goal is intellectual property broadly, but ADAPT didn't sound as good. So we went with adapt.legal. It is a live website, but we are focused on broad intellectual property and building more inclusive nature for the industry. We work with many of the people on this panel, in fact, who are now members. We're also one of the co-founders of the Patent Pipeline and Trademark Pipeline programs with the NCPP, the National Council for Patent Practicum. I'm also a board member of FICPI, and then also very actively partnering with the USPTO, IPO, and so many other organizations that are really instrumental, including GLIPA. We're here today to talk more about DEI.
He makes me tired.
The button again. My name is Maria Romoleru. I come from Ecuador. I'm a partner at the Corral Rosales law firm. I'm co-chairing the Latin American pillar, the diversity pillar for this association. I'm an INTA past board member, and I'm also engaged in various of the other associations like IPPI, ECTA, and I've been involved in diversity for various years, promoting several programs, not only regarding women, but regarding minorities as well. I will explain later on what Latin America is regarding diversity, and I'm more than excited to let you know a little bit more about what we are doing.
I guess it's my turn to turn on the button. Could you put the slides for the first page? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Akiko Kosaka, or Akiko is a kind of very famous, a common name in Japan, and my English friends always call me Carrie, so call me Carrie if you like. I'm a patent attorney and an associate at Sugimura Partners, one of the established and oldest patent law firms in Japan. And I'm very much honored to be here, given this greatest opportunity, not only to attend GLIPA's Global Conference, but also to be up on the stage and talk to this esteemed audience. And let me introduce my colleague, who is Mr. Takuya Izumi, who is actually sitting over there, who is He's a long-time member of the Global IP Alliance, and he has given me a full support and encouragement in my participating in this event, which I am very grateful. I've been in the field of IP for more than 20 years. I joined Sugimura actually as a patent translator rather than patent attorney, and then it's only 5 years since I got registered as a Japanese patent attorney. And I'm mainly handling with the patent prosecution for both domestic and international cases in the field of computer software, communications, and electronics. Actually, I happen to be a co-chair of the DE&I committee of JPAA, which means Japan Patent Association, Patent Attorneys Association. But please note that I'm not an expert of DEI, and what I'm going to talk about today is just my personal opinion and has nothing to do with my organization. And English is not my native language, so I'm not sure if I can be as funny as I can be in my native language. Hope you understand. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Darrell Lim. I'm on the faculty at Penn State Dickinson Law and member of its leadership team. I should preface my remarks by saying I do a number of presentations on DEI, but I'm by no means the grandmaster of DEI in academia in IP. The grandmaster is seated behind. It's Professor Latif Matima, who's founded the Institute for IP and Social Justice. So for those of you from overseas, if you want to learn how IP and social justice and DEI is done here, talk to Professor Matima before you leave today. When I think about DEI in the United States, Elizabeth, I think back to the report that was mentioned earlier today, the report that was released called the National Strategy for Inclusive Innovation. And I would second the recommendation to read that report because I think it gives a very thoughtful approach to DEI done right. Why? Because it focuses on the economic impact of DEI. It focuses on centrist ideas that people from a broad cross-section of the population can agree on, jobs and global challenges for the economy. It talks about concrete matrices. So by improving DEI in targeted areas, you can improve GDP per capita by up to 4.4%. That's very impressive. Who benefits from these DEI measures? Well, women benefit from it, but so do racial minorities. These are well-traversed areas. But in addition to that, the report also talks about less focused groups such as homemakers, such as retirees, such as persons with disabilities. It also talks about who can help these people. And this is, of course, a whole of society effort because you need the government, you need the private sector, you need civil society, and they go into the specifics of which organizations have done and can do what. It also talks about groups in the geographical regions that are less considered, rural areas, and it talks about how, and I think it is in the how, as we often hear about the devil is in the details, that the real genius of the report can be found, because it is not a prescriptive report, it is guidance for how different groups can come together to work towards those ends. It talks about the importance in a way which I think is both realizable as well as it's transferable. And it's particularly important not just in the United States today, where we are facing polarization that I think we have never seen before, where DEI is not known as diversity, equity, and inclusion, but in some quarters seen as divisive, exclusionary, and indoctrination. And so by focusing on centrist ideas, on jobs, on specific groups, and how regardless of your political persuasion, everybody can move forward. That's how you get things done.
I think that's a great point and is a very interesting segue into the conversation of how we define diversity in our different geographies and the way we're looking at it. The world is currently in a lot of turmoil. There's a lot going on. Every day you read the news. I try not to read the news. I hate to say that, but at the same time, that's a self-preservation, right? But the reality is this is a world with a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds with a lot of different ideas. And how do we bring people together and help everybody understand that we're going to do better, lifting each other up and supporting each other? And how can we do that as IP professionals and in the IP ecosystem? So I'd like to start here with Europe and how you all define diversity in Europe, and that's going to look different, I imagine, in different parts of Europe.
Yeah, well, Europe itself is diverse, which makes it interesting. And I think it's very notable that different regions focus on different areas because that reflects the diversity issues that they need to solve. So, for example, in the UK, I'd like to think this is Andrew's great work and the community's great work, that diversity is high on the agenda and a lot of work has been done. And so what we're seeing is a whole bunch of different groups saying, can we have some time here, can we talk? And perhaps it's gone a little bit beyond kind of classic diversity, if you like, into underrepresented groups. So things like parenting groups, I mentioned neurodiversity and things like that. And I think that broad definition kind of helps because it just brings everyone together with the common theme of bringing everyone up. Whatever background they might come from. One of the personal interests in me is social mobility, for example. That I think is quite an important one in the UK. It's in my profession, unfortunately, it is quite exclusive in that sense, and that has to be broken. So it's a broad brush approach to defining it, and I think that in itself is quite important because you want to be inclusive, right? So that's how we look at it.
So it's funny, I'm actually quite appreciative of that explanation. I think it's very much akin to what we're seeing here in the United States and how we're addressing it. I couldn't agree more that Professor Latif is in fact one of the originators of really driving different thinking. It's that cognitive diversity that we're seeking. If we're sitting in a room with people that have the exact same experiences that we all do, we will come to the exact same conclusion. Sure, it'll make us all feel great. Because you'll agree with what I said, and I'll agree with what you said. And then we'll all leave the room, and we'll high-five, and we'll cheer. We'll probably go do something together.
Although it's a little boring.
It sounds very boring. But what happens is we're not addressing our constituents in our broader population that do not think like us, do not look like us, do not come from our backgrounds, do not have our experiences. So if we can create cognitive diversity, which in many cases means looking in the room and saying, who's underrepresented? And how do we make sure that those underrepresented groups have a seat at the table? That seat at the table allows us to, sure, maybe the meeting takes a little bit longer because we don't all agree immediately, but it brings out things that we had otherwise not thought about. And we're seeing a lot of that in intellectual property, the broader legal profession, and of course society as a whole. I think if we look across, at least in the United States, and think about the underrepresented groups, African Americans come to mind at roughly 13% of the population. I was born on the island of Jamaica in the West Indies. We don't have a problem with underrepresented African Americans, although we're not African Americans, we're African Jamaicans, I guess. But you get the point. The person who was diverse growing up on the island was actually my mother. My mother is half Chinese. Many people in the room wouldn't know that. My grandfather was a Chinese immigrant. He left China as a young boy and moved to Jamaica where he grew up, and he fathered my mother. And throughout her entire life, she was discriminated against because she presented as Asian. We wanted to make sure she was represented and her background was represented. And of course, coming to the United States, those numbers, those statistics, they are different. And so that's how we look at it, making sure that we have those people in the room And I couldn't agree more with Professor Lim that you should take a look at the report. We can all agree that it is better for our economy if we have more thoughtful communication, more broader understanding, and better inclusiveness in the conversations we have to try to make this world a better place for the people who are also diverse in a number of different ways.
All right, let's move south to Latin America.
Great. Instead of giving you a definition, I will give you a synonymous. Latin America. Latin America is diversity. We were a Spanish and a Portuguese territory, and we share a language because even Brazil shares the Portuñol with us. But our backgrounds are completely different. And we have been living together in a territory without any problems, not getting bored at all. So Latin America is that, a melting pot of different things. I will bring like an example my country, a small country. We are 17 million, 14 nationalities, 14 different languages, 2 non-contacted tribes. But it was the first country where women could vote. 1920, the first country with divorce. So the first country with many first things, but still there's so much to do. And I think the only way to do it is to give equal opportunities to all. Thank you.
Could you put up the slides, please?
Kiko has some slides for this, hopefully.
Maybe the photo booth is a hint or two.
Anyway, I start first, maybe. Yeah. Generally, I think like the diversity is to create a world, a society that leaves nobody behind. This is the word that I heard from when a woman who is a blind woman who invented a machine to tell a direction in some kind of closed building to show the direction, and then she's blind, but that's why she invented such kind of machine. And that's the word she said, the society that leaves nobody behind. And I completely agree. And I also like the analogy made by Mr. Scott Frank. This morning, he said, like, diversity is an oxygen. And I also agree with that. And concept of diversity is rather new in Japan. And Takuya and I came up with some articles relevant to DE&I, published in a monthly magazine directed to IP patent attorneys. And first one is this one, titled Discussion and Proposal to Reduce the Gender Gap Between Women's Participation Rates in the Intellectual Property Industry and Other Relevant Averages. The article is available from this QR code, and also we have some handouts hard copied and available at the desk outside of the lobby. So if you're interested in it, please take a look at it. This article is written by 2 JPO professionals, Mr. Omori and Mr. Matsushita. And it says like none of the IP occupation discussed in the article has the percentage women exceeding 30%. And this 30% is known as critical mass, which is an idea based on the theory that a group becomes influential in the decision making when it accounts for more than 30% of the organization. And also I'd like to introduce you the second article. This is a report on questionnaire survey on diversity in the Japan Patent Attorneys Association, which I belong. But they compiled this, they distributed the questionnaires to all the members, Japan Patent Attorney members, and compiled the result. And it shows like the average annual income of female members is only 80% of that of male members. And with regard to work styles and career and development, more women than men say life stage events influenced when they plan their career path, like making their decision when to acquire new qualifications. And it seems that women are more influenced by family obligations. And because of that, more women answered that they had to change their work, or work hour or location, or change their jobs, or they even had to take time away from work. So I guess, based on these two articles, I guess it's safe enough to conclude that most Japanese, including myself, would first think about gender when it comes to diversity. You may think why we have to talk about gender now, because in Japan, the problem gender inequality is much serious than you may think. First of all, look at this gender gap index. Japan ranked 125th out of 146 countries, which is far behind other T7 nations. And you can feel that when you're living in Japan. We have no female prime minister ever. And we have less female politicians, less female cooperative executives, and less than 20% female patent attorneys. And as I said, women earn 80% of what men do. And I think there are several conceivable reasons, that is unique to Japanese society. One is the historical background, and we developed under the high economic growth period after the war, was adopting lifelong employment and also tax system, which are all designed to support the family system that is led by men, and women plays a supportive role of the man work. And I also strongly feel that we still have a social prejudice and unconscious biases on women's role. So I think in Japan, what we have to think about first is the diversity in gender.
And I think it's really interesting, especially, I skimmed through these, didn't read them in detail, but one thing that struck me is that, especially in a country like Japan, it is very much a cultural issue, very systemic in that respect. And so the ways that you're trying to tackle increasing diversity in a system like that might look a little bit different, because it's just a much more homogeneous culture, right? Especially if you're primarily looking at a diversity with gender as opposed to some other parts of the world where there might be a lot more representation from different ethnic and groups and such.
Exactly, we don't have any ethnic background diversity in Japan, and also we have homogeneous culture, and also we are island country, and we used to have less foreign people in our daily lives. But still, I saw the increase of foreign people recently, so we also have to face the problems of ethnic diversity and also LGBTQ.
Right. That's interesting. All right, Daryl.
Well, Elizabeth, I'll go back to the report, but I'd say two out of the three main points that I make in response to your question are from the report, and so that folks like Valencia don't get into trouble, the third one is not. So the first, I'd say, is students. The report talks about students, and I'm approaching all of this from the broader umbrella of education, which is what I think I can speak a little bit more authoritatively on than SMEs and the other aspects of the report that it discusses. So with respect to students, they talk about the importance of getting students early. And you heard Chinwei talk about the lost Einsteins this morning. The report uses precisely that phrase as well and backs it up with empirical research. It also talks about the importance of post-secondary engagement, not an engagement even in a non-obvious angle to IP, like an entrepreneurship course, sets the student on a trajectory to think about the importance of innovation and, by implication, intellectual property. But also to think about how you can diversify the means of engaging post-secondary education, whether it's in terms of online education, whether it's in terms of certificate programs, and they cite the IBM 6-year program, where at the end of it, a high school student gets both a high school diploma as well as an associate degree in something, which I think is a really innovative way about thinking about broadening the definition of education. It's about also thinking about how institutes of higher learning, universities, re-engage its tech transfer offices, not just in terms of getting inventions commercialized, but using tech transfer offices to engage college students and graduate students, whether in terms of hackathons, whether in terms of tying grant money to engaging students in the form of stipends, in the form of internships with the tech transfer offices, where they learn about the tech transfer process and about intellectual property right as well. So all that falls under the first bucket of students. The second bucket would be women, and Akiko talked a little bit about that. That's an issue not just in Japan, but everywhere, including in the United States. And the report recognizes that in the field of education, the temptation is to focus on publications. The mantra in academia is publish or perish. And so if you are a woman, and women typically have more family-focused responsibilities, they tend to shy away from patenting. And so the movement there, the recommendation is to think about how we can encourage the recognition of patenting alongside publications as a means of rewarding career advancement for women in academia. But the tone needs to be set right from the top. And so you heard this morning about diversity pledges. I think as more institutions, whether academic institutions or commercial institutions or governmental institutions, come and sign on to the concrete goals of the diversity pledge, you're going to have standardization, you're going to have positive peer pressure, and a ripple effect, I think, across industries, including academia. The third bucket is what I call aliens. And if you're wondering what's an alien, look around you. You'll see plenty of them. If you're not holding a US passport, you're an alien. Now, every country needs aliens because every country needs talent. You can never have too much talent. But aliens in the country sometimes create tension because you have the question of how do you assimilate these aliens. They come with their different, diverse, innovative way of thinking, but the incumbents sometimes feel threatened in their way of life, much in the same way that I talked about DEI earlier. And so when you think about, for example, the two most significant geopolitical rivals today, China and India, they symbolize in a very real way the issue of operationalizing all that we're talking about with respect to DEI. The US wants Chinese talent, but at the same time, Chinese students, especially STEM students, science, engineering, and so on, mathematics, when they come here, the perception is that they are subject to extra scrutiny. There are anecdotal evidence of people losing their visas if they decide to go back from their program halfway, and they can't find jobs because of their passport. And so the number of Chinese students have fallen in the last 5 years or so from 400,000 to 300,000. So that's significant. That's about a quarter, right? Now, the Chinese authorities also want U.S. students, 50,000 of them, in fact. President Xi has said we want 50,000 U.S. students a year. But 5 years ago, the number was 12,500. 2 years ago, the number was 200. And if that does not strike you as a national security threat, that 300,000 Chinese students are coming here and understanding what's going on here and bringing that back, which is in a sense a good thing because they are in many ways the best ambassadors. And only 200 of our students are going to China and understanding what Chinese society is like, how they work. It is the perfect catalyst for conflict. And so when you think about DEI at a global scale, it's important to recognize that aliens form an important part, whether incoming or outgoing, form an important part of the conversation as well. So women, students, and aliens. Thank you.
So this is a really big issue. Clearly, it's very complex. I think it would be helpful if we look at a couple of practical applications. And so whether it's diversity in the profession or diversity in the ecosystem, it would be great if each of you could share one or two different initiatives that you're doing in your respective regions and countries that you think is effective and that other people might be able to learn from.
I'm dividing the amount of time we have left by the number of participants, and you've got 90 seconds from me. So, first of all, getting into the profession, we have a bunch of great initiatives coming from specific firms and industry and patent office and so on. But what we try and do is bring things together a lot. And so we have a very nicely a setup called Careers in Ideas. And that is all about bringing people in, having visits to offices and all that kind of thing, to get people into all aspects of the IP profession, not just patent and trademark attorneys, but into support roles and all the other roles too. And again, just to show people that, hey, you never thought you could work in an office. You can. It's great. So very quickly, that's what we do on the profession side. In terms of getting people into the creators in, the innovators, the inventors, we have a whole bunch of fantastic charities out there. We have STEMettes, which is focused on bringing women in particular into STEM subjects. We have Generating Genius, which is very much mentoring people with different ethnicity, again, into the various professional roles. And my personal passion, there are loads more charities, but the one I really love is called the Access Project. And that one is gets attorneys or people with science qualifications to tutor on a weekly basis underprivileged kids coming through, and the specific goal is to get them into one of the top 15 universities in the UK. I do that, it's wonderful. I got an email today from a student who just took his exam and he says he thinks he nailed it. I can't tell you how happy that made me. There you go, quick as I can.
Wow. That was good.
90 seconds is a high bar. Let's go real quick. Okay, so first, no, I'm just kidding. ADAPT, Advancing Diversity Across Patent Teams, founded about 2 years ago with 7 members, including Lot, Meta, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, the Walt Disney Company, Cruise. We've now scaled to include other members, including Equifax, Kilburn and Strode. We've got not only law firms, we've got professional organizations, and we've got third parties who are extremely supportive of all we're trying to do. Well, what are we trying to do? 3 things to address Professor Lim's thoughts. One is education. If you don't know it exists, you can't see it. And if you can't see it, you can't believe it. And if you can't believe it, you can't achieve it. So what we've tried to do is create an opportunity for all levels on the educational scale to have an understanding of intellectual property. One of the programs we offer on the ADAPT website which is free. We like to create programming that is open source, if you will, for anyone to be able to take and scale, is Microsoft's Make What's Next program. It's an impactful video. If you just Google Make What's Next, you'll see it. Effectively, they interview several elementary age women, girls actually, and ask them name a patent inventor. Albert Einstein, Alexander Bell, you name it, all men. Then they said, name a woman inventor. Silence. That just tells a group of girls, you cannot do this. And that is not what we are trying to convey to the next generation. So education is key. And through ADAPT, we're trying to create that educational support from elementary age all the way through the professional realm, which is where our mentoring program comes in. So we are mentoring starting at the high school and collegiate levels, giving everyone mentors. Up to 6 is our goal. That creates a built-in network for people to focus on and grow together. We also have the patent pipeline program, and we are honored to say that we're introducing STEM graduates to the field of intellectual property, and are proud to say that one of our recent graduates just received a full scholarship to Harvard Law School. Nice. Those are opportunities that change families, that change lives. And on the innovator side, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention inclusive innovation, of which Meta is a part. That stigma of women cannot be a part of this is a problem. Way too often we go to our women engineers and we say, did you know that you got an incredible idea in front of you? And they're like, I never knew I could be an inventor. That is a problem because these are brilliant PhDs and personnel who are exceptional. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out the data pillar for ADAPT, which sadly is pointing out the decline in IP professionals going into patent law. I know what you're all thinking, less lawyers, yes! The problem is we're aging out. The population is getting older, and people joining the profession are few and far in between. So at this scale, we're not going to have successors to continue to do the great work, regardless of gender. And I'll say, being in high tech, we have not hit the mark on increasing gender diversity. Kudos to anyone in bio, in life sciences. That number has gone up to approximately 63%, which is phenomenal. But we have petered along in high tech at about 23% women. And that is a paltry number, and we need to fix it. So all the things that Professor Lim mentioned, we're trying to do and address, because I myself am an alien. I do have a U.S. passport now, though.
I love it.
Well, I will give you 2 points of view. First one, the one from GLIPA. We were engaged in a data study where we were trying to show the world how Latin America is, I would say, seeing women inventors. So we conducted a study in the countries where it was possible because of the gender definition in the different applications, and we were able to target Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. And we found certain data that's actually not so good, because women are less and less becoming inventors. And this reflects a United Nations study it says that only 2% of engineers are women, which is really sad. And we have to do something to change this. We are also engaged in trying to engage the IP offices to lower the filing fees and the prosecution stages for inventions where women are part. This is actually copied from an Indian law that has been very successful. And I think if we do that, more companies will be looking into hiring women engineers and into supporting women to become engineers. I think that could be a very good thing for GLIPA to be engaged in. What we have been doing in my law firm, well, I've been engaged for so many years with this. With diversity. So we have a startup program for minorities, which is also pro bono. During COVID, we were providing shelter for the LGBTQ plus community who couldn't go back to the household because of different reasons. We also empower women by, in a way, letting them know that using the husband's last name, I know this is going to be striking for so many, it's not a good idea. And basically, this is something that's still going on in Central America, where women do not use the last name husband like their own, but use the from word that shows belonging to someone. And this is something we are trying to change, to show women that they are not an appendix of someone else. Well, and then basically all these programs have led to incredible results, and I hope, the other Latin American firms could look into this and just encourage their employees to think about a future and embracing diversity.
In the field of IP in Japan, like this, the DE&I committee was established in almost 4 years ago, just 4 years ago. And at that time, they made a report, and based on this report, they started as 3 groups, and each focusing on like the education outside the IP. Like what they do is to dispatch some IP professionals as a teacher to some high schools and universities to let them know like how the inventions or inventors are important to make some innovations. And especially like we have less STEM girls in STEM to increase the number of girls in STEM field. They dispatch the IP professional to girls high school or a girls university. And also the second group is doing education on IP professional themselves. They invite some professional D&I professionals to give lectures to IP professionals like IP patent attorneys. And the third group is making data analysis and making proposals like to the government. Like we have to introduce quota system, and also we have to set specific goals, number of goals to increase the percentage of the female patent attorneys. And I think that relates to the adapt legal. And also outside the IP legal stage, I had a chance to talk to like some Japanese corporate executives to learn their practical examples. And actually today we have a guest like Mr. Hiroi over there. I talked with him, and he is a corporate executive in charge of IP in one company called Mujin, making robots. And this is really eye-opener for me. Like what he said was, like invention leads to the innovation, and innovation leads to profit and increase the competitiveness. And all employees feels like that. And if that happens, and all the employee knows that it's going to happen, if the society is going to be diverse, then the diversity promoted will be automatically promoted. And I think this is really like get my eye opener. And there are some promising facts in Japan actually. Like the last year or the 2 years ago, the percentage of female patent attorneys who passed the exam was exceeded like more than 30%. Yeah, and also according to the report, I read that the more women get promoted than men do, and the number of like girls in STEM is increasing, slowly but steadily increasing. That I think one of those promising figures.
That's a perfect place to leave Japan then, because that's a positive note to see the change
women.
there. All right, Daryl, we're out of time, but I'll give you 60 seconds to tell us the academic.
Sorry.
So, trust and understanding underscore success or failure in DEI, and academics have a tremendous convening power in bringing people together, because academics are usually not seen to have a stake in the game, so to speak. And so we operationalized that by having our first ever conference on Capitol Hill. And a number of folks in this room were there, including Scott Frank, including Robert, including Latif Matima, and Chinwei. And DEI was, in fact, one of the 4 pillars of what we focused on. And it was good that we had those conversations. I think it's important to take the show on the road. And so in June, I will be with Mafi in Colombia, and in July, I will be in China and Japan. So if you are interested to meet up, happy to continue the conversation. I think that is all the time I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to my wonderful panel. I think it's interesting when we look at this conversation from a global perspective. It definitely, I've taken some things away that I didn't realize, so I hope you all have as well. Enjoy the rest of your stay.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and esteemed panelists. Yes, they are going to take a picture, but I'm going to announce we have a little special bonus track in our agenda. We have a special guest that has been here with us today, the whole day, and it's unforgivable from this audience not to have an eye on his wisdom and his word with respect to the challenges that we are facing today as a team in order to spread the word of intellectual property around the globe. Mr. David Kapos, former director of the USPTO and vice chair of the USIPA Alliance. So, David, if you can join us here at the stage and share your thoughts on how you see things moving forward and the future of the Alliance working together with the rest of the world. Thank you, David. My pleasure, David.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. This is a bit of a surprise, I'm sure, for you, but it also is for me. And I'll be very brief because I realize we've all been going on for a long time here. But thanks to Scott and the organizers for just giving me an opportunity to make some observations. I indeed have been around almost the entire day and just kind of absorbing this really wonderful event. It came as a surprise to me, actually, to walk in this morning and see so many people who are so energetic, accomplished, and committed to the cause of GLIPA. When Scott envisioned it, I think still less than 2 years ago now, all of us involved in USIPA, including myself as one of the vice chairs, and I think I can kind of speak for Paul Michel, Judge Michel, as well as Joyce Ward in this regard, thought it was a great idea, but like I think you heard earlier, had no idea that it could not only get off the ground, but become its own very vibrant entity in the space of less than 2 years. And as I sat today reflecting on that, it occurred to me, it's so simple why that happened. Of course, it's the great people in the room that Scott and everyone else chose to get involved, but it's also that it met a simple need, but a hugely important one, right, that none of the rest of us really quite recognized until it came about and flourished so incredibly quickly. And I keep feeling like I need to emphasize that because it's actually quite surprising, incredibly quickly, that this organization has taken hold. And the simple need, right, is to enhance on a global basis, the recognition of the importance of intellectual property. That's it. That's what this group is answering to, and that need was out there, and that's why I think, just again, sitting here today and observing why this organization has taken off as quickly as it has. And so, hearing especially today from people from developing countries, I've been reflecting on how important it is for policymakers, especially in developing countries, to understand that IP isn't an impediment to the success, development, and improvement of their countries. It's an accelerant to the success, development, and improvement of their countries. It's, in fact, an essential ingredient to the success, development, and improvement of their countries. And that's what this organization, GLIPA, has an opportunity to do. It's enough of a challenge in developed countries where there's tremendous misunderstanding about IP, as has been brought out today. There's even, I recognize, more of a problem in developing countries. And this organization can address that. So with this in mind, Scott asked me to just comment on, again, having just listened today, to comment on what's next, or what can be next for GLIPA. And I think the answer to that is also quite simple. I love the touching 1 billion people with IP awareness plan or vision. That is so powerful. It's so simple. It sounds daunting, but I actually think it's achievable, right? And when you consider what that would mean, that alone would address, I think, virtually everything we've talked about here today. Go back to the DEI panel that just finished. Touching 1 billion people and getting them to appreciate the importance of IP would do a lot for DEI, because to touch 1 billion people, you're going to be touching people with an incredible diversity in every possible definition of that term. It would address access to IP for underrepresented groups. Again, 1 billion people, you're going to be touching a lot of underrepresented groups. It would address youth involvement in the IP system, which we've heard about today also, and all the other facets of issues that have been brought out today can all be addressed by simply aligning behind touching 1 billion people with IP awareness. So I'll stop there. Let me just end by saying thank you to everyone who spent a day today and is not only celebrating the amazing achievements of GLIPA in less than 2 years, but also is clearly so committed to taking it forward into the future. And thanks, Scott, for giving me a few minutes to offer those comments.
A selfie? Okay. So now I invite you to have a dessert coffee break. 20 minutes, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Well, we are now in the final leg of this interesting journey today with GLIPA and all of you, but still interesting things to hear and learn from our esteemed colleague members. For me, it's a pleasure to present these distinguished panels of colleagues that are, all of you are dear to my heart, but these people are kind of double dear to my heart. Why? The why is that they are taking GLIPA baton into the regions, and they are the ones that are doing it happen at a local level. So we couldn't be here with the help of them. So I wholeheartedly appreciate all what they are doing for us, spreading the word and the good gospels and the news of the Intellectual Property Alliance. So with that being said, and it's a very female, thanks God, this alliance also has me, no? No, wow, that's a very male.
we have some females, but they were not here present also. So thanks all for joining. It's a pleasure having you here. And Alan Casper, our North American Vice Chair, will lead the conversation with this amazing group of panelists representing GLIPA region. So the floor is yours, Alan.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thanks for all who have stayed late in the hour. The title of this panel is Challenges and Opportunities to Help More People Through IP. And I want to emphasize the challenges and opportunities. As Maria mentioned, we are divided by regions. There are 5 regions throughout the world. Each of the regions certainly differing economically, in language, and in culture. And that in itself raises tremendous challenges for the organization of a GLIPA throughout the world. The plan is to have each region become autonomous in a sense with GLIPA as the umbrella organization over the top of it. Autonomous by having its own board of directors, having its own resources, and collaborating with the other regions to provide some success in achieving the goals of GLIPA through the 3 pillars. What I'd like to do is to have each of the panelists explain what they've done in their regions, and then ask you if you have any suggestions or ways of helping to suggest those during the meeting or perhaps afterwards at the cocktail hour. I'd like to introduce our panelists. Bertin Nigaba, Executive Director of the African Institute of IP, Innovation and Technology Transfer, the GLIPA Africa Vice Chair. Gonzalo Rivero, Director of Intellectual Property and Licensing, Bayer, GLIPA LATAM Vice Chair. Henry Ware, Partner Nixon Peabody, GLIPA Asia Vice Chair. Louis Pierre Gravel, Partner Bereskin and Parr, GLIPA North American Vice Chair. And Gwilym Roberts, a past Vice Chair. You've met Gwilym already. He is from Kilburn and Strode and is now serving on the GLIPA board. So what I'd like to do is to have each of the panelists take about 5 minutes and to say what they've done in their region to date. And then we'll have some additional questions, thought-provoking questions dealing with the challenges that they face in the future. Let me start with Bertin.
Yeah, thank you very much. As our leader presented, my name is Bertin Nigaba. I'm coming from Kigali, Rwanda. I'm the chair for Africa in GLIPA and also executive director of African Institute of Intellectual Property, Innovation and Technology Transfer. So I would like to start off by thanking the GLIPA leadership, in specific Scott, Maria Fernandez, Hurturado, and our team. I'm not alone in the team for Africa. I have my colleagues, Sophia is there, and also Precious Gozwa and Bastian. We are a team of 4. So currently we have been delivering on the cause of GLIPA, specifically as a continent, Africa as a continent or a region which is still somehow behind to compare other regions. We have been focusing on IP awareness and education as a fundamental activity for us, because it's very essential to engage people, innovators, government, entrepreneurs, SMEs in the area of IP and the role IP can play. So in particular, like last year, as our previous presenters mentioned, we organized two events in Africa, because actually Africa is divided into two parts. One part is West Africa, which is mainly composed of French-speaking countries. Then we have also East and Southern Africa, which is mostly composed of the countries, English-speaking countries. So we organized two events on both regions under the support in collaboration with WIPO. So in last year November. So, and also we have been working with local organizations, as I mentioned in my presentation. I'm executive director for AIPT. So in partnership with the AIPT and GLIPA and the University of Rwanda, we organized another event for ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. Means we brought together universities, private sector, and government organizations to train them about patents. You know, patent is something relatively new for many, even for universities. Most of the universities in developing countries, they don't have like those technology transfer offices, so that they can at least have an opportunity to patent and also to license their research outcomes. So we organized that event also as part of GLIPA outreach. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Gonzalo?
Thank you, Alan. First of all, a special thanks to Scott, Mafe, Nikhil for organizing this wonderful event. I know, because I was behind the scenes, that there was enormous efforts and month that has been dedicated to put this day a reality. So this is kudos to all of you, because you made a terrific event. I want to share that, in Latin America is a huge land that we have over there in terms of the amount of countries, and but we have something that probably helps us, is that we are pretty similar from a cultural perspective. So that means that I have to tell you that since the beginning of the GLIPA idea to start it, putting the flags in LATAM as a lead has been, a good effort to start contacting, friends that I know that shares my values, that we are convinced about the importance of intellectual property, that that I know that as I myself, that we dedicate time and efforts without any type of compensation for what we are doing here at GLIPA, but because we are convinced that intellectual property is important, and because we are knowing exactly what is happening worldwide with an IP erosion, and if we do not step aside and start, making society with the right message in terms of what it means IP, why is important IP, we are going to give, the territory for those IP detractors who actually are trying to do the opposite. And I have to tell you that towards that, during this year and a half, we have been very active in putting together many programs and actions that has been taken. I think that one of the panels, the one from IP, Inclusion and Diversity, is a good example in terms of how, with the aid of, friends, some of them are sitting over here, some others, couldn't travel, but we make a publication of these, of the situation of the IP diversity and inclusion and gender perspective in Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Chile. And and it has been, a great opportunity for us to start engaging with key actors, because this was making us to start having conversations with the IP offices to gather this information. They had awareness about the need that we have in order to make it possible, for society to start knowing and creating some facts. And this is part of the story that we were listening this morning in terms of, okay, we have to identify the audience, we have to know what we want to communicate, but on the other hand, we need to have facts. And the facts and the data, that was the main purpose that we have on this study. And this year, we want, to follow in, I would say, the second chapter with other additional countries. With respect to the building an IP ecosystem collaboration, last year with the aid of Universidad de San Andrés, with GLIPA, with WIPO, we put together an IP symposium at the venue of the Universidad de San Andrés. It was a one-day spectaculous, with the interactions with the head of the IP offices in LATAM. We have the judiciaries, we have, IP practitioners, we have the inventors, we have the associations of inventors. So it was a good forum in terms of having an open dialogue within the academic sector in terms of, what are the identifications of key obstacles and why IP is necessary to protect. We do also have, in terms of, the expansion in terms of certain aspects, in terms of reaching out to certain key stakeholders as the NGOs, organizations focused on IP, and the main purpose was reaching out to to the Brazilian Association of Intellectual Property. We have also the Argentine Association of Intellectual Property, and we have also the Colombian Association of Intellectual Property. We are ongoing negotiations with Uruguay, with Chile, and with Paraguay, and so this is part of reaching out and have more friends to start working in synergies. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. So I'm not from Asia, but I'm in Asia. I've been there for the last 40 years. That's about 80% of my working life. I make that introduction because there's a challenge. This session is about challenge and opportunities. There's a clear challenge in Asia, whereas unlike South America, where you've got similarities of systems, you've got complete diversity in Asia. Indeed, what is the definition of Asia? It even includes Russia, and it doesn't include Australia and New Zealand. I mean, when you look at Wikipedia, but when you look at IP organizations, there's a slightly different structure. And we've really very much leveraged, we are leveraging, I think, as an organization, off existing organizations. And there are good, strong Asia regional organizations, one of which is APAA, the Asian Patent Attorneys Association, which is kind of how I got involved. And in fact, the first sort of meeting we had in Asia was on the back of an APA meeting in Singapore last year. I've only really got into this position relatively recently. I have a co-chair, Fazal Broko, is here in the room, and we also have somebody from China. We're looking at getting people from somebody from Thailand, somebody from Singapore. So the thrust of my presentation to you now is not so much what we've done, because that's history anyway. We're trying to put in place the structures, and I think this is what perhaps is common to everybody, as to how we can, increase or develop, I should say, the membership with the right sort of people, the quality. So we're doing this by various means, and the priorities first start. I mean, we take advantage of what's already there. So the the IPD offices around the world are all engaged, as we've heard. The USPTO is very strong as far as the GLIPA is concerned, as is WIPO. Now, obviously, every country has its own IP office, including Hong Kong, which is not a country, including Taiwan, which is not a country. But these are significant jurisdictional resources, and there are resources there, particularly directed towards youth, directed towards people's understanding of the value and importance of IP, which is our mission. So clearly we want to engage with those, and again make the point, we are engaging as much with non-Asian offices as with Asian, and indeed I've already, in the course of this meeting, which has in itself I think been a GLIPA opportunity, managed to talk to people who have given us great ideas about programs which have, as it were, Asian versions. That includes the WIPO Masters course. The USPTO has its attaché program and so on, which have offices in Asia. WIPO has its offices in Singapore. There are regional, there's a WIPO office in China. So we want to engage, as it were, with a common message. Now, you'll probably hear in the conversations, one size doesn't fit all. But you can say that all sizes fit one, and in the sense that we have a common purpose, and that is shared by many organizations which have a specific purpose. They are sectorial, they have national interests, they have political interests, they have their own professional interests, and so on, even the gender interests, but we have none of those interests. Our only interest is the making available IP throughout the world. So the projects, as I say, so number one is reaching out to the IP offices. We've already, we're doing this in a number of jurisdictions. Another, which came out of the meeting last year, is there's a magazine called Asia IP. Now, that's directed at Asia, but the publishers of that magazine also happen to be very much involved in the Scouting movement. Now, the Scouting movement was something that I spent one day in as a failed cub, but what I hadn't realized is that actually there are 174 members and about 43 million invested young people who are in this program to be educated through a values system to appreciate the value of whatever it might be, observing the Scout code. And in America, I understand Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts are just called Scouts these days, so that covers with diversity. I know I'm getting the nod. But I'm just using this as an example because this has come out of this meeting, and I've discovered about the US Scouting movement, and the plan is to get this across the world with a Scouting badge for IP. Now, perhaps I should stop on that high note because I'm getting the nod, but I've got a lot more to say.
Loic Pierre.
Thank you very much. So as I hear my co-chairs and vice chairs speak, I realize that while we are a global organization, there are significant regional differences. I'm speaking to you as the North American co-chair, and contrary to Latin America, really, North America, for the purposes of this organization, is two countries, the US and Canada. Now, some people may say Canada is just the 51st state, and some Canadians might take some issue with that. But the reality is that we're coming at it through an organization where the USIPA is already a well-established organization. And one of the challenges we have in Canada is to roll out GLIPA as a legitimate organization that's not simply an offshoot of the USIPA. And so I started in this role at around the time of the creation of GLIPA itself. And while what we've done is indeed history, I think it is important to understand a little bit where we're coming from to set the stage on where we're going. And one of the issues was to try to map out in Canada the various organizations, government departments, IP office, we only have one IP office, but then within each province in Canada, there are regional actors that sometimes directly impact intellectual property, sometimes tangentially impact intellectual property. And so it's a relatively fragmented landscape, and to try to convince everyone to come on board is a bit of a challenge. So we're starting with small steps. We have a meeting on Monday with the Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. He's also the Registrar of Patents and the Registrar of Trademarks. And so we're hoping to at least be able to get the ball rolling on signing an MOU. Now, an MOU is, as we all know, a memorandum of understanding. It's a document that is aspirational in terms of collaboration and other things like that. But we're hoping at least to get the ball rolling so that throughout the summer, we can then reach out to all of these other organizations to be able to get them on board and to perhaps, and we're being perhaps a little bit ambitious, but certainly if we can arrange ourselves to be able to organize an event sometime in the fall, early winter next year, I think that would be certainly a measure of success of the rolling out of the organization from a Canadian perspective. So again, I have a lot of things to do, but maybe we'll just stop on that. Thank you.
Willem?
Thank you. Well, first of all, as you say, I'm kind of a past vice chair. So first of all, shout out to Julian and Ilias, who do a lot of the work in Europe. And big up to Mafe and the team for organising an amazing event as well. So thanks for that. We've principally focused on building a network. And I know we're going to move on to challenges. Europe has the benefit of a very sophisticated IP infrastructure and also a huge number of countries, each with a very, very well-established internal infrastructure as well. The UK, I think our institute is like 130 years old, so you're not going to shift stuff like that. So it's all about getting people linked up and get that connection going. And to give a bit of a spoiler alert for the challenge is keeping that momentum, frankly, but we've done a lot of work with a whole range of different constituencies. So private practice has been an easy one, actually. That's where you get a lot of energy and interest, and I think people see the joint benefit of building their own network as well, but giving something back. Industry, again, we've had a lot of success there. A lot of interest from patent offices. And I'm going to count WIPO because they're based in Switzerland. So we got them. That was us. That's my European view. Also, academia has been quite interested. Other areas, perhaps not so successful. The innovator community, they're actually more difficult to find in a sense because they're not represented in quite the same way. And areas like licensing also, we've seen more difficulties finding and kind of identifying those constituencies. So that's the kind of the vertical approach we've had. And that's had a lot of interest, a lot of MOUs and general involvement engagement. Then horizontally, we're looking at the national challenge that I think we all have. We've got a lot of countries in our continent. And again, that has met with decent success. Some countries, a lot of interest. But if you look at that map that comes up occasionally, there are some quite big holes in Europe that we still need to fill. So that's been the principal focus so far. And I think when we get on to challenges, I'll explain why once we built the network, that's pretty much what we've got to so far.
Thanks very much. Well, you can hear from the enthusiasm of the presenters and the activities they've been involved with that they've done a lot, but they can't do it alone. And they need volunteers. They need people to populate their boards. They need people to volunteer for their committees, to establish programs so they can carry on the goals and the vision of GLIPA. So to that point, I'll ask Gonzalo and Henry to comment. How do you identify candidates for GLIPA membership and or regional boards or regional committees? And what criteria do you use to select and invite a candidate? Enthusiasm, past activity, resources, diversity? And what's your strategy to get members engaged and enthusiastic and have them maintain that engagement?
So when Mafe and I started, to think about, how we started developing the GLIPA initiative in our region, the first thing that we made was, we sit with the map of the LATAM, and we start identifying in each individual country which are the high-quality IP professionals. That was our first starting point. We map those key stakeholders and we said, well, now we have to go on ground. We have to present what GLIPA is, why these individuals should join us and become members, and eventually see if they do have the same interest, and commitment to come with us. And it was a surprise for us because, we started having these conversations individually, and it was like a contagious effect that our colleagues that were calling, in some countries, well, when they knew that they were, on board, it was like cascading and easily going the way how to present and why to become members of GLIPA. And we start then, first was to present, and then was, okay, we need to put something in the plate here, to make it roll in. So we started, being, in terms of seeing, well, okay, we started having, new members, more members, and then we said, well, okay, this is good because we have commitment, from people are enthusiastic, to form part of this organization, and this will be helpful for amplifying the GLIPA within the LATAM region. But then we have the other, I would say, challenge was, well, we need to create our board. And to create the board is, to actually have more commitments, more time that you have to dedicate, for the decision making and to actually take more engagement on the actions that has to be taken. And I will say that, on the skills that we were looking for in that board was people who are passionate of IP and passionate of what they are doing, knowing that they do their best. For us, for Mafe and I, they are the high qualified guys that we have in the region, and we are honored to have them with us. I have to tell you.
I might recognize at least a half a dozen of them being here and traveling all this way to be part of this program.
Yeah.
Henry, can you comment, please?
Yeah, well, we have about, officially speaking, I think there's 100 members in Asia, whatever that means. As Scott has said, he wants everybody on the planet to be a member of GLIPA. I have to take slight issue with him on that. I think we want everybody on the planet to benefit from what GLIPA has to offer, but the membership we're talking about here is the leadership and the active, if you like, membership of us. Now, so there's two things going on here. There's one that there are people who are interested in IP. The other is the people who are interested in GLIPA. And the interest in GLIPA is not what you can get, it's what you can give. And therefore, we're looking for people. First of all, it's a given that they should be leaders or people who've been there and done that as far as IP is concerned. And I've noticed most of the speakers today have said, of course, we're all lawyers. I'm not sure that isn't, of course. We do need other resources. We need the financing resources. We need the networks. Mm-hmm. And I did hint earlier about the existing organizations. Now, they have an interest group, but within those organizations, we're looking to, as it were, have a GLIPA soul, as I call it, so that APAA, we are looking to sign an MOU with them, but it's not just a signature on a piece of paper. There will be commitments to do joint activities. Now, on our message, and I think a lot of the initiatives we've heard about haven't been necessarily GLIPA initiatives. They've been joint initiatives with organizations that respect what we're doing, including, of course, WIPO. And that should continue. Indeed, we shouldn't try to reinvent any wheels. What we're trying to do is to put on, as it were, our pair of wheels, and it's a focus. GLIPA is a focus, and it's a movement. It's almost a religion. And so that will obviously get you the members through the organizations. Another one is LESI, which is international, but I'm on the education committee of the China-Hong Kong group. So once you get involved in these organizations, whoever you are, we sell the GLIPA message. And part of the challenge is making sure we get that message right. We actually understand what the message is so that people don't just join because they want their name on the board. They join because they want to give something back, and they have time to give something back, or they will make time to give something back. And I suspect everybody doing it is in that position. And they also need to stop talking when they get the nod from the chairman.
Well, that leads me to another question. Your comments are very appropriate as to approaching an individual to encourage them to join GLIPA. There are many reasons people will do it. Certainly there are, for the greater good to give back. But being a volunteer isn't necessarily part of every social structure. Is personal or organizational gain a proper message? Can you encourage someone to join because of good networking through this organization? What do you think? Bertrand, maybe, and Gonzalo?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, when you look at the overall purpose of GLIPA is to make a world a better place where everyone live in a better condition. So with that, I think that is the main motivation to be part of GLIPA, because everyone need to contribute so that the world can benefit from his contribution in one way or another. So that is the motivation one, so that people can be part of GLIPA. But also our communities where we belong to, they really need to have access to IP rights. So many of participants here, I think they are lawyers. So, but think about those people who are in indigenous groups, for instance. Let's take an example of indigenous groups in any given country. So, who are not able to know about IP. So, they are not able to go to the law firm to benefit from services, but at least they can benefit from pro bono services that you can give, GLIPA can give. So, in that case, it's another way of contributing, and it's another motivation to be part of GLIPA, because GLIPA is a network of networks. It's not going to compete with your law firm or your organization, existing organization. Instead, it is giving you a platform so that you can give a hand to the community, your community around. So I think I can stop from there, but the reasons are many. We have many long list of the reasons why any person in the world can be part of GLIPA. Thank you.
In LATAM, I will say that the message has been primarily voluntarily work, and then of course this is because of the main purpose of the vision and the mission of GLIPA. By the end, the work go through to give back something to society. And this is part in the alignment of what we want to reach. But the first step, I want to be very clear with the individual message that we have with each individual to form part over here is voluntarily. And the first here is, there is no membership fee that you have to pay. So this is, you are dedicating your time, and probably this is more expensive than could cost, any membership, in another association or NGO, because there is time that you are going to be dedicating, for accomplish this. But the good thing here is the work is not individual. So if we have good alignment, we have good organization, we can split, in each individual, the certain roles. This is a teamwork effort. And that is the way how to say, because on a daily day, everyone has trips, has commitments, has personal conflicts. But if we have a good team, we can deliver the results that we are looking for.
Thank you. Of course, people are very important, but also important are resources, support. The programs and collaboration that you need to be able to have GLIPA become a success in each region and globally. So what are the main targets for such support, especially administrative, secretariat, for example, web content, and financial in your region? Let me ask Louis Pierre and Gonzalo to talk about that.
Sorry. So yeah, I think that's one of the biggest challenges, and I'm going to take a bit of a roundabout way to answer Alan's question, but you'll see. Stay with me. You're going to see the point. So this morning, you heard Scott talk about how intellectual property is important and how intellectual property, among other factors, was instrumental in being able to deliver the COVID vaccines that most of us benefited from in order to stop the spread of the pandemic. That theme of vaccines and life sciences and enthusiasm also kept running through today. And I kept thinking, the intellectual property doesn't yet exist to inoculate us against Scott Frank's hyper-contagious enthusiasm. And that might be a good thing. But that enthusiasm can also be a little bit off-putting for some of the organizations or some of the other entities that we're approaching, because they may see GLIPA as a competitor. And I think one of the biggest messages we need to convey to these other organizations, to people in firms, to government entities, we're not a competitor. We're not here for a profit. We're not here to take away anyone's carve out in the area of intellectual property. We're here fundamentally because we are animated by passion for intellectual property and passion for helping others benefit from intellectual property. And that sometimes is a very difficult message to convey because people disbelieve you. They look at you and they say, are you for real? And then you answer very honestly, well, yes, this is why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this because fundamentally there's business development issues or there's work to be gotten or because I'm getting any pecuniary benefit out of it. Those are byproducts of being involved in an organization like this one. They're important byproducts, clearly, but they're not the main goal. And so when we're reaching out to organizations to try to say, look, we need you to share some of your money, we need you to share some of your resources to help us put this organization on the map and reach this very lofty goal of, rolling out some programming to 1 billion people around this planet. That's the way you need to articulate it, I think. And that it can be a challenge, but with maintaining those conversations and getting people like Alan or even Scott in the room to help convey that enthusiasm, that can work very well.
Definitely is a challenge up to the position that we are, at least in LATAM. My perspective is we are only two that we are handling the administrative, aspects. The ones, and I have to be real in terms that we had been getting some help also from Gravy and some other folks, within the U.S. That are assisting us. But definitely, from human resources, from the administrative level, there is a huge lack of these initial steps. What we had been starting doing is that we having conversations with the university, with the postgraduate students at the master's degree of Universidad San Andrés. Some students, after explaining about what is GLIPA and that all of the vision and mission that has, they had been raising their hands, to give a help. So that has been a good way that we are finding now to give us a help in the 3 pillars and on the projects, to be a liaison on helping on certain matters. And on the other way, they're getting involved, with different actors, which is an spectacular, opportunity for them. That definitely from a financial and from an administrative perspective, this has been a challenge and continue. But we are trying to. This is pretty early, so. I hope that we will be reaching in a different position, in the near future.
Thank you. For Henry and Bertrand, can regions have a consistent message giving the diversity in language, culture, economics, and economic development and political structure and goals? If not, how to reconcile inconsistencies or differences?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. In fact, IP as a message can be shared around the world as a concept or as a right. But the mode of delivering should be different because, as you mentioned, there is a language difference, culture, and even development level. Like in case of Africa, let's say, in case of my country, Rwanda, the level of IP awareness and even the infrastructures in place, laws, policies, is still new. Like it's now around 13 years since the time Rwanda adopted its first IP law. So, but the mode of delivering should be different. Then the question is, how can we consolidate this, the differences or dynamic? We need to be dynamic, in fact, so that every region can have its own model of how they reach out their targeted audience, the beneficiaries, but also being diverse and having differences is also another source of courage for us, because we have been talking about diversity and inclusion. So being diverse means it's also another good outcome for us as a global IP alliance, because it helps us also to deliver about diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Yeah. When I'm not being a lawyer or sitting up here, I play the organ in our local church, the pipe organ. There's lots of different stops, totally different noises that come out of it, pedals to play and different keyboards and so on. Very diverse. But when it all comes together, same with an orchestra, you get a single piece of music. Now, as I said earlier, I think we may be concentrating. IP is traditionally, well, is in fact legally a local right, and we're trying to get across the borders. I say IP sans frontières, and this is something that also our customers want. They don't actually want to know what's going on there. They're looking for a global solution. So this is a common theme and a common aim, and one which any local group would may or may not embrace, but we embrace. And this is one of what GLIPA is about, that we're giving a platform for these organizations, particularly some who actually legally cannot even discuss these things face to face, but over the internet, this is a resource that can be downloaded. So we're looking at providing a resource which is a common resource, not a detailed treatise on the law in a particular country. And as I say, it's this common theme of as it were, unleashing the power of IP to stimulate creativity and wealth. And so this is a message which I think does cut across borders, and therefore is not a challenge. I'll just throw in the point that we've heard quite a bit about the India GLIPA. I mean, already we have the sort of Asia GLIPA, there's all these different rather artificial constructs. We have the different states, but there's really only one GLIPA. And there'll be inward looking, and that's necessary in a big continent. Everyone, Japan, China, I'm sure they want to have their own groups in terms of organization, but in terms of the message, we have to find the common threads. That is our challenge, and that is our joy, and present that as a very simple. Having amplified, we unify it, and then we simplify it. I believe that is one of our mottos.
Thank you. In the closing 5 minutes, I'll ask each of you to comment on your strategy to find a project for each of the pillars, or at least one of the pillars for GLIPA. Gwilym, can I start with you?
Thank you. I think one of the issues in Europe has been, yes, we want to get involved. What makes you different from the lot of other organisations already there? And I think I was actually discussing it with Henry, who's calling the wonderful word, which is exportise, which is exporting expertise. What we have is a really sophisticated setup in Europe, and I think one of the resources we can absolutely share is that knowledge and experience. That could be the project that really captures the eye of people, to export that to places where there's a bit less available. That might well be the thing that gets people buying in.
Yay, my turn. I think for the North American section, and really for the purposes of this conversation, we're talking about the Canadian part of the North American section. The idea, I think, would be to try to find an event or to be associated or to create an event where issues of basic education about IP would be relevant, or DEI issues. Both of those topics are particularly relevant right now in Canada, and I think being able to crystallize energies around one of those two themes would certainly allow us to rally some participation from different organizations and roll out a successful program.
Henry?
There's macro programs and there's micro programs. The simple program, as I hinted earlier, was taking this scouting badge example. I mean, it sounds trivial, but we're definitely in an area where if we get young people understanding this and acting as ambassadors for IP, Hong Kong actually has an ambassadors IP program, and the point about that program is you're not going directly to the kids, but you're going to the law students and training the trainer how to go into schools, and they've embraced it. Once you start teaching the program, you have to believe the program. So a great way to get people invested is to give them the power to go out there and sell the message. It's quite exciting for them, rather than what they get on social media, which could be anything, and particularly it's probably infringing. So these are the sort of programs. They exist. The programs exist. I think that this is very important, because I think a lot of people say, "Oh, I don't have the resources to lay on a program," and so on. But they're existing programs, and we can leverage off them. And this scouting badge program seems to be a good idea, and we can roll that out across the globe.
Love it. Gonzalo.
Yeah, for the IP awareness and education, we have we are working on the implementation of youth education on IP in schools, in elementary and high school level. We are approaching to private schools, although we have initially the idea to go through to the government, but I think that will be the idea, but that will be taking us, too much efforts and time to make it a reality, that project. So we started reaching out to private schools, and we are very advanced on the discussions. We are going to be starting having preparing and gathering all the information. We are taking advantage that some of our colleagues in other countries in LATAM has already prepared, some of the educational materials. We are reviewing that, adjusting, and then we are implementing, these, if this is possible, in the second quarter of the year. Towards the IP collaboration ecosystem, we will put in place in this second semester a seminar program with WIPO and the Americas State Organization, the OEA, and that will be the first, of the events that will be focusing, in LATAM and the importance of IP with these main organizations. And with respect to the inclusion and diversity, as I mentioned it before, we are expanding this study report for other countries in LATAM, so we can have a complete, a spectrum on by the end of this year, by having, a report of 12 countries of this region.
As GLIPA Africa members, we are part of the community. That is a fact. So being part of the community in our region, it helps us to know what is really missing there. And from there, that's where we are tackling on the issues that we see that they are crucial, so that we can help our community to develop in terms of IP. So, and with that, that's why we are now focusing on awareness and education pillar, because it's very important. Even to achieve that, we are trying to engage different stakeholders there, like IP offices and also thanks to GLIPA on global level, they are giving us support, but also we started already to benefit from the partnership of GLIPA and WIPO. As I mentioned last November, last year we organized 2 events. So now that is how we are focusing. But also on diversity and inclusion, we plan to start advocacy with other local organizations and also to engage with organizations. We have 2 organizations actually, OAP and ALIPO, and also WIPO office in Nigeria, so that we can start to cooperate with them in some of the activities. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to thank all of our panelists. It was really, I learned a lot myself today from all of you guys, and I really appreciate your contributions. And I would encourage the audience, if you have any interest in participating in the leadership of any of these regions, please talk to the speakers or talk to me. We would love to have you involved, and if you know someone that you think might be interested, please pass their contacts along to us, because we're trying to grow this organically as quickly as possible. Thank you all very much.
And well, I'm just calling up our next and final panel. Still a bit to go, but this is a thrilling panel led by our dear members from the U.S. Intellectual Property Alliance, and they will explain in detail what they have done at the state level, at the USIP level, in order to make the magic happen. Lots of collaboration, lots of insights from what they are doing, and we are just about to close the event with this final panel session.
Group photo, guys.
And we're going to have a group photo then.
Yeah, right. And for those people who attended in, I will give you a water, water, and aspirin. Nice. We'll just take a century. Right. Okay, let's get started here. First, I want everybody to understand that Scott was nice enough to say that anybody who sits through our whole session will get free drink coupons. And those people who attended INTA, we'll offer you water and aspirin. Thank you. I'm Sam Zellner. I'm CEO of Inspire IP. Also leading open source AI prior art search engine, and also on the USIPA board, co-chair of the liaison committee, which is a fancy way of saying I work with the states. My partner in crime here, Zach Totino, is VP of Corporate and Legal Sales Americas for Maxval Group, and he's also on the USIPA board, and like I said, co-chair of the liaison group. Zach, you want to introduce the panelists?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sam. Joining us today, starting from we'll work our way down here. Maurizio Yerbe, partner at Kenobi Martins. He's also a USIPA board member. He will be leading the IP corporate roundtable efforts and the October IP month proclamations, which we'll talk a little bit about today. Next to him, we have Shailendra Bandari, partner at Katana and Company. He is the chair of the India Intellectual Property Alliance. Next to him, we have Conrad Helwegi. He just received his BS from the University of Florida. He is a JD candidate at Penn Carey Law, an aspiring IP attorney, a board member of the Florida IP Alliance, and leads our student recruitment program. And last but not least, we have Corinne Sukinak, principal at C Synergies, executive director of the Georgia IPA, and the co-chair of GIPA's annual IP think tank. I think our previous session, talking globally, is going to lead very well into what we're going to be talking about today, which is thinking globally but acting locally. We are on the state committee, but a lot of the things we'll talk about today will be able to be reproduced from a country level and a region level throughout the world.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. And just a correction, I was wrong in my notes there. Chandra is a member of the India group. Sorry, a founding member. So, just to set the stage a little bit more, we've heard a lot about the pillars and what they're about, and obviously you can see that they're thinking very much globally and have a lot of great ideas, and that's very good. But when you need to start implementing these ideas at the local level, it's a big task. Again, think of it geographically within your area. I know a lot of people like to think of the urban areas, but it's more than just the urban area. It's the rural areas too. It's all the different groups involved, and again, we represent everyone. So it's a big task. But I just reiterate to everybody, it's the network of networks. We're partnering with people, and that's what makes it so much easier for the IPAs to move, because they're partnering with people. And as was explained with Scott and a number of others, again, we're not competing with people. We're trying to unify, simplify, and amplify those messages. So that's an important piece to keep in mind. So we have this panel here. This is your opportunity to hear these groups, how they've gone through, and they're at different stages, as you'll hear, in terms of their development. And so hopefully this will help you as you're trying to form your IPAs. And I would encourage you, we want to make this an interactive session. I know a lot of the sessions were people speaking, but this time it's an opportunity for you to ask questions and get clarifications on how did you do that, why did you do that, and things like that. So hopefully that'll answer a lot of your questions, get you off to a good start here. So with that, we're going to start with since we're in the birthplace of Georgia and the whole IPA system here, we'll start off with Corinne, the most mature IPA. And Corinne, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your organizational structure. And one of the things that I think is quite unique about Georgia, and maybe an aspiration for everybody, is the size of your board.
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to indicate that we're probably not mature yet. I think we're growing. When you look at the evolution of a nonprofit, it's just like a startup. You get the governance and administration, your business model, and then you grow in terms of identifying your needs and filling those needs with the right people. And then you get those projects and they grow, and you find out which ones are successful and you continue, and which ones are not, and you redirect. And then you get to really the peak. you know, that you're really fulfilling your mission. And at that point, two things could happen. You could continue to fill that need, or in essence, you lose sustainability. You probably might have some burnout of some people, and so you lose resources, or your mission may have changed. And so you really have to be cognizant as to where you are on that life cycle. And, you know, to be very honest, I know we're IP professionals, but I'm not certain we've all gone to, you know, Nonprofit 101. And so I think the organization and structuring and managing of nonprofits is also an important aspect for what we do and can really impact our success. So I would say that we're still on the uprise curve. We're still going on the hockey stick, and we're growing and continue to grow. If anything, we have probably more ideas than we can actually address. And so always having the right number of people in the organization is important. Now, that doesn't mean that you need a board member for every project or for every initiative. You need volunteers. And you need some sort of management system for those volunteers. With regard to the board, currently we have 86 board members. And yes, that's rather large. Those 86 are divided up into a group of 4 individuals that really deal with the strategy of the organization. There are 12 executive committee members that are managing the ecosystem major programs. We have 30 program leaders who are the ones that really execute those projects. And then we have 40 constituents. And those are advisors, you know, they ensure overall oversight for governance. They might be someone that's a great sponsor or that enables us to network and get connected with industry leaders. So there's a mix of what we have. I would say that the important thing in terms of managing a large board is to first make sure that there's a need for that board member. You know, have an assessment as to what your projects are and have you filled those requirements. And also have a role and description for the individual that has the skills and traits that you need to fill that position. Otherwise, you may find someone that's really energetic, but you don't really have a place for them. You know, it's interesting, and I could talk all day. It's really interesting because a number of our programs, and I think some of them might be identified in the brochure as flagship programs. Some of our programs have been going on for 20 plus years. We've had the advantage of taking over some of the heritage programs that came out of the University of Georgia that when they received a new dean, basically she didn't want to pursue those, but they came under the GIPA umbrella. And so the folks that have those projects, I mean, it's just, they don't need direction. They take total ownership. They have passion. They do a great job from, you know, planning to, you know, executing. You know, you've seen some of the people here. And that's interesting because we ask a lot of IP professionals to do, you know, things that probably they didn't think they were going to do in terms of managing meetings and so forth. So that's another consideration. But a number of our people are so well oiled in terms of what they do that if you brought another volunteer in, sometimes they can get in the way, you know, because when you bring in a new board member, it's not just that you've made sure that you have that role and responsibility. You have to have someone that mentors them, that gives them guidance, that trains them, and that takes time. And as we have all these programs, we've got about 30 programs that we're activating throughout the year. And some of those are the well-developed ones, and some of those are in early stage planning. So, you know, on one hand, you'll have the projects that maybe they're just going to get in the way. But the ones that are less developed, perhaps they don't have the background or the understanding as to how to go about developing them. So you've got to have the right fit. And I would say that one of our advantages is just being here in Atlanta, the hub of innovation. I don't know, besides the traffic, I think hopefully you've heard a buzz of activity in terms of the universities that we have and the innovation hubs, the technology centers, the startups. We have such a great venture group. So there's a lot going on, and so we can get energized by putting in intellectual property. I do think that's an advantage. And what we do is we try to, heard the word in the first presentation, collaborate. We don't have to do everything ourselves, but we network and we find out where there are synergies, and we have programs that are mutually beneficial for both organizations, and therefore, that allows us to go forward and maximize our efforts. So I'm going to stop there. I don't know if I answered your question.
In so many ways, yes. So since you started talking about programming, maybe we should move over to programming and some of the things. And one thing I want to remind the audience is the reason we brought together the state board and the states together is so that they can share ideas. That's really what it's about, taking things from all levels, sharing up and sharing down. You don't have to do it yourself. You don't want to have to recreate the wheel every time. And that's what we have done. Georgia has done with a lot of the programming. One of the very successful events that we've had is the IP Corporate Roundtable. Maurizio, you've been leading the efforts recently on the IP Corporate Roundtable, just had an incredibly successful one. Why don't you talk about what you've been working on and the framework around the Corporate Roundtable and advantages?
Sure. And again, as you'd mentioned, the Corporate IP Roundtable really had its origins from GIPA. It was a long-standing event that they had hosted, and early on when we joined, we were able to dial in and see the GIPA event. And I was like, wow, this is really amazing. Really enjoyed that, and probably was the first event we did as Washington IPA was a very light version of that. We just found one of our local IP professionals. He's a wonderful individual, and we hosted it. It was on a very small scale, but it kind of tested the waters, and we were able to pull it off. It was a great way to introduce. At that point, Washington IPA had only been around a couple months, and we were able to introduce the organization, provide some programming that hadn't otherwise occurred, right? No other organization was doing something, so it really addressed an important point for us, and it was successful in on the scale that we wanted, right? It was 30 individuals that came, and we were able to reach out to our law firm partners and some of the corporate partners and say, hey, by the way, this is us, we're doing something new, there's a lot of energy behind it, let's get behind it. And then that evolved to, as it turned out, then the next Corporate IP Roundtable was someone in our backyard, Scott Hayden, someone I'd known for a while. So I was like, hey, I know Scott, we can do it. And that was really our first test to open it up to on a much grander scale, right? It was a national or international event. That's when we incorporated, hey, each state IPA can join us, and let's let you have that kind of intimacy of a small watching party, or bring folks together for whatever needs you have. And we're going to do it around the umbrella of the Corporate IP Roundtable. And to grow to that scale came with a little bit of hiccups and technical glitches, which are always going to happen. And we learned from that, like what worked well, what we didn't. And then this year we kind of repeated lesson learned with Gideon Miles at OpenAI. And then we're really now pushing to say, hey, we only gave the state IPAs 20 minutes last year, and by the time everybody got logged in, there's a little more time than for everybody just to kind of wave on Zoom and say hello. But let's leverage this fact of that for, especially this year, we probably had 10 IPAs that it was their first meeting ever. And so the Corporate IP Roundtable now became almost the umbrella to say, use this as your launch event, right? We'll try to make it as turnkey as much as possible, but use this as your launch event. And whether you want to do it to evangelize IPA or have a conversation about OpenAI and what AI is doing. It doesn't really matter, but it was just that way to do it. And so it's kind of grown that way, and where it'll end up next year, we'll see kind of what the feedback is. And if you didn't provide feedback, happy to take that. It's just been a really good opportunity for us to turn this event. It is a signature event for IPAs, and so hopefully it's not the corporate IP, the national one is important, but also what we really wanted to do is to provide the state IPAs or international organizations. You can do this too, and it doesn't matter what scale you do it, and if you follow this, take whatever improvements, modify it the way you see it. But this is now the template that hopefully everybody can do, and we'll have multiple corporate IP roundtables, which I think is the end goal of this. Not just an event, it's a series of events.
And I would just comment, Mauricio, first of all, you did an excellent job. That was really very well done. And he was nice enough to work with each of the states, because each of the states had a different strategy. Some, like Georgia charges for it. Others said, we just need membership. We can't start charging. We need membership. So there was different strategies, and Mauricio, and the way he set it up, allowed each state to do their own thing. And so, and this is a good point about when we talk about networks and networks. I think everybody's thinking, we're networking with the PTOs, we're networking with INTA and things like that. You're also networking with other IPAs. That's a really important piece, because each IPA has like an expertise, and they either have a very good person who can work a topic very well, or they just have a very big interest. And in some cases, it's not all the IPAs. Sometimes it's just a few of the IPAs are interested in a hybrid arrangement. So that's and I don't know, Chandra, if you want to, have you guys been thinking about any type of hybrid arrangements, particularly in a situation where you have such a big country too?
So we don't have any state IPAs as such, but the idea is to at least work alongside state associations. So there are various associations who deal with IP aspects. Like my friend Bharat here, he leads the initiative for the south of India. They were instrumental in having an IP division within the Madras High Court, which is basically a specialized IP code. And then how India is, right? That there are about more than 120 languages being spoken. There are about 700 tribes in India. So the emphasis is to have people on the ground in various states who speak different languages. Like I think Corinne mentioned about collaboration. We had an excellent program in the state of Maharashtra, which is close to the city of Bombay, where the local language was used to spread IP awareness. And it was a collaboration with the INTA's Unreal campaign. We used the Unreal campaign, the slides which were used, we translated them into the local language and tried to spread the IP awareness there. Basically to empower eventually the inventorship, or to make them understand that probably there are certain things which they are not aware of, and large corporations may just come in and probably use them for a higher money. So I think that has been the emphasis in the initial round. And obviously there are various committees which are formed within the Indian IP Alliance with various objectives on course.
One question that always comes up that I hear is people are like, well, we're starting an IPA and we're starting it, and we tend to have a lot of patent people. We don't have many trademark people and things like that. And Zach and I say, it's okay, you got to start somewhere. Even though we're all IP, you got to start somewhere. And I would be just curious, Mauricio, how was that for you in your group?
Yeah, it's a great example, and we had this conversation a little earlier today. You naturally tend to go, and I think as a strategy, when you first form, you pick the projects that you're comfortable with. It's your sweet spot. We can host and talk about patent stuff all day. And so you start with that because that aligns with your passion. And then what you get is once you have a couple of those successful events, there's nothing wrong with that. Then you have to make a concern. And I think we're doing this with Washington, is we just made awareness, like, we haven't really done a lot with the arts because that's just not an area that we've done a lot, individually of the wonderful folks that we work with at Washington. We just don't have a lot of experience in that. And so we set out as a goal for this year to say, let's reach out. And the beauty of it is we had people attend a couple of our events who are in those spaces, like artists or protecting trademark, and we said, look, this is a great way for us to engage with them because we're just behind Georgia at our peak. We had 6 board members. We're catching up, But you know, how do we get past that number? And so we reached out to the few folks who came to our events and said, you've got the right background. We want to leverage you. And this is our outreach to get those folks to come in and help us get beyond our borders. But you have to make a conscious effort, but it doesn't have to be day one, month one, or even year one. As long as it's part of your roadmap, I think it's great. And you do what you can to raise awareness, but you also have to be aware of what you're doing and where you're. And I would say the same thing goes not only on that, but, and it was brought up earlier, say, for example, state of Washington, we have one major city, Seattle, and we've got a lot of agricultural cities. So we have to make a big effort to push ourselves into outside of Seattle, right? Get into the other areas of Yakima and all these other cities that have a more agricultural basis, and the wine industry and all these other things that say, this is what makes Washington unique. So let's leverage our uniqueness of the state and get some programming that reaches out beyond kind of, again, our comfort zone.
Maybe we transfer over to Conrad. One of the things that was talked about in the earlier session was getting the university students involved. Conrad, from the student perspective, what are you working on from a state IPA perspective? What are the students hoping to get out of these IP alliances? What do you see as the big advantage?
Yeah, so I'd like to begin just by thanking everyone for this opportunity to learn from such distinguished IP professionals from around the globe and to serve on this panel and represent student interests. But as a student who's interested in intellectual property, that's what I plan to study, it's something that is not talked about a lot. I think that was a theme throughout the day. And as someone in my undergraduate studies, I found out about it through an IP professional who gave a guest lecture in my Introduction to Electrical Engineering course. Well, every curriculum, every program at an individual university, and then certainly across universities, those opportunities don't always exist. So the main thing for students is just exposure to this area. And then when you break it down more and look at what value students can get from the IPAs, it really mirrors the value that you professionals have. So to start, you guys see this as an opportunity for continuing education, learning about new IP developments and trends across the globe. Well, for us, it's not continuing education, it's original education, because we don't know about IP. So we're trying to get our feet wet with this area. Second, it's networking. So as everyone's networking here, students want to meet people that are going to become mentors and show them the light and how you proceed along this career path. And then I think third, students, just like everyone here, want to give back. They want to improve their communities, improve DEI efforts, extend innovation to everyone across the globe. So from a student perspective, it's really the same. You know, we want to go out and work in our communities, work with kids, teach them about being inventors and doing science fairs and that sort of thing. So in terms of needs, it's very similar. In terms of how we students can then give back to the IPAs and provide value to them, I like to start with an example about what we were doing in Florida. So one of our board members had an idea to do these analyses of innovation in the state and to report on that in some way. And we're having a great discussion about this and about all of our great ideas for how this is going to unravel. And I'm like, wait a second, who's actually doing this? Because as far as I can see, everybody here was talking about how they were triple booked today and could barely make the meeting. You know, it's hard to dedicate more than an hour to a week at times. So who has time to spend 10, 20 hours a week writing scripts and code to do data processes on the research that we collect or gather from other sources? Who has time to write up reports or otherwise present this information? Well, it's the students. You know, think about everyone that's an attorney or a partner. When you have work that you need to get done and don't have the time to do it, who do you go find? A new associate. Well, the students are the new associates of the IPAs. We're the ones that have time to really get our boots on the ground and put in a lot of time to these efforts. And the benefit to us is it improves resumes. It gives us opportunity to interact with professionals, build up our networks, build up our skills. So when your IPAs are looking to carry out programs, get students involved. They can be the ones that are tabling at different conferences and representing the IPAs. They can go out to schools and carry out these educational efforts that we want to develop with our IPAs. So I think it's a very symbiotic relationship. As students, we have a lot to gain and to learn about IP. A panelist earlier mentioned how the number of students entering IP professions is dwindling every year. Well, this is the way we build that back. We get students involved so that we have a next generation ready to go in this area.
The other panelists, I actually would love to hear from Corinne and Maurizio and everyone. What are you looking at from your student community? How have students been getting involved, right?
Right. Well, we do have a portal where people can indicate they have an interest in volunteering, and many of those volunteers are students, and what they are looking for are networking opportunities. So you really have to kind of be sensitive to what they're going to really engage in. And if you ask them to, write a report, that might not meet their expectation. So it's got to, again, it takes work to find the right fit for the individual. And, we say that when you have a volunteer, they need to feel as though they're giving something and part of a group. They want that network, and they want to know that what they've done made a difference. So the busy work isn't going to probably cut it, but it's needed, and I'm glad people are offering, and perhaps that's how they start out. The other thing that we've talked about is a student roundtable, as well as a faculty roundtable. And I think that may be something where those folks that want to learn more, we bring them together and use that as an opportunity to en masse educate.
Great.
What about, I was going to ask about state and local governments and engaging them and working with them. And I think, Mauricio, you probably talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and first I'll echo what Corinne said about the students. We've benefited from getting 2 student interns. We've had our first, he's wrapping up, and then we just had another one. And the way I approached it is, for example, with the Corporate IP Roundtable, we leveraged, our student intern to help us with a lot, but we also said, that's great, we need the help here, but pick the project that you like. And so part 2 of his internship has been, hey, I helped you with kind of the events that you needed and some of the legwork, but now I'm going to close out my end. And same with our summer. She's going to help us with the October IP month, and there's another intern that we met today, but then we're going to let them pick their project. So I do think it's that balance of we need the help, but we also have a duty to help give back. But in terms of the most amazing thing about interfacing with the government is sometimes you just got to ask, and it seems daunting, but all of a sudden you submit a request, and this is going to be governors will sign proclamations that say October's IP month, but you have to ask, and you may have to ask a couple times. We asked the PTO, by the way, when are you coming up to the state of Washington? And then lo and behold, they came up and said, yeah, sure. Can you set up kind of some one-on-ones with your community? And all of a sudden we had a day where we got to showcase, in this case, it was based in Seattle. Seattle companies hosted the PTO and were able to give them feedback simply because we called them one day and said, how can we interface with you? And then for the Corporate IP Roundtable, we just contacted the mayor of San Jose, who is next door, and he's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll come. And so it really wasn't like we leveraged and we had really good relationships or we had interface with them. It was just having the kind of the gumption to say, is this something you're going to interested in? And they might ignore you, or they might have to be asked 3 or 4 times, but you will make those inroads because what you do is you offer them an opportunity that they otherwise don't have. And I think they're eager to talk about business. They're eager to talk about IP. And a lot of times they're just looking for that outlet. And so most of the times it's just making the contact, making that request. And if you ask, I suspect you're going to get a lot more return than you think you will.
Shailendra, how about the government, how you're working with the government in India?
So I think, especially on the educational front, we have a specific mission called the NEPAM, which is a National IP Awareness Mission, where the apex body which controls the IP registration or the IP aspects in India. The apex body promotes education, and they are quite in the forefront in delivering education in the rural areas. And you can just pick up You could also probably go to a customs office, and customs officers who are not aware of IP laws are trained to that extent. And there's a lot of encouragement towards that.
One thing I would add in terms of working with the government and like with a proclamation, things like that, that's really a good opportunity also to partner up with other organizations, because you can have co-sponsors. So it doesn't have to be just the IPA. It can be a lot of other organizations that co-sponsor. The only thing we've learned, and this is where, again, working with the government or state organizations, is sometimes they don't do things exactly how you'd expect them. So we were sort of hoping they would put out the proclamation and here are all the co-sponsors. But they left off the co-sponsors, all us and everybody else, and so that was it's like Mauricio said, sometimes you need to work with them a little bit to get the system down. But it's a real opportunity for recognition of what you do as an IPA. That's a little different that way. I would also wonder about everybody's talking about serious events, but Corinne, are there some little lighter events that work well for IPAs to do? Whether it's a golf outing or something like that?
First of all, I wanted to acknowledge the group that put this brochure together, because they have listed 10 flagship programs. And these are tested. And if you want to get a model for how to actually do it, we can do it. But, take a look at those, because those have already been tested. We have what's called the SIP Cup Golf Tournament. And basically, we've got some good golf courses here, but it's a charity tournament, okay? So we're doing something really, really important, as well as doing the network and having a lighter activity. The golf tournament will generate revenue, and we use that revenue, we donate it to here, the Georgia Lawyers for the Arts. And that group then uses those funds to support underrepresented groups, individuals, groups, to do patent searches and other pro bono activity. And over the years, again, that's one that's we've held for 20 years or so. We've given over $200,000, that's conservative, $200,000 to this nonprofit.
Thank you. Let's open it up to Q&A right now. Are there any questions out there that you have? Again, this is your opportunity to get some guidance on setting up your own IPA. A lot of confidence out there. I like it. Oh, there's a question.
Thank you. Think of all the speakers. What about the approach with the courts? Any program?
You mean in terms of working with the courts?
Right, yeah. For instance, WIPO has a course for judges in Latin America.
I'll give an example. South Carolina had an event where a UPC judge happened to be visiting. And absolutely, it was fascinating. And again, had the opportunity to dial in. I was like, well, why wouldn't I want to hear what a freshly minted UPC judge and their perspective? So to me, that's a great resources, and that is maybe something where a great way to partner with one of the other legal and business organizations. Hey, we have access to hear from an arbitrator or a UPC judge or a federal judge or any of those, an appeals judge. To me, those are the opportunities that's easy. That's just saying there's somebody very interesting. We want to hear about that individual, and they have something. So kudos to them to be able to do that.
And probably, besides that, with also alternative dispute resolution methodology, mediation, arbitration could be work.
Sure.
Was there another question there? Okay. Wait, when is that?
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear about all these activities, and it's the challenge that we have, in GLIPA. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about how these activities are funded, to what extent they're voluntary, to what extent. I noticed the website has a sort of sponsorship page. We're looking at sponsorship, I suppose, generally, but the beauty of GLIPA is that it's free to join. But I'd be interested, a lot of this are people making contributions, or are they sponsored, or how are they going about it?
Well, I'm going to jump here and then let the others. One of the things I think is a lot of groups that I see worry too much about money in the beginning, because what I see is that when you have a good idea, whether it's an IP corporate roundtable or something like that, then people are interested and they're like, oh, that's worthwhile. Oh, you need a facility, you need this or that. People contribute, they need some money, then you get the money. I think just asking for money sort of straight out is a little in the beginning. Obviously, Georgia's more mature, and so now they have a lot of programs, but
just to, I don't mean to, I'll give you a point. You can leverage the kindness of a lot of other folks, and you have to be very frugal about your dollars because they are limited, especially when you first start out. And we are fortunate to get a few firms to kick in a little bit of money to help us get started. But for example, we did something, and Jenny, you're back there with Senator Del Bene. So we leveraged their relationship to come in. Amazon hosted us and did a wonderful job in a very iconic building. No cost to the organization. Folks came in. So we were able to provide quality programming for really the minimal amount of money it took to do that. And that's where you pick those events first, right? Whenever you can, leverage the kindness of a law firm hosting a conference room for you or donating the Zoom conference link, you have to do those things. But, to Sam's point, you find out that, with a little bit of asking, if you've got a good message to deliver, folks are usually very apt to say, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, we'll provide lunch, or we'll provide waters, or we'll provide the necessity that you need.
I think we're getting the hook here. So I want to thank all the panelists, my co-chair here, and thanking everybody to staying till the very end. Buy them drinks. They'll talk more. You'll get all the secrets. So thank you very much.
Sam, can I just a real quick plug? As you know, October IP month is coming up. We're going to be making a very big push for state organizations, international organizations, to do this and leverage it as a wonderful event. So you'll probably see an enormous amount of email from me. I look forward to helping you all launch this event, repeat this event, and make it a wonderful IPA. So thank you.
And well, we are just 5 minutes from finishing this wonderful event. So I would like to call to the stage Mr. Scott Frank, our GLIPA chairman, in order to give us his closing remarks. Once again, thanks to our sponsors and thanks to all of you for being with us today. It has been a wonderful and cheerful first international gathering of GLIPA believers. And we are a movement, no? We are more than an association of IP lovers. We are basically here because our hearts bump when we listen to the music of a team working together to bring IP to the hands of all. So thanks a lot for everything. And then, Scott, here to the stage in order for you to give us your closing remarks.
I'm going to wrap this up. First, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for sticking here till the very end. Again, it's about people, and it's people like you that are going to make a difference, make this all a reality. So really appreciate you participating in this event. Want to thank our panelists, phenomenal, amazing people that shared their ideas, shared their efforts, and again, each of these panelists is actually doing something. So really appreciate each of them sharing what they've been up to and where they're headed. There's 3 closing thoughts I want to put out there for you. One is, there was a question today: does Scott really want to do 7 billion people, or are we just really hear about a bunch of leaders leading an organization? I want to do 7 billion people. And you might say, well, Scott, 7 billion people aren't going to join GLIPA. Well, we'll see. But I want to say it from this perspective. First off, we are an organization that is representing civilization. I don't know any other NGO and nonprofit that's doing that, but every single person on this planet, we're all IP professionals, but we're also human beings. We all need everything from intellectual property. And I truly believe there will be a day, and I think it's already happening, where there are non-IP people that are going to our IPA websites. It is free to everybody, but they are accessing information. They're finding out about what we're doing, and we are helping them. But I think there's so much more we can do. But I truly believe every single person on this planet can and should be a member of our global IPA. And by the way, every single person on this planet, I bet you, has an idea, and they don't know how to protect it. They don't know how to monetize it. So that's another reason why they're going to want to join. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, I truly believe that intellectual property is the key to driving society forward. It is what incents all the behavior we need to create all the future vaccines and the next generation of cell phones and the next generation of good foods that are healthy, and everything we need in the future physically. Intellectual property is going to incent that. I think GLIPA is going to play a big role in making sure that happens. And again, hopefully everybody appreciates our 3 pillars and our IP network and networks. Again, it's our approach, not the only approach, but I believe it can make a big difference, and it's important. So hopefully everybody got that takeaway today. Third takeaway, I want you to think about this concept, success to significance. So I'd say today was a pretty successful event. We can debate. The question is, are we going to do something significant with it? It's one thing to have a successful career. Many people in here with successful careers. Another question, are you doing something significant with your life? Here's the thing. I believe intellectual property is really important, and we're all doing jobs that obviously are really important. But the question is, can we do something significant for society? I personally believe civilization is counting on us, and I encourage you to think about doing something significant with your life with intellectual property. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us, and look forward to building on our momentum. All right, last thing I want to do before we wrap for our cocktails is I want to thank some people. I thanked them earlier today, but I didn't bring them up. I want to thank some people who just did a ton of work to make this event happen. I want to thank, and I'd like them to come up, Maria Fernanda Hurtada, Nikhil Marate, and Wade Walker is the third person. He is actually off-site doing something. He didn't know I was going to call him up. I just want to come up, and can we just please give them a gigantic round of applause? Gonzalo, you want to take our photo?
Now we invite you for a nice cocktail and a bit of wrapping up of insightful discussions and networking opportunities. We have a nice bourbon station for you to try it on, a bit of the American flavor for those interested in knowing a bit more of our the bourbon culture here in the U.S., but also other interesting drinks before we depart today from the Georgia State University. Thanks again for joining us, and a pleasure of having you hosted here at the GSU premises.
And we may have been off schedule for everything all day, but we're right on schedule for the cocktails. So good job, Mafi.
All good. Yeah.